university community about humanities. Not only kind of sharing and kind of demystifying some of the misconceptions about humanities, but to engage with what we are doing as humanities in the universities, in the university. And so it was supposed to be, it is supposed to be an interfaculty engagement, showcasing the transdisciplinary work that we're doing in the university and beyond, as well as showing how we're interpreting the revitalization of the humanities, which is the strategic focus of the university, one of the strategic focus areas of the university. So we hope that today is a continuation of that. Last year, we engaged about the transdisciplinary work that we're doing in the university. And this year, we intentionally seeking to reflect on the 5 years since the Vice-Chancellor articulated this vision in 2018. And that is also in the context of in the national context where the National Institute for the Humanities and Social Sciences was established with a mandate to revitalize the humanities nationally in universities. So we are here to reflect. We are not intending to make any scholarly or scientific inputs here. And please do not misunderstand or understand that as saying we don't do scientific work in the faculty. We do. If you read in between whatever will be presented here today, you will see the nuances of the scientific underpinnings of our work. But today, all contributors have been given a directive to talk and tell. To what do you call? To show and tell, to show and tell. I think we're beyond just speaking in abstract form about what we do. Just 4 or 5 points I want to make. We are responding to these 5 areas in the faculty. One is that our work needs to be underpinned by deep scientific understanding of the disciplines. The 3 disciplines, or broad disciplines, the arts, humanities, and social sciences, that's what we're seeking to do. Not only that, but also what's important, given the history of the disciplines in the academy, we are intentional about Africa-centeredness in our work, such that our work is underpinned by both African and international thought systems or Western thought systems. But mostly, African-centeredness is important for us. Transdisciplinarity is important. We're teaching across the disciplines. As you will see, we collaborating with other disciplines within the university, but for our work to have impact beyond the university. What's important about that is that we need to learn, we need to teach in and learn from our context to respond to national questions or national challenges. 4, we are very deliberate about engaging about digital technologies. We have a big hub in digital humanities. Lastly, we are also intentional about building a human resource or human capital that is enabled to respond to all these issues that we're talking about. So at this point in the academy, it is not enough that we have people who have been trained 20, 30 years ago. We need to build a cohort of staff members in the academy who are going to be able to do what is required for a for scholarship in a university named after Mandela that is located in Africa. So with those few words, welcome, and I do want to also let me now request the audio team to play, to screen the video where the Vice Chancellor, the acting Vice Chancellor, is reflecting on the revitalization of the humanities in the university. Thank you so much.
Colleagues, good morning to all of you and welcome to the third day of this wonderful research week. Of course, my congratulations once again to the RII team for putting this festival of ideas and exhibitions and collaborations together. It's been wonderful. This particular session and the day, focusing on the humanities with the key interest in assessing the progress around the reimagination of the humanities and of course the future directions, and then of course looking at its continued revitalization over the next few years. Just to say that by the time that I came to the university towards the end of 2017, Prof. Muto was already the Vice Chancellor designate from 2018 onwards. And I had a sense that the ideas around the humanities was already firmly articulated in her mind, especially around a renewed investment, at both a symbolic, discursive, and other levels in the humanities. I think that has been driven by the question that she keeps on asking, that what is the university good for? The university and the public good, the university and the commons. And as we all know, that these kinds of questions can't be responded to in the absence of a strong humanities. So I suspect that those kinds of connections between the revitalization of the humanities as a proposition that she put forward, had a long history in her own mind, for various reasons. But part of it has to do with what is the university good for. But as scholars within the humanities, you yourself know that the question around the value of the humanities and the way in which the humanities have been systematically been disadvantaged by the focus on the so-called STEM subjects has a long history, and this particular challenge has been captured in the two reports. The one is the Charter for the Humanities, and the other one is the Consensus Study on the Status of the Humanities, Africa by ASAF. The other one from the Department of Higher Education, that has explored the question of the humanities. From that perspective, of course, that report also gave rise to the different sets of administrative mechanisms that later on set up the National Institute for the Humanities and the Social Sciences as well. And I wouldn't want to spend time on where those particular challenges, came from, but simply to say that one of them had to do with the kind of intellectual stagnation within the humanities, and the fact that the humanities seems to have taken a backseat as far as our engagement with social reality is concerned. So in the Vice Chancellor's inaugural address, she spent a lot of time on thinking through redrawing the frontiers between the natural sciences and the humanities, because in her mind that the renewal of the entire academic project of the university would be dependent on a revitalizing humanities, because these things do not happen over short periods of time. and the fact that given the different ways in which borders are constructed around disciplines within the humanities and the social sciences, that particular malleability, makes it very, very attractive for the humanities to invest energy into the redrawing of these different sets of boundaries, but also then, of course, to advance transdisciplinarity uh, through that particular work that it's doing. So the idea that social and natural scientists and humanities scholars must come together to engage with the big questions of our time is already an established, principle that people articulate from time to time. Of course, whether we get it right at a practical level, I'm not so sure, though there are very good examples within our own university space of where that is happening. So in short, if the question would be about where the idea came from and how the idea was formulated, I certainly think that it had to do with what's been captured in those two reports that I've referring to, but also the idea around the type of social legitimacy of the university and asking the big questions of what the university is for, which is a question that, in a sense, is a question of and for the humanities, if one can put it in that particular way. The other reason, of course, is that our university has been traditionally very strong in the natural sciences. Of course, the indicators are there for everybody to see, and it remains strong. So Sibongile didn't frame the revitalization of the humanities as a way of not having a strong interest in the natural sciences. No, she was very careful, as for those of you who have attended those Senate discussions, to argue that the revitalization of the humanities also presupposes an investment in the other types of sciences. So there was not a trade-off between sciences, so to speak, if one can put it that way, but more just a very honest acknowledgement that the universities is structurally geared, to support the natural sciences, given its historical production. But as we all know, this is how systemic and structural processes works. And so you have to do something almost affirmative if you would like to work against those structural conditions. And so at the time when we completed the Senate debates around this, and of course, interesting questions were asked, some of you there already, and where those questions were coming from. But I do think that we reached a very, very beautiful consensus about the proposition that the Vice Chancellor put on the table around the revitalization of the humanities. And in relation to the fact that we took on this strategic priority in such a bold way, I think it was almost inconceivable, if you think of it, that university's name is changed to Nelson Mandela University. So you have this big name change in 2017. And the university there then has to drive the meaning of Mandela, or even the idea of critical Mandela studies, outside a revitalized humanities. That particular project would be very, very difficult to achieve. So if you think of the project of the outgoing Vice Chancellor, which was Professor Swart, and then of course the incoming Vice Chancellor, Prof. Mutwa, presenting the think piece to council, and especially around the curriculum, learning and teaching, the engagement, the symbolism of the university, its institutional culture. how that needs to capture the social meaning of Mandela within the university, yeah, I must say that that would have been difficult if that work has happened outside of the space of a revitalizing humanities or humanities that is re-energized as well. So that is the other one. And I think that the third one was that, and some of the literature does confirm this, and there is a strong link between transformative capacities of an institution and, of course, its strengths of its social sciences and the humanities as well, because they provide for different sets of interpretive schemas for how one look at organizations, and especially complex organizations like the universities. So those capabilities, for them to find expression in the universities, they would have been dependent on a project like revitalizing the humanities. But that particular discussion, of course, needs to happen across the humanities, broadly speaking, which in our case, includes the faculties of law, business and economic sciences, humanities themselves, and education. And one would like to see perhaps in future that a program like this, and maybe I'm missing it out somewhere, should include, those kinds of formations as well in our discussions about the revitalization of the humanities. So in the last 5 years, I have been privileged to see so many ideas coming to the fore within the space of the revitalization of the humanities, which was for a short incubating period, within the research chair, that I am holding, just to get some of the practical work going. And I think that it's definitely a growth in humanities scholarship and discourse in our university that you can see just by the ways in which the new kinds of books and publications are being generated within the spaces, and of course across the humanities broadly speaking. And I don't want to single out any particular area, but there is a new orientation in the making across the board within our university, like a new energy, a new pulse, a new soul, so to speak, around the humanities. But this is also notable at a national and an international level. Means a university is a key role player in some of its strategic areas, which it has identified for itself. Like the question of reimagining engagement. And of course, we just have to, and this is, I see where the slippages of the concepts are coming through. So it's the revitalization of the humanities and the reimagination of engagement. We have to just keep it in those kinds of tracks, because they do have different types of meanings as well. And on both those two fronts, and I can, of course, mention many others in the other areas, yeah, the university is moving and pushing in the right direction, and it's notable, across the sector as well. I think that, one shouldn't underplay the importance of the appointment of the new dean for the humanities and the number of other people, of course, who subsequently joined in, especially, young, scholars also, emerging scholars in those space, senior, scholars coming through as well. So was a very, very key enabler in terms of the leadership that was required within the humanities space. And of course, also the types of energies that needs to be injected across senior and young academics as well. So that was certainly a key enabler, but of course also some of the other mechanisms that has been put in place, like the Senior Professors Project, from the Vice Chancellor's office. Also the question of how one think about the budgeting processes across the knowledge formations, and of course the architectures of the different sets of faculties which house the different disciplines as well. But I do think that even if there is this particular trajectory, being shaped, which is undeniably true, I do think that the working across the faculties in a seamless transdisciplinary work is something that we can do better at. We need to think very innovative ways in which this particular work can match the strategic ideal of transdisciplinary work as you would see it's captured not only in the Vice Chancellor's inaugural address, but also in the restatement, and then, of course, our subsequent strategies documents as well. Of course, as a faculty, with other faculties within the university, the humanities faculty share, to a large extent, the strategic imperative of the National Institute for the Humanities and the Social Sciences, especially when it comes to the idea of, supporting the public universities to advance and strengthen the different sets of disciplines. And I know, of course, through the various structures like the Dean's Forum at the national level, and of course also other structures within the sector, this kind of work, is also being advanced. And then, crucially, especially the contribution to post-colonial and post-apartheid nation building, national development, and the building of a democratic culture. Now, there, our work is not done at all. In fact, I sometimes think that we may have regressed a bit when it comes to that particular project. So there is still some reflection and thinking that needs to go into what was, what is, at least a strategic framing for the work of the NIHSS and the way in which it needed to, provide for an epicenter of scholarship and pedagogy within the context of the social sciences as well. And of course, contributing to the advancement of equity, justice, and social responsibility as well. So one think about those as the framing mandates of the NIHSS, clearly there is a broad synergy between the revitalization of the humanities at our institutional level and the work of the NIHSS as at both a national and at a regional level. So it is no coincidence that somebody like Sarah Mathecha was the ex-CEO of the NIHSS, that these are the people that are certainly very encouraged by the work that's been done at our university. And of course, everybody who has a peculiar interest, or say, who has a particular interest in the humanities, that they find our work certainly very, very attractive. I had it was a great honor during the COVID years to serve on the committee that did the review of the NIHSS for the minister. And though that report is not being made public as yet, I can clearly, state that, the panel certainly had a high regard for the work being done by the NIHSS at the level of our national system. So so that work will certainly be taken further. And if, of course, the work that our faculty is doing, can expand, across the different types of institutions that we have within our national system, it can only strengthen the mandate of a structure like the NIHSS. Colleagues, so I hope this is useful I think Pam asked me to speak for 10 minutes. I think I'm now at 12 or something like that. But I hope that some of these reflections, make sense to you and it's productive in your discussions, for the day ahead. Many, many thanks. And yeah, thanks for the opportunity to chat to you.
He's not here for me to say it was not 12, it was 20 minutes. So in his absence, we thank and acknowledge the acting Vice Chancellor. The, 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 um, the brief we gave him was to really reflect on why a university in the Eastern Cape named after Mandela could adopt this strategic priority. Actually, it's the only university in the country and in the world that I know of that has prioritized humanities. And I think we should give Professor Mutwa a round of applause for recognizing the humanities like that. So, colleagues, I gave you a sense of the framing of our work in the faculty, those 5 areas. And I thought before I call the directors of school, the directors of research entities in the faculty, and the deputy dean, I thought I should just tell you or share with you our faculty strategic areas of priority, because that's what they're going to be talking about now. It's 5 of them, 6 of them. The first one is African Vernacular Archive. We're going to be engaging a lot about that today, because as an African university with our histories of de-intellectualization of African knowledge systems, it's important for us to talk about the African archive as a way of reclaiming African thought. The second one is women's gendered histories. Of course, again, with the history of marginalization of women, double marginalization of women, if I may say. And arts and entrepreneurship, public management and leadership, digital humanities, and ocean cultures and heritage. Those are 5 areas in the faculty. And as I call the directors of school, I just want to brag about this before Peter gets a chance. What you see is the faculty exhibition on the stage is the production of the faculty, the School of Visual and Performing Arts. Everything you see on stage has been done by our students and some of our staff. It starts from raw material, and they've constructed these beautiful items. Collaborations with Mohair South Africa, those woolen ones, and these are our honor students, our staff, and yeah, all postgraduate students. Peter, you're gonna talk a little bit about that. But I just want us to acknowledge that also for people who think that humanities is just that, we talk, we don't measure quantity. This is an illustration of how transdisciplinary or how interdisciplinary humanities is. Because you've got to measure, you've got to, what is it when you've got to measure quantity, length, width, and everything for us to be able, volumes of things that go into what makes some of those things from that artwork from Xola, Sinitemba Xola. So before I call, can we just give the School of Visual and Performing Arts a round of applause, please? And then now, I'm going to call on stage Dr. Jackie Luck, the Deputy Dean of the Faculty in Learning and Teaching. If you could come on stage, Jackie. And then Professor Peter Binsbergen, the Director of School of Visual and Performing Arts. Professor Marius Kraus, the Director of the School of Language, Media and Communication. Professor Nomalanga Mkhize, the Director of the School of Governmental and Social Sciences. Disappearing Equus, Nomalanga? Okay. And then Professor Babalwa Makokwana, the Director of the Center for Gender and Women's Studies, and a Professor of Sociology in the faculty, Associate Professor of Sociology in the faculty. So what if you can come on stage, so that's Professor Nomalanga Mkhize, the Director of the School of Governmental and Social Sciences. What I've requested them to do is to each just take 10, 15 minutes on how they've interpreted the strategy on the revitalization of the humanities in their own context. And I just want to emphasize the importance of giving an illustration of what has been done in own spaces. I'll start with Jackie, who's going to give a global view of the faculty in the context of learning and teaching. Jackie, 10 minutes?
Okay, can I go there or should
I think
sit here? What would you like?
You want to come and sit?
Okay, good morning. Peter, you're going to time me? Otherwise I'm going to get lost. Oops. The child of January 2012 will enter the university gate of 2030 to study aeronautical engineering, confident that she is not driftwood and that her clans come from a long way back. She will be bilingual, and her mother tongue and her English will be interchangeably strong. She can write and she can talk, and if needs be, compose poems on periodic tables. She would enter the university system already an African. And after our keynote last night, she will also be prepared for a non-linear career and a gig economy, we heard last night. Good morning, colleagues, esteemed guests, students, staff. This quote I just read comes from the Charter for the Humanities and Social Sciences of 2011. Prof. Kiet just referenced it. My colleagues, Prof. Maseko, Chanel van der Merwe, and I, we referenced it in a chapter on revitalization early this year, so I just want to acknowledge that. The Charter brings into the foreground the humanities and the social sciences and the major role it can play in shaping a deeply relational and values-driven higher education. So this student is being exposed and will be exposed to a deeper understanding of diversity, will be an engineer, but the humanities and the social sciences will have played their bit in the making of a good and educated engineer, so says the Charter. And so too the students who study in our faculty. I'm very wary to start with coloniality, but I need to give a disclaimer as we talk about the revitalization of the humanities. So allow me to just digress a little into a history. So humanism in the 14th and 15th century Europe took as its focus the study of humanity. They wanted to move away from studying religion only. They wanted to study classical ideals of public and private virtue, the individual and the autonomy, Latin grammar, techniques of rhetoric, history, conventions in literature, poetry, human rights. And their focus was on what it means to be human, or studia, Marius, am I saying it right? Humanitatis, okay, the study of the human. However, the presence of the black slave body draws into sharp relief the biases, the brutalities, and the indifferences of these Enlightenment ideals, and why our goal in the humanities has not been to replicate those intentions as a crusade harking back to a golden era, but to trouble and to transcend how European humanism and modernity have molded our scholarship. So our key argument, so in response to Prof. Maseko's challenge to us to reflect on the key questions that drive the revitalization of the humanities. One of the key arguments and questions are, what does an Africanized revitalization of the humanities look like in the Eastern Cape, nationally, globally, towards a recognition and a re-centralization of our humanity and our rootedness in Africa? And in our responses, we have been saying that to be human means to be entangled and exposed to all other existences in Africa, globally, in solidarity, and with the ability to address practices that have silenced us. We also ask, what is the world we are preparing our students for? We know it is in a precarious and uncertain state with unprecedented, concerning conflicts, wars, crisis confronting humanities, a deterioration in our quality of health and well-being. We see labor markets experiencing rapid change, increased digitization, and the strong emphasis on STEM. So a question in response to this is, how can a revitalized humanities be responsive to conflicts, changing societal needs, to produce graduates in all their human fullness? In our response, we have, over the past 5 years, addressed the declining value of the humanities that's reflected in current global trends, enduring inequalities in access for our students, unequal language practices in the academy and knowledge production. And we are working hard to dispel this perception of the humanities as being in crisis, and that there is this waning investment in the disciplines in favor of STEM. Okay, we won't talk about that in too much detail, but we recognize the value of the humanities, particularly the capacity of our disciplines to meaningfully contribute to discussions around what it means to be human. And such conversations are supportive of critical, moral, and ethical thinking, which take into account our historical, social context and promote creation and innovation in ways that are not only relevant, we think, to our faculty, but which stand to meaningfully contribute to all our interdisciplinary endeavors and applications. So I want to now start a little bit with the show and tell that Prof. Maseko has asked. And when we first started this conversation, I don't know if our newly minted Dr. Karabo Mayane, who's sitting here, can recall when we had our first curriculum conversation. We have them annually in the faculty. Karabo said, but now, Karabo's a philosopher, okay? He studies philosophy and AI, so he's a very interesting scholarship. He said, but what is dead that needs to be revived, you know? He started us off, I'll never forget that. He started us off with that question. So without being sacrilegious, we can say, I'm in the learning and teaching space, so we can say, Marius, that our modules have passed on. They've had their candles snuffed out, and they are eager to be revived and revitalized. And so the question for us was then, what does a revitalized Africa Purpose curriculum look like? Who teaches? Who researches? Who and what is being taught and researched? And how familiar are students with what's being taught and researched? And just in order to allow them to access the knowledge they need to proceed and grow. And how do we recontextualize our research and our engagement into teaching? Prof. Maseko always talks to us about, we're not just engaging, having engagement activities. How does this go back to the classroom and our research? And also, what are our graduate attributes within the context of the broader institutional attributes? And asking the more sensitive and difficult questions, what are the institutional structures that impede us from revitalizing our humanities and other structures? And who determines our knowledge value? So let me show and tell a bit. So we've not only been in the realm of talking and being philosophizing about, like, what does it mean? So we've been actively doing. Over the last 5 years, we've had curriculum conversations, but we've also had lots of activity. For example, I think probably over 60 curriculum applications have been approved in our faculty where we have rethought what we are doing. So programs like our BA Admin, our PR, our BA MCC, our new MA Gender Studies, hot off the press, Babalwa, streams in our BA like digital humanities, international and conflict studies, politics and economics, languages. What else have we got there? Anthropology, sociology. I'm seeing Denver, and psychology. So we've got all these streams that we are busy with in our BA. Too many programs, too many modules to tell you about, but we are very actively involved in that space. And so how are we rethinking that space? As we reconceptualize our modules, we are infusing into our curriculum social justice, social cohesion, humanizing pedagogies, transdisciplinarity is very strong. For example, we have a excellent collaboration with the medical school where they have traditionally taught their students a communication model that's very much focused on a northern conceptualization of how communication takes place. And our colleagues from our faculty in Morris's school, we have rethought this model with medical school colleagues, and they are co-teaching it. So that's an example of a transdisciplinary module that we are busy with. I don't know, am I doing, my timekeeper's is ignoring me. Is it 10 minutes already? I know it's not, Morris. I've got 1 minute left. Inclusion and deepening of African knowledge. Decolonization of the curriculum, applied humanities, upskilling, workplace readiness, innovation, and of course, digitization. We want our students not only to be able to say why the digital is bad, or why we should take care when we engage with the digital, but we also want our students to have the skills and the tools to be able to work with big data. So I know that has been Nomalanga's, what is it? Your thing. So, you know, that we also need our students to have quantitative methodologies, skills in that. So if you come and look at what we are doing, we have done a lot. It's far too much to tell in 10 minutes. So I just want to say that, of course, we are also consulting with our students, engaging our students, and consulting with all faculties, so that this curricula ends up being informed by a deliberate consideration of Africa as a source of knowledge to diversify our arts, our humanities, and our sciences canons. I'm not going to carry on because I've only got like 1 more minute. I can carry on forever about what it is we are doing in our spaces. But if you want to see, just let us know. I want to end with the Ethiopian poet Matem Shifaro, who writes about the body being human, being a global citizen, and being African. When she talks about the body, she says, the lands we cross have an anatomy of their own. They give us different names. They place us in a specific social strata. Our bodies learn to muster sorrow or grief or longing or whatever is thrown our way and adjust to move within new boundaries. It is as if they protect us from the ugliness of a world that chooses to see us as destructive. On location in a global world, she says, I can see how bits and pieces of my body must belong to different lands. My hair is from Addis, my chatter from Asmara, the food I cook from both. My first poetry is from Rome, the blue I crave from San Francisco. And so, by leaving pieces of myself in different lands, my body becomes a geography of its own, a map of my collective histories. And on being African, she says, it's still disturbing to know we don't get to learn our origin histories. She says, Ethiopia was one of the greatest kingdoms in the world, and yet I never learned about it at school. Why are our citizens any less important than the Romans and Greeks? So she says, these are the thoughts that occupy my silences. She's a poet. And I want to say, into these silences, our faculty bring our noisy, creative, imaginative questions, but also answers about the revitalization of the humanities, challenging notions that there's no value in the humanities and African experiences. Thank you.
Be able to. So.
Will you, Nomalanga? Was it 14 minutes?
Okay, please keep the time, Professor Mkize. Professor Binsbergen is the director of the School of Governmental and Social Sciences. Peter? Oh! Peter is gonna go and say something about this. So Peter is the director. We don't want you to take Nomalanga's position. You're good where you are as the director of the School of Visual and Performing Arts. Over to you, Peter.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm blessed to be here, and I'm blessed to speak about the work that's done in the school, in the faculty, amidst having the work in our presence. And I think Prof. Maseko has introduced the work quite substantially and summed up what we do in the school. On reflecting on our revitalization strategy of the humanities within the School of Visual and Performing Arts, there are three concepts were underpinned in this process. The first one, embodiment, people's embodiment, which centers on social and cultural identity. Secondly, indigenous knowledge systems, because these lived experiences are what you're actually seeing in all of these works. And then materiality, but materiality being people's geography and their spaces and how they interact with the material statuses available to them within their environment. How this ties in with something we call mode, and how it challenges the traditional Western canon of what we know traditionally as media or medium, is at the forefront of the driving force in vapor at the moment. Now, a mode is any resource that's available to the creator or the message maker at any given time. And these are socially shaped and culturally determined. With mode, the key focus Vapor has set about placing a greater emphasis on the audience. Here the audience encompasses the community, their embodied and lived experiences, and the material status that determines their identity. We have thus placed a greater emphasis on the audience and how they interlink with learning and teaching, research, and community engagement. The audience is thus a great influence on what we do and what we teach, because we are, without an audience, Vapor cannot exist. That's in the community. A greater emphasis is thus placed on a facilitated learning platform throughout the entire school. In music, for example, greater emphasis on community-based orchestras have seen the light. This is collaborations and the revival of the Eastern Cape Philharmonic Orchestra, including in reviving the youth orchestra. Here, alumni and members of the community are encouraged to form part of the greater orchestra and perform with us. The Ngoma Concert Series, launched in 2022, places the emphasis on collaborative performance projects involving local schools within and outside the metro, and include invitations extended to established alumni musicians. Our pre-tertiary program in music has been hugely successful, and it's aimed at targeting high school learners by offering instrument lessons, and in so doing, we are able to bolster our intake. A comparison of enrollment in the numbers in music over the past 3 years are testimony to this. We have purposefully targeted high-profile musicians and artists to perform at our university, and in doing so, it has offered us a greater platform for masterclasses, not only in musicianship, but offering our students guidance regarding arts entrepreneurship opportunities once the students graduate. Outreach-driven incentives, and here the school in visual arts and music has been deeply involved in the Case Karma project, and this has become more facilitated into what and how we teach. Various traditional music instruments and styles in this instance, for example, are deeply embedded in indigenous knowledge systems, and here music is taught and learnt by ear. By assisting in scoring these traditional compositions, we not only preserve the heritage, but build an academic database of our own traditional histories. What we learn here, we now bring into innovative changes to our curriculum. In visual art, the embodied lived experience finds its way into our visual culture studies curriculum by the introduction of something we call our RIP program. This stands for Writing, Reading, Intensive Program, and its core purpose is to offer student-centered tutorials in the student's mother tongue of choice. This is very important in terms of that idea of embodiment, because in this instance and in this way, students are able to better articulate their own lived experiences and how these are applied to their own critical theories and thinking around contemporary South African art. Like with music, visual arts has attracted more high-profile visual artists to exhibit in our state-of-the-art Bird Street Gallery. And here they offer masterclasses on how students, in best practice, while answering those pressing questions that students often ask. How do I make it in the art world once I graduate? These artists are often backed by large corporate entities such as Sasol, Standard Bank, APSA, the South African Fashion Week, and Benina International. The APSA Atelier, the Standard Bank Young Artists Awards, and the Sasol New Signatures National Art Competitions are examples of such corporate initiatives visual arts have successfully partnered with. Mohair, South Africa being a latest one, where we are also looking at not only the learning and teaching space, but local histories, and then the materiality and the resources from our spaces, and the knitted garments over there. I emphasize that these were started from the raw spinning process to the completed garment. More guest lectures have been arranged from various media houses in visual art, such as Triggerfish, Rooftop, and S4, in an attempt to better bridge art and industry. As a follow-up, interdisciplinary studies modules have placed greater focus on arts, entrepreneurship, and business acumen. Into the future, in order to remain current, Vapor have pledged to harness new technologies, including the digital realm of ambient spaces. Photographers become drone pilots. Sculptors print in 3 dimensions, and designers create in virtual reality. We are committed to remaining current as we launch the school into the future. To this end, Vapor has firmly rooted itself within the Digital Humanities Hub, where young academics such as Jonathan van der Walt, whose sculptures are on display, have made significant contributions. Our adjunct professor, Marcus Neustetter, who's arriving this evening for our conference, has also made significant contributions to the digital humanities from his home in Vienna, and various exciting collaborations between the University of Vienna and Nelson Mandela University have seen the light. Worth mentioning is the current project we are working on called Space Shelter Earth. Regarding arts entrepreneurship, Vapor seriously concerns itself with the employability and the sustainability of the arts and its graduates into the future. In a perfect world, we aim towards the motto, Vapor students do not look for jobs, they create jobs for others. To this end, Vapor has busied itself with arts entrepreneurship strategies. One of the focus areas that we are working on at the moment, and which I am hugely excited about, is the Creative Media Lab. It is partly funded by outside donors, and we aim to construct a shared studio space where students may gain much needed real-life scenario project and production management skills within the safe space and guidance of the institution. We acknowledge that there is a rather large gap between university education and requirements needed in the industry, not in terms of knowledge, but in terms of experience. The Creative Media Lab should better prepare our students to enter the job market with confidence. We are thrilled to announce that we have recently filled the NGAP position in arts entrepreneurship, and this brings a much needed expertise and gravitas to our quest in delivering better arts entrepreneurship skills to our students and into the future. On the research front, staff development and assisting young academics to further their postgraduate qualifications have received great impetus, and we've been successful in this area. Workshops and support sessions were also held to assist staff to successfully navigate application processes for creative output accreditations at DHET. As we are practically driven school, we have also now placed a great emphasis on shifting from practice to theoretical underpinnings, and to this end we have involved our postgraduate students and staff in this faculty school of theory. Placing Vapor at the forefront of research, we have embarked on strategies hosting various national and international conferences which bring with it greater opportunities for having papers converted into articles and publications. We have successfully hosted the South African Journal for Art History. We launch this evening the South African Visual Art Historians Conference 2024, and we are proud to announce that the school is going to host the DEFSA, the Design Education Forum South Africa Conference in 2025. Thank you.
much, Prof. Binsbergen. And now, Professor Marius Kraus is the director of the School of Language, Media and Communication, Languages, Media and Communication.
Okay. I hate these microphones, but okay. I feel like saying they've said what I wanted to say, so let me sit down. But anyway, in this debate, we are always in a bit of a double bind. On the one hand, we want to revitalize the humanities, but then we say we must look at the African footprint. Then you look at, for instance, I'm always curious, I look at other universities' websites. And one of them, like Makerere, for instance, in Uganda, they're very traditional when you look at their website. Department of Languages and Literature, or their curriculum sounds like you will get in any English university. So it's interesting that we want to be more Afrocentric, whereas they are somehow still very, not in all instances, but in some departments, especially the languages and literature, but their focus is more on indigenous languages as well. They've not only got Kiswahili, or they've got several languages, and then French, German, English, etc., where as we tend to do away with those languages. And I will get to that again, because I think from our perspective, given that we want to particularly look at the vernacular archive, I think it must be very daunting for a student or postgrad student, for instance, to know about the Dutch East India Company's colonial project in South Africa, was written in 17th century Dutch, for instance. And how do you read that? There are attempts to translate it, but I mean, it's such a vast documentation that I don't know if they ever accomplish it. But anyway, so I don't think the humanities is in a crisis per se if we look at our student numbers. I mean, some disciplines you have like smaller groups, but others burst at the seams. So there's no crisis per se like you have in, say, some cities. So I looked at what do we see as a crisis then? And then the idea is that there's an emphasis from government side on science and technology and developmentalism. And then, of course, the argument that we always use in the humanities seems to be flawed according to them when it says, the challenges faced by our society are so urgent and immediate that the reflective and critical modes of thinking favored in the humanities seem to be unaffordable luxuries. Now, I like to watch videos and read Spivak, Gayatri Spivak, and she's very clever. She always makes an excuse, and she says, I'm not a philosopher, but I'm going to try and do something philosophical. So I'm not a philosopher, so I'm going to try something philosophical. I also thought, was the humanities ever vital or vitalist or vitalistic? And what does it mean? Then, just as probably the Grinch coming out, we are in a post-humanist society. Why is there such an emphasis on humanities, humanizing, being humane, when we are in the anthropocentric era and the sixth mass extinction? Why are we still so preoccupied with the human? What about the non-human? And that we will have to think about because the robots are coming. Also the idea of a university. I always look at John Henry Newman's book, The Idea of a University, written in 1852. Incidentally, he's now a saint. So he's Saint John Henry Newman. And he says, a university is a place of teaching universal knowledge, and its objective is intellectual, not moral. That's rich, or no, not rich, but that's good coming from a theologian and a saint. And then he also says the utility is our guide, the real utility. And that is the double bind. On the one hand, we want to do very esoteric things for research, But on the other hand, our students do not need such esoteric knowledge per se. They are worried where they're going to find a job. Again, the idea of utility and the demand for jobs. Now, in my context, for instance, and this has been done, French, for instance, is no longer studied merely to Voltaire. They look at West African literature as well. German, we don't have it anymore, but German is no longer just Goethe. We must look at Namibian writing. There should be an inclusive dialogue. And then interesting, I think there's even German studies in Cameroon, because they at one stage was a German colony. Equally so, Shakespeare should converse with Soyinka, praise poetry, the vast literature of post-colonial Africa. It should be a discursive relationship and not an exclusionary relationship. Because I'm not in favor of those people that say, wipe everything from the table and we just read the local stuff, because then you deprive people of exposure to global knowledge. Afrikaans has its origin in Europe and in Africa. The latter part was conveniently written out of the prevalent academic discourse of the time. Now suddenly there's a rush to discover Kaap's, reclaim Kaap's, and study the different variants of the language. Afrikaans literature has experienced an upsurge of texts written in Kaap's, yet it was also critical of the government since the 1960s. African languages, in our case, has not been so privileged, such as English or Afrikaans, and is discovering the past. Now, recently I saw an article on South African queens. And it was fascinating to me because, to confess, this is probably my mea culpa moment. I only knew of the Queen of England because she's been with us for a century. So, and it was fascinating to see all these queens, and I think these people were here in this country. I don't know about them. And I'm self-excluded from access to the archive and the language because I can't read the language. And I must confess, I get so fed up of people who say, you know, I can't read Xhosa, but I always wanted to learn the language. Then bloody well do it, you know. Just don't come with these excuses all the time. And the double bind comes in again because a university is, on the one hand, very esoteric. It is a self-centered activity. You sit in a library, you read. Now, the students nowadays don't go to the library. They read on their computers, but still. And if we don't keep that in mind as well, we might as well consider a sending down policy similar to the one in Maoist China, or in the present Chinese government's so-called rural revitalization projects where the students are sent to the rural areas to work the fields or be part of agriculture. Then you don't need this scholarly endeavor. In a current discipline such as media studies, we need to keep in mind that Shumayeli Wendaba was already published in 1837, and there are more to films than Disney or Bollywood. There's Nollywood from Nigeria, and we have Steven Spielberg, and the only name I could think of was Usmane Zimbeni. Comparative studies between South African and African films will create a new theory of knowledge, broadening the critical conversation. And it's interesting, on the news flash of Makerere University, it says they recently had a conference on the harmful effects of AI and the resultant misinformation. And I mean, that's what we're doing as well, that we have, we're all in that. So it would be interesting if we could exchange ideas. Now, I'll stop here because I've got 1 minute, but maybe we should rethink the idea of departments and disciplines and make it more fluid, like the Dutch, for instance. They don't have this very strict rhyming like we do all the time. And perhaps we need to have a reshuffling. And I see in the UK, for instance, on their websites, when they advertise a course, they immediately say, what jobs can you do with this course? And I think we need to think in that along those lines as well, so that students know this is not just a pipe dream, I can do something with this qualification. That is what I think. And then, of course, the cross-disciplinary teaching, transdisciplinary teaching. Just one example, last year we did a seminar on the language of. We looked at the language of mathematics, art, linguistics, etc., etc. And then we had this conversation. It was not well attended, but at least it was a beginning to sort of transdisciplinary discussion. I think that is how we should think. But I think it's also one, we need to change the mindset of people, because people are very sort of safe in their little domain. And you don't shake that little nest like in a storm, because it won't work. Okay, so I think that is one way of dealing with this revitalization. So revitalization from the dictionary is to give new life or vigor to something, or to give life. And I don't know how we're going to give more life, but in future we need to think about that and address these issues. So these are just my thoughts from language, media, and culture. Yeah, thank you.
So much, Peter. I thought, Babalo, I'll start with all the schools and then finish off with the center.
I'm already here. So.
And with your leg. Okay. Professor Babala Makokana is the director of the Center for Gender and Women's Studies. The center is located in the Engagement and Transformation portfolio, but I always feel that the home is in the humanities, hence we do quite a lot of collaborations. And so the academic programs of the center are located in the humanities faculty. Over to you, Prof. Makokwana.
Thank you so much. I'm not good at show and tell, colleagues, so please forgive me. I'm just here to basically think with you around the idea of revitalization of humanities. And given what Marius just said about the post-human era that we have entered, and where technology is seen as a silver bullet to solve of all our problems in the society. During COVID, we were told that sciences, especially medical sciences, are the main perspective in which we can resolve the problems that we all faced at the time. Saramo Swetsa was standing here, I think during that COVID period, and said, it's funny now that we are saying that the medical field and the pharmaceutical companies, pharmacy and everyone, are the main solutions to the crisis that we're all facing as a global humanity. Because humanities and social sciences had said a long time ago that there's a crisis in terms of social reproduction. So you cannot manage the 1.5 meter distance in a shack, you know. So those are some of the things. And she traced it and said, the socio-economic condition that we find ourselves in, humanities and social sciences have been basically saying it for years, but there's a refusal to listen to humanities. And just to speak on the issue of the crisis that I think Jackie and Marius just related to. The issue of crisis, I think Pramesh Lalu says, the problem with humanities and social sciences for a long time in South Africa was always linked to the colonial and apartheid project. It was racialized, it was gendered. Therefore, when you're trying to revitalize, you're going to have to point it at the eye of the problem, which is the racialized and gendered nature of knowledge production in humanities. So if we are going to revitalize, I think that it is important that we read, for example, the works of Kwame Nkrumah in 1964 in his speech when he was opening the Institute of African Studies, where he literally was framing what J.K. was reading, the Charter for Humanities, and saying that the kind of future African student ought to be able to be very clear in mathematics, very clear in physics, but also this person must be grounded in the clan systems, must be grounded in the proverbs and the economies of Africa. And this person must be international. So you can't say, I only know what I know from my region, but you must be international in your approach. This is 1964, colleagues. We have not even thought of humanities crisis or problem. And then you come to the charter, obviously says this in 2011. But when Thabo Mbeki comes in 1997, 6 May, he says the same thing about I am an African. And he starts building bridges between science and humanities and say that I am a child of Griqua, and take history, science, and what people are facing at the time as a lens to which we can begin to revitalize. I think we have the tools, colleagues, to revitalize, and we have the inspiration to revitalize. But when it comes to the issue of the gender center, and obviously when Mutwa says in 2018, let's redraw the boundaries between humanities and sciences, I think humanities and social sciences people have always known that the boundaries are fake between science and between natural sciences and social sciences. It is the refusal to do the actual work, because the boundaries are fake, because all we are dealing with, it is the global humanity crisis, which can never be resolved by one perspective or one discipline. It is so vast and complex, the crisis that we're all in right now, that when we wake up with a young woman bent by the ex-boyfriend, all of us are crying. I was like, how did that happen? Because we have decided that, okay, that belongs to gender. It doesn't belong to law. When an Olympian in Kenya gets burnt to death, and then the following day, the gods of Africa do the justice. But anyway, that's another thing. So there has always been the interaction, because the global human crisis is too vast. There is no physics alone that's going to help us. There is no sociology that is going to help us. There is no, botany that's going to help us. Interestingly, when you think about the scientific racism that was, kind of muted in the body of Sarah Batman by Caviar, the botanist, or the zoologist. He already knew, Caviar, that for me to understand these particular bodies, I will do this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Obviously, it was based on violence, racism, patriarchy, and all of that. But that on its own, that act of a zoologist redefined how we see women's bodies across time, especially black women's bodies. And we then said, oh, maybe they've got big bum, less brains, this and that. And it became science. It became science. This is what we're dealing with right now. All the way, a zoologist dissecting a black woman's body. It changed how we see the black woman's body and how unrapeable the woman's body is, especially the black woman's body. So we can't say we have not been, we have been. We have been doing this work, but there is no intentionality from different sides to pull together and say, for example, let me make another last example. Pamela Scully, who is a legal scholar, registers in 1850 already that the first rape in the Cape happens to, unfortunately, two people who've got European-sounding names. But the judge assumes, based on the name, I've got the reference if you want it. The judge, based on the name, I think it was here in Gafrainit or something, and then said, you know what, this man deserves to go and do life because he has raped a white woman. He decides. This is in 1850, the first court case of rape. Upon hearing that actually the name of this woman sounds European, but she's a black woman, then the judge is like, okay, sister. Then we should revisit the sentence. This is in the history books, colleagues. I'm not making this up. Then you can do community service. That is law. That is the legal system. That takes on the scientific understanding of the zoologist about these bodies and puts it into law and say, therefore, there is no value for you. There's always been the understanding. Okay? But what we have done in the Center for Women and Gender Studies is we have applied what we know as deep historicization of the contemporary problem. Ungirunzegu calls it sankofaring. What we have done is deep historicization of these problems so that we can begin to challenge the contemporary stereotypes about who produces knowledge, how knowledge is produced, where is knowledge situated, and who's got a claim to knowledge. And we have done this also with the social consciousness course Nomalanga teaches in it, where we have actually more engineering students now in social consciousness than we have humanities. And they are asking questions around similar questions that I'm talking right now, because they can see that the global crisis requires that all of us will pull our hands together and ask bigger questions, which is what I think revitalization of humanities is about, is just centering the global humanity in our daily experience, daily teaching, daily research in how we engage, so that we can all have full humanity outside the silos that we have created that are unnecessary. Thank you so much.
You're hopping. She's hopping, Kosiam. Should I sit here? I think everybody has.
For the camera
So Prof. Mkhize
Okay,
is the
so-
director of the School of Governmental and Social Sciences.
Okay, thank you. I think because I'm a director, I have to do a type of show and tell. So, but I can't do a show and tell because our staff is not as show and telly. But I do want to say that the future of the university is actually in what Vapor does. The future of the university is in the collaborative work in which everything comes together in design, in production, and that's what we should be doing. But I think just for the sake of this conversation, I'm going to put 3 things forward, and I think this is a beautiful foundation that's been laid here. There are 3 things that have to do with this revitalization issue. The first is that it's not a humanities only thing. And I think Babalo is explaining why Peter is demonstrating the sort of engineering and other side, the commercial side of what we should be able to produce. But in any case, these are the 3 questions I want everyone here to think with. The first is that the question I think we asked ourselves in 2018 is, how do we defend Mandela's name, right? Walter Sisulu's name has not been treated well down the road, whether we like it or not, right? Now, how do you defend taking on this name? That's a question people should ask in engineering. That's a question people should ask in education, in the medical school, in the humanities. The answer partially for the university here was to actively put the humanities up front in the defense of Mandela's name when we took that name proper, right? The reason that that was necessary is simply because if you don't have a robust intellectual culture centered on broader questions, I can guarantee you Mandela's name, you're going to Shambalaza it somewhere. What's Shambalaza in English? Embarrass. It's that, there's only one way. You're going to shame Mandela's name. All of us have now had the experience here of going overseas and saying we're from Mandela University and people expecting everything Mandela from us, not the rainbow. People don't actually expect the rainbow overseas, they expect intellect. People only expect intellect when we engage as Mandela University, right? People expect to come here and see me and Peter discussing materiality and coming at it from Derrida, coming at it from Mkhai, coming at it from Lacan, okay? With those people here, that's what we do, okay? Because we don't want to embarrass Mandela's name. Utata betunana, Tata. We're not doing Tata here. Mandela is a robust intellect, and that's why we have the social consciousness course. So even in the approach to research, when people are struggling at the NRF with, why did this ethics thing come out and people are asking questions about colored women's cognitive standards? It's because there's no intellect at the heart of that project. So the first is the revitalization of the humanities as a university strategy is about defending the academic project in light of the name change. And I think we all, because now if you are also Mandela University, you have to be Pan-African now. If you're going to be Mandela University, you're going to have to be universally open in some way. But you also then have to be relevant to the Eastern Cape. But then you probably also have to do some rugby as well, something I don't like, but I can't escape it now because we are named after Mandela, right? That's the first. The second is, what defines scholarship and research post-apartheid? If apartheid scholarship is racialized, gendered, developed along an ethnic project of the state, developed around delinking South Africa from the rest of Africa, instilling an identity that South Africa does not belong in Africa, and also de-Africanizing Africans in South Africa. So black South Africans are less African than other Africans, apparently, okay? That thing, if the whole knowledge base of this country is built around that, whose task is it to define then what makes scholarship post-apartheid? What's scholarship after the end of apartheid? What is engineering after the end of apartheid? Okay, because we do know that engineering was responsible for townships. We do know that engineering is responsible for the fact that there are no pavements in townships, by the way, not engineering only, architecture, spatial planning, and all those things, right? We do know that it's responsible for beautiful projects, Kharib Dam, which was meant to feed the white agriculture, the Dal Monument, everything. So what is engineering post-apartheid? You need a strong intellectual project to drive those questions. Whether they want to ask them or not, it doesn't matter. We will ask them. Karabo will ask them. What is AI after apartheid? All right, so that's the second question. The third question is, what is the purpose of the university and what's its future? Now, if we can agree that Makerere is very traditional, most African universities are incredibly traditional. But then there's another side to the African university, which is that we are constantly in crisis, right? There are two futures for universities in Africa. If you didn't hear it from anyone else, the humanities people will tell you, we predict and we can tell you. One is this, so it's two scenarios. One is a scenario of utter resource deprivation and conflict. You already live in that system, all right? The other is a future in which, in spite of resource deprivation, universities are able to maintain kind of a robust sense of their own purpose and chart like paths forward where conflict is not the defining dynamic, but rather debate is the defining dynamic, right? It seems to me, for some strange reason, that it is mostly in the humanities that debate has had to be reinstigated in this institution in particular. So I have found that where universities have undergone massive transitions, it is whether or not you can have people who are willing to say, that doesn't make sense, or I challenge that thought. We challenge that policy, we challenge that system, and not to have to do it only from a labor relations point of view. So what's happened in the institutions, just so that former president understands, imesses Pilanai. What's happened is we have deferred common conflict around matters to structures and to debates around things that affect labor or things that affect general institutional process. So instead of being able to have a robust debate on, say, for example, gender, or let's say on some other matter, it's going to only be able to come up once it's a policy matter. Because people have decided that the university is not a place for questions. It's a place where we come to work at 4, we leave, we come to work not at 4, that's breakfast. We leave at 4. We come to work at 8, we leave at 4, we clock in, we do the things that we have to do, and then we're out. Okay? And we've instituted incredibly hierarchical systems, and that's part of a survival strategy that that universities have taken up because of the crises. So the revitalization is about saying, no, debate belongs to the university community widely, right? I want to conclude by saying, what I've learned in my time at this institution is that it is possible to kill a project without saying you're killing a project, right? It's possible for people to be free in '94, and then instead of freeing the universities, what you do is you overload them. Then they never have intellectual questions. So this is what I say to people. The students you produce under those conditions, I can guarantee you, they are the same students with their degree who will hijack you on the road. Those students who we bring into the institutions and we don't give them a robust education that answers various social questions. What is post-apartheid? What is necessary for the society? What do you make out of an African child? What is the citizen? How does this person relate to what's happening in Lagos and what's happening in Turkey? If you don't ask those questions of the type of student, the mass system that okay, in fact, 2 things that I needed to demographic questions around this. One is that your universities are now mostly female, so 60% female. This is a global issue. Where are the young men, right? And then secondly, your universities are now 80% largely in South Africa, working class. They cannot pay fees. So you are directly dealing with a social crisis. The majority of your students are female, and you are facing quite an interesting profile. With that in mind, what is the purpose of your university? How do you defend its intellectual project? And what does it do for the future of that country?
So these are the 4 directors and the deputy dean of the faculty, really defining for us the intellectual project of the faculty around the revitalization of the humanities in their own context. Critical questions, uncomfortable questions, and I appreciate that, and that's why it is good to have them in the leadership of the faculty. We continue to engage. So at this point, I'm going to ask, it's a Q&A. We finish at 11, isn't it? Do you finish at 10:30?
I don't have a program. 20 minutes.
10:30. Okay. Okay. So we're supposed to have another session, but we can work around that. So let me allow 15 minutes of Q&A. I almost took you 45 minutes. So 15 minutes of Q&A. Please be pointed in your question. If you need to direct your question to the person you wish to respond to the question, I remind you, be pointed. If you can just indicate your name and your affiliation, if that's important. It's the first speaker here, second, third hand. Okay, let me take this one.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Razak, and I'm from Economics Department. Thank you so much. I really enjoy myself. I came here this morning and I was just looking for where to fit in because today is my first time, but I didn't actually miss. I mean, this is the right place. Thank you so much. All the speakers, they're very wonderful. However, I have just one particular question directed to, I'm not really good in, yeah. And the question actually came from your questions. I'm from Nigeria by God's grace, and immediately I finished my master's degree in 2019. And when I was checking through the university to choose, and I came across Nelson Mandela University because of the name, Nelson Mandela University. And I read about how the struggle came from, because in my undergraduate days, before going to university, I'm conscious politically. I used to be a kind of a student union that believe, hey, we no go agree. I'm so sorry to use that word. Like, no, Victoria must be asserting. You understand me? Now the question now is because I'm an economist and I've written on inequality, and I want to point your attention to something about Pareto optimization, and I want to also link it to. It may not be 100% connected, but let me say this. There's something we call public goods. And public goods, a simple definition of public good is that the consumption by one person does not reduce the amount of the quantity that is available for another person. So now, connecting it to Pareto optimization, you don't make one person. If you make one person better at the expense of another person, then that is not Pareto optimization. Now, my question goes directly to the gender. You see, I was at a student examination some time ago, and this student wrote extensively on gender issue, and specifically, he was writing about financial discrimination. And the student was just talking about how females have been discriminated, in a commercial bank, because they don't have the inheritance to stand as a collateral to get a loan. And now, I now asked the question one particular, I now asked the lady a question. I said, it's a beautiful thing. But the question is, when you say gender inequality, does it mean that men are not also a victim of gender inequality?
Is that the question you're directing to?
Yeah, to the gender, because I know.
Thank you so much.
No, the question now is that, my question now is that.
I'm just worried about time.
All right.
So you've already taken 4 minutes. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks, Razak. Thank you. By the way, economics is humanities.
Yes.
Good morning. I'm Ovayo. I'm from the science faculty, from physics. So, just to be neutral and not really take any between two sides, but if we're really being honest, science just seeks to identify the universal laws which apply everywhere. And then whereas if you look into the humanities, it actually look at the specificity of the culture, whereas the historical context of where are you actually looking at this? Are you looking this in terms of the Xhosas? Are you looking this in terms of the area in which are you using your data from? So I think one mistake, or I would say the reason why now we have more, because even if I listen online to seminars, I always come across people, I'm not going to say be specific, but I always come across people who always try to cry for equal rights from science and from humanities. I think if you spend more time on your work, you spend more time on your research, you spend more time on giving out quality outputs, there's no need for you to go around and actually advocate for these two to be equal. Because I think science doesn't exist alone. At the same time, humanities doesn't exist alone. Because we have, for the universe to be complete, if you look at a physics point of view, you also need some kind of aspects to actually explain what is happening. If you look into a black hole, you're going to see a theory of multi-universe. But you can't really explain that with only equations. So you need humanities at the same time. And also the second question, sorry.
You've got two questions. Okay. Quick.
Sorry, and also the last question, I would like just to come in on his remarks that he mentioned. I think also let me just say Nelson Mandela University is quite a good university. From our own faculty, mainly the management, they are females, of which that is a good thing. But I have a problem when we actually try to push some kind of agenda without looking whether are you credible for the job or not. Because I think the only reason that is making now people to be underlooked is because we want to push certain genders without looking at the credibility. Thank you very much.
I think the last, I think your questions have got lots of assumptions about our academic projects. The women here are extremely capable, and so does everybody in the faculty. We are really conscious and intentional about who we appoint, as we will say towards in the next session. We are really intentional, and we value excellence, and we're mindful that excellence have been marginalized in the past where it comes to black people. But I thought I should intervene there and then just ask Babalwa to talk to the question of gender. There's another question. One last one. I've asked Ovayo and Razak, I couldn't stop them. Can I please ask you to be short? The next question, please. Can I ask you to be short? Where's the next question? Okay, all right, okay.
Let me sit here just to entertain you. You know, in Africa, it's always interesting when African women are in power. There will be lots of questions about their competence from African men, because there's an assumption that they're supposed to be the inheritors of the colonial patriarchal finances. Anyway, just to come to your point, to entertain you, from sciences, you don't have a problem with women occupying positions of power. And you are bothered by the incompetency of these women. This is not the first time I'm hearing someone from science saying this, by the way. And I think that it's a challenge to the science faculty to bring in other faculties on board in terms of conversations. I overheard a postdoc recently in a restaurant saying that, thank God for MK, it's gonna fix these women for us. And this is a real thing. I can tell you, there were people. And, you know, violence is a type of thing that we have unconsciously taken on and embraced without even being conscious of it. I would ask you to change gender in that sentence that you've put in and put race. Let's not allow black people to take on positions. Put race where you've put in gender. Then you're gonna hear that kind of argument. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. All the categories that we've used to discriminate, we assume that they are normal. But if I say to you, in science, let's not allow black people because we need competence, what are you going to say? Because you assume that the anatomy, the color, and everything determines competence. When there's a whole process of recruitment that takes place with different intellects involved and specialists to say that Nomalanga deserves to be the director with a competition across the globe. So put race there. I'm not going to entertain about the history of discrimination in the workplace. Just put race and find out how you're going to feel as a black man when that is said to you. Okay? The issue about inequalities and gender discrimination is long. Let me take you to your own context in Nigeria. Most of the scholars that have written about West Africa, they tell us about the histories of independent women who owned markets in Nigeria. People who used to own the whole self-sufficiency of West Africa was in the hands of women. Just before the colonial system was imposed legally by law, economically, religiously, and also in terms of education. Those 4 things were used to take away that financial self-sufficiency of women in Nigeria. I'm not going to talk about South Africa. So when you come here to South Africa, you will know that in JSE right now, Johannesburg Stock Exchange, public companies, they only 10% of women are actually in the top positions of those companies that are there. What is it that I'm trying to say? Is that when we talk about gender inequalities, we're not talking about the fact that you are prejudiced today. You feel like you don't have money to buy bread today. We're talking about the system that we have economically that puts women, by virtue of the fact that they give birth, at the back foot. The fact that I, as a woman, I have to take 2 full years of my career just to be able to give birth, nurture children, and do all sorts of things. That puts my colleague, who doesn't have the same responsibilities, 2 years ahead already. I'm not going to talk about the technicalities, but I'm just talking about the systematic issues. If you go even today to Nigeria, women are still very much involved in the markets. The only thing that people are asking for is self-sufficiency, colleagues. No one is wanting to depend on anyone, whether by race, class, or gender. Everyone wants a little bit to be able to survive. So the issue of men's discrimination that is currently being the case, you're asking the wrong person. Currently in South Africa, we're facing femicide. It's a very urgent thing that we're facing. Women are dying on the streets every day by their partners, not by the stranger. They are killed by their partners who happen to be middle class, to kill the stereotypes of a stranger that is unemployed out there. Middle class men are killing their partners. That's what the statistics are telling us. So, unfortunately, self-sufficiency is at the heart of gender, equality that people are calling for. Whether that on its own needs to be challenged in terms of liberal democracies and individualistic approaches to gender, that's a certain thing. That's on the side. But we can't say that we should not call for the fact that women are on the minority across the globe. And then you say that, what about men? Yes, men can be prejudiced. But systematically, currently here, they still have the edge. If you're looking at statistics in South Africa right now, the rural woman with a matric is the most unlikely person to get a job. You can go to labor statistics right now. That is basically what is happening. Unemployment is female, even though that we need to discuss how individualism can reduce important debates of gender, of race, of class, and competition kills actually the essence of what we're all trying to do to reach full humanity. Because ultimately, all of us, we want to be fully human and be self-sufficient. All of us, whether you're a man, woman, queer, or anything. That's the whole point of life. Thank you very much.
Just to add to this, I think in terms of physics, physics is the most beautiful thing, right? And I think what Peter does is basically one of those disciplines where it converges, right? I mean, we were working with engineering there to light up the dome with your light laser things. With your light laser things. Yep. I was at I've visited that Itemba Labs and watched, had so many beautiful discussions about people shooting electrons through all kinds of things, right? Our nuclear facility there and the nuclear medicine that we produce. And I think that I love Christopher Nolan's films. In particular, I mean, I think most of us, we love that beautiful film of his, Interstellar, because it's like almost 99% physics as art, right? So one of the things that we have to do as a country and as a continent is just that, is produce the child who knows the poems and is not afraid of the physics. What Babalwa then answers is why we can't produce that child, right? At Itemba Labs, it's one of your colleagues. I forgot her name, but so let me not name her. She was in honors at University of Zululand. She was in honors. She's the one who took me through that machine, telling me about atoms and charge and shooting electrons. She was 21. I attended the Russian physicist there at your building who was talking about dark matter. And that was very interesting, how dark matter came to be discovered, right? Because we'd seen all the density, but we couldn't account for what was missing that we couldn't see, right? In stupid person's language, that's what I heard. There was a beautiful lecture about how we discovered dark matter. And there was that young black woman there who does cosmology, and her job is to study the universe after the first few seconds, right? She needs to be able to do that and still be able to be okay being an African without being harassed too. But at the same time, sorry, Dean, if I can conclude, there's this, so that's what revitalization is. It's the historian who can actually engage on the question of dark matter, very rudimentary. But I'm looking at the broad role of the science in the society and being able to say, we must produce that black child, we must produce that young child who can do that. I could just be slightly controversial. We're having a problem right now, and it's only because I'm in the Eastern Cape, I'm not from here. We're struggling to see colored men in our classrooms, right? Look around you. We're struggling to see the colored boy in our classrooms, okay? This is important for myself, for Babalwa, for everyone. We have to be able to answer that question. Who, at the age of 8, where is that colored boy, okay? So yes, because he could be the physicist, but he's not in my classroom when I need him to be in my classroom. So there's now a whole social question that has to be answered and asked very precisely. That's why you need people who can like really dissect and look at that, because if you don't answer the question, you are losing a whole bunch of people. They're falling through a literal black hole in society, okay? And so with that in mind, then we ask the broader questions that Jackie was asking about the nature of knowledge, because in the end, if we look then at African society historically, and we want to imagine African societies in the future, one thing that Africans, we can admit, we have failed to solve the problem. And we are still grappling with how is Africa going to fail to solve. We know what that problem is. We are unable to be self-sufficient and sovereign. That means we're going to have to answer very layered social questions, because there's no physics if we are unable to do that. And I will just say this, I have said this to the scientist, who will determine the physics budget is the MK guy. I just want you to know, it's not you. Who is determining your budget in future is sitting right now in the ranks of EFF Student Command. Yeah, that's who's determining whether there's going to be SKA, whether there's going to be history. It's the young man who is sitting in those ranks. So we are going to have to engage that young man and understand his histories, his psychology, what makes him human. How is he going to be self-sufficient? Because when he's sitting in parliament, he's determining. Right now, Nompendulo is the chair of the science committee. She was fullest yesterday. She's the chair of the committee that deals with science infrastructure. And everyone can tell you she's a very, very difficult chair. So I want us to think that broadly. And so I think with your question, there are deep layered questions around women and how women are doing. And there are deep questions about boys. And we ask these questions, all of us. So yeah, it's your Pareto thing. I'm not sure if I'm right. It's not a win, one wins, one loses. It's more like, what's the complexity of what's going on right now? Why are we losing boys? And why are girls being murdered in South Africa specifically? And those are questions that if we answer them with a great deal of precision and honesty, and who's going to determine the physics budget? Can I produce a black physicist? Then your society will go somewhere. Then you're moving. But if you're afraid of debate and you start to be, we're going to be in trouble.
Great. Thank you, Prof. Mkhize. Thank Prof. I think they refuse to speak. The bigger question for me is the construction of power around knowledge. At the beginning here, I said that in the exhibition here, everything, every item exhibited here, there's science behind it. And so for one to say, I think what really, I can't think of another word, what offends us as humanities is to think that we're coming here to just talk about humanities, to argue about humanities. We're showing the science in humanities, both the natural sciences, not the hard sciences, the natural sciences, and the social sciences. So if you don't see the intersection of those disciplines in these materials, look, when they have to do these things, they are done in the lab, they measure quantities, they mix, and they decide what is the highest pressure of heat and everything. So that is science for you. The difference between us and you is that you don't transcend beyond natural sciences. We do both. And the construction of value in disciplines, the construction of power in disciplines is really something that we need to talk about more in the university. Like Prof. Mkhize said, that's the revitalization of the humanities is not a humanities project. Because in the beginning of a university in Africa, people studied medicine, studied languages, studied maths, and everything. So these things at the beginning of first universities, by the way, in Africa, not in Greece, as you taught, but they began here, and there was a lot of interdisciplinarity. And so as a humanities faculty at Mandela, our project is to go back to the origin of university in Africa and look at the intersection between disciplines. But if we continue to invest in sciences and then remove, or rather have difficulty in shifting your orientation from how you've been orientated about knowledge in universities, I think it's okay for sciences to think that way. We know that we're advancing as humanities in what we're doing here. Like Prof. Mkhize says, this is vapor. They're doing this in GSS in the work that we do with the Khoi community led by Dr. Davids at the back there, where they're actually making soap. There's no scientists there. There is local knowledge from the Khoisan community, there's scholars here, and the indigenous knowledge of knowing quantities and what oils to extract from plants and everything is not done in your labs. is done here. So if you don't want to come over, that's a problem. But also what's important is that please value what we present. This is not just us howling. I was offended, it's really offended by you saying, stop talking and do what we're doing in sciences. We don't want, it's not like we don't want to do, we value what you do, what's done, but if sciences values what we do as well, it would be great. What I would like, I've kept you for 10 minutes already, 1 minute, it's just so to show you what the rest of the program looks like. In the next session, we're going to take just a few minutes to talk about the interventions in the faculty to build the cohort of staff that we know is important in driving the humanities project in the university. The second session is followed by people, this cohort of staff, showing us what they are doing. Brilliant work from Professor Subeshni Naidu and the the Digital Humanities team, illustrating what we're doing in the faculty. The third session, we are focusing on the archive because the orientation, what we've been taught in university is a deliberate undermining or invisibilization of knowledge systems from the, so not to know that your mother at home is the important person is, I find it very strange. And so we're talking about, in this third session, about the importance of us going back to the archive. Jackie talked about historicization, going back to the archive and looking at what has been written by Africans from African lens about Africa, about our knowledge, and the importance of that in bringing it back into the academy as we reimagine the future of knowledge in Africa. The last session, and of course that is in collaboration with the Thabo Mbeki Foundation and a talk by Precious Bikicha on women there. The Thabo Mbeki Foundation is specifically, and the University Press, specifically to look at lots and lots of literary text that has been written by Africans in this part of the world, but that have been deliberately marginalized because of the time of their writings. And of course, because if they had come out, they would, should I say, what's the right word? What's the right word? To the colonial project. Not support, they would actually be, the colonial project was to of course undermine Africa and all, and if these had come out, it would be, think of a word, Namalanga, Babal. Not that word. It would undermine the colonial project, that's right. So, and so we're working with the Thabo Mbeki Foundation in reviving the Lovedale Press, especially the writings of the Lovedale Press. And then through that, put forward the intellectual histories of Africans who wrote at the time. And at the end, we have a documentary that talks to land issues in the continent, big issues about land, especially around land tenancy, where people have lived in farms for generations, and when that farm is bought by another farmer, the workers there who have lived there for 40, 50, 60 years, they get removed. And so we know the connection of the people with the soil, with the land and whatever. They get removed and they then leave behind graves and what have you. So that is documented. And I would like you to stay throughout so that we can not educate you, but shift your thinking. So please come back, and I'm looking forward to seeing you for the rest. Thank you very much. 11, please come back at 11.
Namibia has a coastline of nearly 1,600 kilometers stretching along the south.
Thank you, Jackie. No, I don't want to say anything.
Okay, we get going. Thank you, everybody, and welcome back. Thank you for staying with us, and welcome to our new faces today. We are going into our second session. We are going to be discussing cultivating the next generation of scholars, building capacity for the revitalization of the humanities. Prof. Maseko spoke about how the session is going to talk to how we are capacitating staff for this important project. So I'm going to be chairing the session, and it's just my duty just to introduce you to the two speakers. Who's going to go first? Okay, Prof. Adrian Connick is a professor in media studies in the Department of Media and Communication in the School of Language, Media and Communication. And he's the author of numerous articles in national and international peer-reviewed accredited academic journals, and of the book Buddhism and Transgression, the appropriation of Buddhism in the contemporary West. That sounds very interesting. Prof. Connick, published through Brill, I think you said, yeah. And his interests are post-structural philosophy, visual arts, cultural studies, and film studies. So I'm going to introduce him, and then we will have Prof. Mkhize thereafter. Prof, the floor is yours. You want to come up?
I can sit here.
No,
It's
you come.
easy enough. Do you want to sit? Oh, we'll sit.
Okay.
Good morning, everybody. I have been appointed as the chair of the working group that focuses now on doctoral studies enhancement. But related to that, we of course are facing not a crisis, as was mentioned in the previous session, but a challenge in terms of supervision. And of course, the issue when you're looking at enhancing, let's just keep my eye on that time.
It's okay, I'll do it.
I think. An issue when you're looking at the issue of enhancement of doctoral studies, one thing you obviously need to focus on is capacity in terms of supervision. So the faculty has had some challenges in that regard over the last few years, and so we are now currently embarking on what amounts to a 4-year strategy to turn things around. And in terms of this, we are looking at those people who do not yet have their doctorates registering for their doctorates, and those who do have their doctorates linking up with chairs and seasoned academics to supervise doctoral candidates. And the idea is that over a 4-year period, what will happen is not only will we have a number of doctoral graduates in terms of staff, but also those who have not yet supervised would, over this course of time, co-supervise with a seasoned academic such that they have the expertise. And this process would be one of skills transfer over the next 4 years to ensure that thereafter we have a far greater number of staff with their doctorates who also then have the supervisory capacity to proceed to take on doctoral candidates of their own. Now, that is one approach, but of course we also have to think that's a long period, 4 years, and we have to imagine that the idea of getting a doctorate is a very large, overarching idea. What goes into that process at the level of the building blocks, as it were? And for that, we are going to be focusing on smaller workshops that allow people who have not yet published before to publish, or at least to formulate their articles and then submit them for publication. So these are smaller workshops where we have academics who have published a great deal, who are in a position then to guide others in terms of their publications, their focus area, and also the articulation of their argument. And the reason for this is that we face a major challenge with AI. And as you all know, not only at undergrad, but at postgraduate levels as well. And if we are talking about decolonization, we have to imagine that the question will arise sooner or later, if it has not already arisen in your faculty, of how AI is a colonizing force. The minute that you subordinate your thought to a machine, you are by definition colonized by that machine and by the discourses that are linked to the rhetoric, the kinds of articulations that you will find in AI. And so if we are going to talk about decolonization, we would have to talk about it at a brick and mortar level, not in the macro architectural scheme of things, but in how we formulate our sentences and in how we instruct others to formulate their sentences. And a key factor in this is the orientation of students increasingly towards exploratory but also logical connections. So we need to be able to formulate our ideas logically, we need to be able to articulate those ideas very clearly, and then we need to be able to communicate how to do that to students, and this includes staff and doctoral master's candidates who are at this moment in the proximity of AI, which could do a great deal of that work for them. And the idea is, of course, that if you then subordinate yourself to this new colonizing force of AI, you do not engage in that most fundamental of acts, which is the act of mind training. And that's what we're here to do. When we are doing our doctorates, we are training our minds to encompass material on a scale that we have not yet previously engaged with, and at a level and at a depth that we cannot imagine before we have completed our doctorate. So Deleuze is a very beautiful way of describing this point of transition when you initially look at something and it seems too big for you. And we all felt that when we started out with our doctoral studies. You know, we look at that project and it seems immense in its scale and proportion. But then when you finally get your doctorate, you look back and you realize that there's a fracture in your sense of self, your identity, because you have moved from a position of fear, of self-doubt, to one where you have now achieved this challenge, and you can never go back to that old way of thinking. You will always be marked by this success. But this is a point of transition, a fracturing of the I, where you are no longer the person you were before, but rather something very, very different on account of the effort. But with AI, we've encountered a major problem, because when that effort is shouldered by AI, then the level of transition, the level of transformation we undergo is diluted. And we can understand quite easily, we don't have to be philosophers to do this, we can understand quite easily how in the space of a few years, if we have students who increasingly make recourse to AI, their critical political ability will be diminished to the point where they will be easily subordinated to whoever is in control. And this is where AI, at a macro level, starts to pose major, major problems to societal function. We need to pass the torch, and that torch is not just one of information. It is an act and a process of mind training, and we need to pass that on. And so when we're doing, when we focused on the enhancing the doctoral supervision capacity, we also have to imagine, as I said, that at a bricks and mortar level, not at the architectural design level, we need to work also in terms of article publication. And this is for not predatory journals, which are again a problem that we're facing now, but journals that are focused, that at least are peer-reviewed academic journals. And through those publications, we can see students and staff begin to formulate their ideas for themselves in their own words, but very importantly, through the focus on logical connection. Because if we can focus on that, that is the skills base at the heart of all of the transformational practices and principles and ideas that we've heard spoken about this morning. But beyond that, of course, if we have now enhanced doctoral supervisory capacity, and we have our staff and our students who are now publishing, we also then have to think at a level of the culture, a doctoral culture in the Faculty of the Humanities. And this can also be a problem for many people entering our university for the first time, that they might feel quite isolated and alienated. And when you engage in master's and doctoral study, it can only sometimes compound that isolation and that alienation, because it is a lonely process of doing research. But if you are able to overcome that through creating a doctoral culture, a sense that as you are doing your master's and doctorate, you are part of a cohort, then in many ways we find the third part, or the third angle of the triangle, really, which is the focus of the humanities faculty at the moment, to create a doctoral culture, and a master's culture for that matter, which is research-based, linked up in turn with the enhancement of the supervisory capacity at the level of staff, and of course then with a focus on publication of articles. So that's really, in a nutshell, what we're doing in the Faculty of Humanities to enhance doctoral study and also research output, bearing in mind the context that we have now of increasing use of AI and its dangers to society and societal development in the long term. And that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Koenig, for talking to us about what we are doing in the faculty to enhance doctoral study. And of course, that helps us with the Knowledge Project a lot. We have, as I said before, 2 newly minted PhDs. I mean, I think the one is just this past week. Dr. Mayana there and Dr. Sibeko. So we're very, very proud of our new PhDs. I'd like to reintroduce Prof. Mkhize, just to let you know, last time you heard she's a director, now she's talking, well, as a director as well, I suppose, eh? But in terms of her scholarship, she's a history lecturer in the Faculty of Humanities, and her research is 19th century African language writings and literatures, and she runs our faculty's capacity enhancement program for emerging academics. On behalf of the Dean. So, Prof. Mkhize, floor is yours.
Okay, so I think let's pick up Adrian's framing that the purpose of doctoral studies and in general the university is mind training. And that's become more crucial as we face a self-created colonizing force in artificial intelligence, right? And the strange thing about artificial intelligence right now, of course, is that it's a colonizing force that's inferior to us. But we are, of course, scared. I don't know, Karabo, if it's going to become superior. But we're hoping that the act of mind training is what will permit us to deal with that force, right? And that, I'm remembering Ajume Wingo, when he was here earlier this year, ne? And Ajume said, if there's one thing you don't run out of, it's intellect. And that's the premise that we adopt in the support of emerging academics in the faculty. That if there's one thing you're not going to run out of, it's intellect. That's what brought people here in the first place. And so the role of any support mechanism in a university, it's to expand intellect. If the university begins to confine intellect, then it's abdicating and almost negating its own existence. So with that in mind, when the Dean, Prof. Maseko, arrived, she arrived during the COVID period. And because of the strategy in terms of revitalizing the humanities, she was doing quite a lot of recruitment. And quite a lot of that recruitment was young academics, whether end gaps or lecturer posts being filled. And because it was the COVID conditions, a lot of them were distant from the institution, and we were doing online teaching and the rest of it. So it became clear that if we do not find a way to integrate them into the work environment, even if it's remote, and we're active about it, we're going to actually frustrate the intellect. You know, it's going to be like they are call center agents who are learning consultants. And so there was a need to address that at the time. And so through that, then myself working with the dean then produced a very organic program to support the young academics coming into the faculty. And the purpose was, I think, primarily twofold. One was to integrate them actively into the faculty and to get them to feel that they were part of a faculty rather than a distant call center. And then the second was to have a very sort of defined track as a group of emerging academics that we're going to support them to get their doctorates or their masters, or to just move to the next level, okay? And I think the underlying philosophy was drawn from some of the work that Prof. Makokwana had been doing with the Gender Center, using kind of an African framework for how do you produce a person in an institution? How do you produce intellectual projects that also produce types of people? And I think looking at some of what Babalo had done there, and also what had been happening when I was also still in sociology, there were three things then that were underpinning the capacity enhancement program for young academics, which was that they will be produced as a cohort. In other words, you need to know who you work with, especially those that are your age, because that's how we were socialized in the academic. We were socialized by older academics, but in groups of people of similar age, okay? Because you're sort of at the same level, so you can see and be safe about, oh, okay, I'm not different from others. The second is some sense of scholarly community. I think myself and others, reflecting on how we were part of bigger scholarly communities of all kinds of experts, but people who took time to just get to know you and make sense of who you are. So you've got your cohort, and then you've got the broader academic community, which then, you know, like knows, oh, what's your topic? You know, what are you doing? But besides that, how's Port Elizabeth? It's a very spatially fragmented place, right? If you're not born into Port Elizabeth, if you're coming from Pretoria, or where a lot of our young academics are coming from outside of this province, it's incredibly difficult to integrate into PE. It's a very lonely environment. So you're going to make your friends at work. I don't know, is it Western Cape Town? Cape Town. Anyway. And then the last thing is competence. The purpose then is, when you have the underlying principle of competence, then we're driving towards ensuring that these young academics are going to be able to do the job and work that they do. So the dean has, through this 4 or 5 years, been able to provide funding from her office, because the model is not technocratic. The model for producing a person isn't put them through these stages, tick, tick, tick box, and then script. There's no script. What there is rather is a framework, and then you socialize people, and then they become the scholars they see around them, and they emulate, right? And then they become scholars because they talk to each other. So the dean was able to put funding to that. More recently, she was also able to fundraise from the UCDP program that DHET has in place. So we've got funding for supporting doctoral students in the faculty. That's part of a consortium with, I think, 6 other universities. But then that supports other doctoral work other work in the faculty. So you need funding that kind of understands that you won't necessarily see, you won't necessarily tick milestones, but you can guarantee you'll see competence at the end of the process. I would have liked to hear from some of the people what was good and bad, but because it's organic, it's not always easy to say, okay, this is exactly what we did. So one of the, now, let me just say, so two of the things that I think were important is to provide time where the young academic comes and says, I have to take time off because I'm writing my proposal and everything's driving me crazy. Then we go and say to the director, okay, the young person says they're feeling overwhelmed, whatever, can you just give them 3 months or whatever, and then find your contract's budget or whatever. But because everyone is sensitized to that, then the young person has just a little bit of time to go and do that. I don't know if other faculties do it, but this is now internally resourced, all right? And so having that sense that usually when someone is young, they can't take on as much as you can because you've developed all this competence. They still need time out. And understanding sometimes that that time out ends up as a break and then they become productive thereafter. So that's what we've been doing with the young academics. And then of course, ensuring that they know each other so that they can fall back on each other when they need to. And so what we've seen, oh, of course, and then there were the women who fell pregnant. I don't know how many babies should be named after me. Because what happens is that when you build the ecosystem that says we are centering the experience of this young person, and then many of the young people are actually, you know, they've got partners, they wish to have kids, and so they have children. And so having the sensitivity then to know that, okay, this means as a space we need to open up room. I think in the one case, somebody just had 2 children, one after the other, because of how nurturing we were. So they were like, I'm having kids. So there was a lot of fertility in the program, but they're young. So I think that's welcome because that was a sign that we've put the human needs first while expecting at the same time the academic competence to come out. So the person who had the 2 children finished her doctorate straight after the second child. Within small amount of time, she did it all. And when you look back, it's because we have a full holistic understanding of the person. So that's just by way of example, but also others people do take their own time and they've got their own things, but I would say that the resourcing for producing cohort, community, and competence, and keeping the mind at the center of it, as that's the egg. What we're doing is we're producing minds, we're not producing professionals. Can I say one last thing about that? Because I just remembered. You see this tendency in today's academic world to talk about professionalization. Okay, like you're gonna make a professional lecturer out of me as a historian. You can't. I didn't become a historian because I am someone who wants to be professionalized, because I like to live in archives. That's why I'm a historian. So the professionalization approach, I find, does not produce good minds. I will predict now, what we've produced in the humanities, and the dean is always crying, we are now staffing the rest of the humanities in the country because all our young academics are becoming so good intellectually and so courageous and so capable and so certain of who they are, sitting with people like this in the room, who just are themselves, right? They're now being taken up everywhere, and we have to keep telling HR that it's because the Becha is not as nice as Joburg, and you know, people want our people. So I think we've succeeded. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we just give another round of applause? One of my colleagues sent me a WhatsApp and said we should just proclaim, and we are amazing, and this is the amazing stuff we do. So I'm doing that, what he's instructed me to do. So yeah, just to let this sit with you, we're not going to take questions. You are welcome to share your faculty's practices with us informally. But thank you so much, Nomalanga. Thank you, Adrian, for just sharing that with us and reminding us about, all this really good work that's going on. I love what we are doing, production cohort, competence, keeping the mind. This is what we take from what you have said, an AI colonizer. Thank you. I'm going to hand back now to Prof. Maseko. We're going immediately into our third fabulous session. Please don't leave. Stay with us. Huh? Fabulosity, yes. Thank you, Prof.
I am, no introductions, colleagues. This is going to be like the real show and tell. Dr. Gebi Dlamini, if you can come up on stage. So the title for this session is Demonstrating Impact, a show and tell of the revitalization of the humanities initiatives, innovations, and achievements at Nelson Mandela University. Dr. Gebi is a lecturer in the anthropology department in the faculty. And then Professor Subeshni Mudli and Ms. Taryn Rennie. Yes. Both of them are in the Department of Media and Communication in Professor Marius Krause's school, the School of Languages, Media and Communication. Adrian? Dr. Glenn Holtzman is in the School of Visual and Performing Arts and is a senior lecturer in the Department of Music and Performing Arts. Sia Orkieni, welcome, Buddy, is a master's of honors. Come up. And now this I didn't confirm with the teacher. Is it master's or honors? Master's student in the faculty. And just Glenn is going to talk about, Subeshni is talking on applied media and communication, revitalizing the humanities one project at a time. That's Subeshni and Taryn. And Glenn is talking on co-creating compositions for motion pictures through joint experimentation. And Sia is going to be talking on still pen tuition in South Africa. And then the extra chair is for Wandile Msipa. Where's Wandile? Wandile is not here. She's supposed to talk on power of black text, but we have Dr. All these young people, they're looking. We have Dr. Johannes Sibeko, who's going to be talking on the digital humanities initiatives in the faculty. One of our very, very new doctors, 3 months old doctor. So then, can I take the opportunity to introduce the 3-day-old doctor in the faculty? Dr. Karabo Mayane. So I need to do these things. So I'm going to please ask you to be 15 minutes each, jointly 30 minutes. Yeah, is it? Jointly 30 minutes, yeah. And then if you can make it 10 minutes, that would be great. Okay. So over to you. I can go according to my list, or you can go, I think, according to my list. We start with Gebi.
Okay, hi. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're well. I'm going to talk about my research, past and present thinkings and musings, because I always think maybe these kinds of spaces, you can also help me think through some of the new ideas that are trying to come out and be plants instead of seedlings. So my title is called The Value of Researching YouTube from the Mundane to the Exceptional. My initial interest on YouTube started in 2014 when I discovered vloggers. Vloggers are people who video log their everyday life, doing mostly mundane things, and every so often something exceptional would happen, be it a trip somewhere, a visit by a friend or family, a wedding, children, divorce, everything outside of the daily routine of life, basically. I was interested in why people would share this And also the curiosity, of course, of that voyeuristic inclination to look into someone's behind-the-scenes life. But why would this be important? How does watching people post the most obscure, mundane things be important? Theorists such as Henry Bergson and George Simmel have long since written about the impact of technology and how we experience time and place. Most recently, research by Castells, McLaughlin, and Virilio has moved into the impact of technology around and off the internet, and has shown how this growing advancement has resulted in major changes in social interaction, organization, and subjectivity. People place and see themselves differently in the world. The notion of globalization, for example, is supported by the abilities of technology to do this compression of space and time. In my research, I found how, despite a historical suspicion of technology and the internet, users are able to create online communities that go beyond the notions of networked societies, but have meaning and substance beyond the point of interaction. I argue that they do so through a process of dispelling suspicion. For example, Jackie Aina, a beauty YouTuber, made a video speaking about her favorite products, which she later had to make a video responding to some of the comments left by viewers. In the video, she says, "So I did a Sephora haul and I got more comments than I usually do of people basically saying, typical, you used affiliate links. And it wasn't like they were saying, Jackie, you used affiliate links. Do you have any type of relationship with the brand? It was just people complaining that there were affiliate links in the description box with no background, with nothing. You give me nothing to work with, so I'm going to assume you don't like me having commission out of people purchasing products. One, you lost your mind if you think I don't deserve a commission on things I recommend." Sorry. Later she says, "It's like I'm seeing a lot of comments online saying we need to disclose when we use affiliate links, and when we do, people still get mad. It's like, do you want me to tell you the truth, or now you handle the truth?" Obviously, I'm being very specific because I know most of you guys do not have a problem with me using affiliate links, posting sponsored content, and, making the coin. You guys have been nothing but extremely supportive, but there will always be the select few. Later she says, "I got a comment the other day and I picture her yelling because it was all in caps and it said, 'You need to disclose your relationship and you need to disclose your affiliate links,' or something like that. And I was like, I don't know who you're talking about, but it ain't me. I don't know why you are yelling, ma'am. My disclaimer says affiliate links used." And apparently for a couple of people that was not open enough. That I'm supposed to dive and open up more about what it means. I'm not sure in what capacity. But I'm not saying this to be negative. If you see in the disclaimer, my affiliate links are used and you wonder, I wonder what that means. It takes like 2 minutes to Google. Like, I can't. You help me and I'll help you, because there is nothing that says that you have to describe in great depth what affiliate links is. It says affiliate links are used. Legally, that is disclosing, and that is me being open and honest. Later on in my analysis, I go also into the comments of this video to see how that says, and then that builds into this argument about dispelling suspicions, and you start seeing the responses between recent viewers and older viewers, and how the older viewers speak about kind of like a history of informing people when she has used affiliate links, and her history of informing people when it's paid content and those kinds of things. And that process of asking and commenters responding is what I call this process of dispelling suspicion. Suspicion on the internet is not only reserved for social media influencers. While there's a strong techno-positives movement in the early years of the internet, for example, McLaughlin again, who argued that the medium is the message, or Negroponte, who said that the world is as much bits as it is atoms. There's also a long history of suspicion of the internet and on the internet. Within YouTubing and influencing world, most of the skepticism presents itself in terms of subscribers being suspicious of YouTubers, even though suspicion can also be directed towards the viewers by YouTubers. When directed towards YouTubers or influencers, the suspicion is considered or framed in relation to YouTubers potentially misleading or lying to their viewers for their own commercial gain. On the other hand, suspicion and mistrust of viewers by YouTubers are generally framed in relation to viewers' disregard of privacy and space, and sometimes in relation to physical safety and potential harassment online and in person. Thus, suspicion and mistrust on YouTube and in social media influencing are always present. Disregarding this element in social media interactions and engagement underplays the important role that suspicion and the dispelling of suspicion plays in the setting up and establishing of online communities. Within all areas, okay. I use suspicion as a framework because it makes possible for numerous layers of reasoning to coexist, as well as multiple values such as we see online, such as simultaneity and commodification with effective ties. The process of dispelling suspicion does not mean that one's trust is established or that it stays forever, but rather that this process of different bands and different brands and different partnerships is always being responded to. Secondly, I argue that YouTubers use space to create boundaries between work and home, private and public, and that they use techniques that differentiate different spaces to create marked boundaries between them. And when vloggers do the work of portraying their everyday online life, they use boundaries to separate life and work, because life has now become work. They make their living from posting their life. YouTubers manage to turn the mundane into exceptional moments in these decisions and what's vloggable and what is not. So the filming choices or filming angles, the music added to production, and even the option to have commentary or no commentary in the clip all create a scene or a narrative that foregrounds a morning routine, for example, such as making coffee in everyday life. The filming process and the mediated nature of these interactions therefore exceptionalizes these mundane moments of life, such as making coffee. I'm almost done, Prof. 1 minute. Okay. So these were the two main arguments that I have done prior, but my current research focuses on sort of 3 areas which speak to the kinds of ways in which these social media spaces are being used to renegotiate, reaffirm, and also contend with the current economic status that we find ourselves in, or the economic climate that the youth are growing up in. Specifically, I'm looking at younger YouTubers and how, for one, they're thinking what the work that they do, how that works in the ways in which we think about income generation, and particularly not just income generation, but the accumulation of wealth as not a singular accomplishment, but rather something that is done in community. And I think if we change and I think that this change in the ways in which we think about wealth and the generation of wealth, if it's considered as part of a social work rather than an individual work, could really have a big impact in the ways in which people organize themselves. Sorry. Secondly, I'm looking at the ways in which the youth are romanticizing their lives and how this is turning more than just like moments of turning mundane into exceptional, but really exceptionalizing everyday life as an ongoing process. And lastly, I'm thinking about the ways in which the youth are engaging with algorithms as a way of creating spaces of agency online, where algorithms are not determining what they receive, but rather they are trying to overcome the algorithm and in a way create safe spaces for themselves online. So that's kind of my current thinking, and I think that spaces and thinkings about youth and the ways in which they use the internet really speaks to the ways in which we think about, the humanities can think about the social world that we live in.
Thank you so much, Gibby. Now over to Subeshni and Charan. So I'm going to time it together as 30 minutes. So I'm going to, must I time here so that she knows? Okay, 15 minutes. Okay. Yeah, halfway through, at 15.
No,
You
we're
can-
not doing, we speak in together.
Okay, you know when to to switch.
So, good morning, everyone, or good mid-morning, everyone. The title of our presentation is Applied Media and Communication, Revitalizing the Humanities One Project at a Time. We are grateful to share the work that our department is involved in within the broader project of revitalizing the humanities, as we have all come to understand since the mention of the idea of the revitalizing of humanities as an institutional priority, that pinning down a definition or singular explanation of the concept is nearly impossible. In media and communication, and I'd like to describe us as a quietly busy department, we've moved beyond trying to describe the idea, because trying to define parameters for the idea actually confines what you can do within that broad topic. And over the past few years, we've invested our time and efforts in actively living or practicing the concept through research and innovation and engagement, which we deliberately filter through our teaching and learning. We've also realized that it's discipline-specific and context-specific, so no one model of doing things is going to work for everybody in the humanities. And even though it's just Taryn and I presenting today, I just want to make it clear that, hold on, sorry. Okay, I just want to make it clear that everyone in our department is doing something. We're just speaking particularly on the projects we're involved in. Okay, so just to give you a structure of what we're going to be looking at, I won't go through that right now. So it's just an overview of our approach, and then Taryn's going to focus on the online repository that we do, and then we're going to each speak briefly on our individual projects in teaching and learning. The main thing that we need to talk to you about is the fact that we live and breathe theory-based practice. Very few people know that media has a whole creative component to it, in addition to a theory component. And attempts have been and are currently being made in academia across a variety of specialist areas to redesign curricula specific to their disciplines, to render them more inclusive and cognizant of indigenous knowledges, both past and present. Media and Com draws on this theory-based approach to achieve this, and specifically through the application of theoretical innovation to local and current contexts. A key objective is to develop more socially responsible graduates who can contribute to the upliftment of society through the sharing of their skills and co-creation of knowledge. And the department is thus committed to creating the spaces conducive to these objectives and to undertake research that exemplifies these aims, from which students can draw inspiration. Now, one of the things we are doing, if you were here in the earlier session, Prof. Binsbergen spoke about a shared studio space, which is something we are working towards, but in Media and Com, we've been practicing how that space would be used even without the space. So we're looking at things like innovation and experimentation, participation, social engagement, industry collaboration, because we set up all our projects as if they were based in industry along the lines of an agency. We work on inter and transdisciplinary projects, which I'll chat to you about later. We work on the idea of entrepreneurship because we want our students to be employable after they've come through our discipline. And a lot of this is aligned to the learning and teaching philosophies at Nelson Mandela University, which is Africanization, humanizing pedagogies, and technology-enabled learning. I will now hand you over to Taryn, and I'll come back later.
Okay, thank you, and good morning, colleagues. Thank you for affording us this opportunity to present our applied media and communication to you all. Most, if not all, of these projects are collaborative, cross or transdisciplinary across various faculties, departments, and public facilities. So following on from the previous slide that my colleague just presented now, our department's learning and teaching priorities, as mentioned, are very much included in my teaching and learning projects with our particular students as well. So some of the projects that I'm going to be including and discussing this morning are our online repository, which is also quite an instrumental part in our digital humanities. I also have been working on a book bag project, which I actually brought a sample here, so you're more than welcome to interact with that later. And also Parenting with Love book design in collaboration with STEPI, which is squaring the Education Pyramid Institute and the Utopia Foundation. And then last but not least, our, what we call the Nelly M Bag project, which is this bag over here, which is in collaboration with our NMU's food systems project as well. So that is a project that I'll talk to you about later. But firstly, let's talk about this, what we call our pilot project, our department's pilot project that led to further like-minded collaborative projects. So the need for a pedagogical shift had been talked about for some time, particularly in the blended or hybrid learning context. And during and after 2020, we needed to move swiftly to implement this. Disciplines had to move to online and remote, and staff in more practical modules had to create innovative teaching methods. Furthermore, we needed a space to store staff and student work for future teaching, research, and promotional purposes. So how did we go about doing this? We recruited some of our top senior students from third year undergrad and honors fourth year students to manage what we call the OR, or the online repository. Their roles included creating marketing and advertising material, curating and archiving creative and research work, and conceptualizing and creating an appropriate design style suited to the particular target audience. Furthermore, the student team decided to ensure that these curated content was responsibly created and also socially relevant and contemporary. Intellectual property and copyright checks needed to be maintained throughout the whole process. And obviously there were issues with various size formats of files that were submitted, conversions, and the kind of practical kind of things that had to also were rather challenging. Additionally, the students needed to understand the respective media roles and their contribution to teamwork. This was all extremely necessary to showcase the work to future employers, to parents, to other academic institutions, both in and outside of South Africa. And the idea is to continue with more theme-based publications going forward. To date, we have produced 3 successful online repositories and are currently busy with our 4th edition and our new recruit of students who are busy working on that right now. The annual theme-based publications created a beneficial opportunity for our own media students to work together in a team and agency environment. This particular slide here just talks to some of the strategies and the implementation of this particular project. So if you go onto our Media and Communication website, we will provide the QR code at the end of our presentation. You can go in and have a look at our online repositories. But the conceptualization and implementation of this project started off with a kind of small agency setup where the students each had a particular role, composed of a project manager, a copywriter, curators for design, film, PR, and then those who would liaise with the staff regarding their research content. Then the process would be to have a creative workshop, brainstorming of ideas for the new or the annual theme that was going to be taking place, and then we would advertise the content, which started off at quite a small space within our department, and we now have opened it up to the rest of the institution as well. And the submission of the work was then loaded onto a shared drive. Here's just a couple of examples of the double-page spreads that were designed by our design students, our creative team. And then if you click onto, for example, the page on the right-hand side, it was a way of showcasing our student portfolios as well. So this is one of our students' work on the right-hand side. You can click onto it and it'll take you through to various links. So you can see what the students' portfolio looks like, and also it's a great form of employability to prospective employers as well. Now, obviously, with this kind of project, there are a number of challenges. Like, how does this online repository remain current? How does the rapid change in technology affect the online repository? Some of the website links that the students might have used before became obsolete. How do we overcome those? Obviously, moving on to a digital platform is paramount in this particular instance as well. So we've used Wix site, we encourage our students to use Behance, and also with our film, they are on YouTube. So often this kind of thing can be rather expensive, as we have to keep on checking up on the way that these particular pieces have been archived and if the links actually work. So re-uploading the flipbook each time can actually cause problems as well. However, with a project like this, there are a number of advantages. So the students were able to put into practice working in an agency environment, working with others as well, within the safe space of the university. They were able to share ideas, they were able to access this information relatively easily as well. And the work can be really downloaded and shared very simply and very easily as well. So much more relevant in times of quick reading, the way that everybody expects things to be done right now. So it's much quicker than the traditional form of printed material. And obviously the preservation of the work is there for forever as far as the future accessibility goes. So it's a much easier way of global access, and also it supports democracy where records become public and more available. Now, here you can scan this QR code. You can see we have our first edition, second edition, our third edition over here. And like I said, we are busy with the fourth edition. So we're quite excited to be presenting that. Hopefully in December that will be out. So if all goes well. Okay, I'm going to move along to our next collaborative and interdisciplinary project that I was fortunate enough to work on. Let me just find my notes. Okay, so with this particular project, Dr. Franks from the Strategic Projects at Mandela University and Honorary Professor Paul Sutherland in the Faculty of Education, who's also an author and founder of STEPI, which is Squaring the Education Pyramid Institute, partnered with me and my students to create this book bag project. The collaborative book bag project began in September 2020 with the aim to provide around 10,000 primary school children in the Eastern Cape with reading material that serve as guidelines for those who would read, and to caregivers to serve as guidelines going forward. So the Calico swing bag there is for you to have a look at. There were 8 books that were inserted in there. Our students created postcards, illustrated them, and the idea was to create these beautiful illustrations that someone could keep and share as well. We created the postcards in English and isiXhosa, and there was also a letter to Gogo, where children could create a beautiful illustration piece as a letter of thanks. So this project was aimed to the 7-year-old in grade 1 to a 17-year-old sibling preparing for university, all the way to their 70-year-old Gogo. And the heart behind this project was not only to reach children receiving books, but to also impact friends, families, and communities, and to provide a glimmer of hope to serve and improve literary skills and overall academic performance, both now and in the years to come. The official launch of the Book Bag project was in June 2021 at the Mission Vale campus. This is another personal project that I've been working on. It's called the Parenting with Love project. And after the success of our Book Bag project, Professor Sutherland asked me to collaborate with him once again to illustrate and design this meaningful self-help parenting guide. I actually just received an SMS while I was sitting here to say this book has been so well received and people are looking so forward to receiving our second edition, which is going to be coming out soon as well. So the role as illustrator and designer was to provide images that speak words. And as Sutherland says, a picture is worth 1,000,000 words. Again, these books are aimed at caregivers and parents with limited resources. The illustration style that I used is simple, yet it provides enough detailing to create images that are realistic and relatable. In addition to this large print run that was printed in South Africa, we have 15,000 that have been printed in Uganda, and the books have also been translated into French for print runs in the Ivory Coast and Senegal. Further to this project, Interfaith Parenting with Love was also created and presented at the Parliament of World Religions Conference in 2023 in Chicago, Illinois, USA. So as a designer and illustrator in visual communication, it is paramount that one creates visual connections of emotional storytelling with suitable illustrations and techniques to create meaningful impact. So these are just some of the techniques I've tried to share with my students, where visual storytelling coupled with critical thinking helps to establish projects that really matter. These projects have informed my PhD, titled The Tale of an African Storybook, Designing a Multisensory Children's Book to Foster Emotional Interconnectedness. My aim is to write and illustrate 3 multisensory storybooks with sound modules that can also be translated into different languages. This PhD is also a collaborative project which is situated in the visual arts and in media and comms as well. Now, lastly, I just wanted to share another project. There are so many, but I just wanted to share another collaborative project where we've used what we've named the Nelly M bag, which is over here. Now, this project began organically through past connections with the master's students, and it also manifested an exploratory approach that evolved into a demonstrative project focusing on the university's 2030 vision in efforts to revitalize humanities and its hubs of convergence. I don't have too much time to talk about this, but the project emerged due to the stigma associated with food parcels that students were getting on campus. Currently, the university clinic distributes food parcels in plastic bags. Although this does fulfill its job, it is not strong enough and is not aesthetically pleasing. So our project here was created by the students for the students, also again collaborating across various faculties and disciplines, where we worked with School of Visual and Performing Arts again, the textile department, to select suitable fabrics and materials for this particular bag. To date, this project is hopefully being implemented. We are in the section of costing, and we are hoping to collaborate as well more with the marketing media team at the university.
Okay, so I guess I'm skipping through a lot. This is just quickly a slide that talks about some of the transdisciplinary stuff that we're doing. We've worked with the Transformation Office, the Engagement Office, the Ocean Sciences faculty, the Center for Community Technologies. We produce corporate and promotional videos for them, documentaries, etc. I'm talking now specifically in terms of film teaching. And then it's just so that our students gain post-qualification experience, are able to build a portfolio, and are involved in community engagement. This is one of the projects where we did a series of interviews with authors and illustrators for STEPI and Center for Community Technologies. Sorry, I'm going to speak really fast. Okay? Yeah, that's fine. This is a project that we did with the Engagement Office. It was a collaborative project with the University of Bath where we produced videos. Our students produced footage for thought leadership conversationalist videos. And this was at Charles Dinner Primary in New Brighton. And yes, as you can see, this shows you on-site mentorship with the staff and students. Then I just quickly want to chat to you about my postgraduate supervision. I teach an honors module in documentary filmmaking, and I integrate a lot of my research in film as a way of community development, resistant filmmaking, etc. And then I just want to read you, there's a whole lot about how we do this, but I just want to say quickly what the film's about. This film was made by my student Lekona. He combines 3 documentary modes, the poetic, self-reflexive, and performative, to tell a story of growing up gay in a heteronormative patriarchal community. And the stills from the film capture the sensory experience of loneliness and despair. In so doing, his film attempts to address stereotypical depictions of homosexuality and claim a space of resistant representation. And his film was screened during Pride Week last year by the Transformation Office. Okay, I'm going to skip that totally. But it's not skipping. Okay, then it's hi. These things are not moving. Sorry, and then I just want to take you quickly through a personal research project that I'm doing called Filmmaking as Therapy. And it works with women who've suffered GBV and women who've suffered GBV, and we've collaborated with the Transformation Office, and the participants in this project are students and staff who are part of the GBV and queer support groups. Basically, I did a series of workshops with them and taught them how to make film, but there's a whole range of different things that I teach them within that. And I just want to talk to you about 2 films quickly. I'll take 2 minutes. The first one is called Voices. As you can see what it says there, it's a film about the misconceptions and opinions society has about rape. And I'll just take you through some of the images. As you can see, these are images all put together by the participants in the project who've never touched a camera before. And yes, Voices is told from the perspective of a rape survivor who confronts social ignorance and judgments that rape victims have to contend with on a daily basis. Through a series of touching yet painful black and white images, the filmmaker takes a brave, critical stance against GBV. So that's one image. This is another one. Stop blaming victims, as you can see. And then this is the second film. It's called Uhambo Lokupila, and it addresses the discomfort experienced by queer bodies navigating heteronormative spaces. Using the medium of film as a space for subversive gender-based expression, the filmmakers draw attention to cultural prejudices and systemic violences against the queer community. Both films were screened at an LGBTQIA+ and GBV event held for students and support groups by the Transformation Office in March this year. And I'm so sorry for the rush, but yeah, thank you.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Subesh. I know this. Can you please take the QR code whilst I'm calling Glenn on stage? Are you showing your stuff? Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues and Professor Maseko. Well, I've been given the eye to say I can't chat very long. We're running over time, so I will try to keep it as brief as I possibly can. But I do have the privilege of working in one of the best departments in our university and in our country, the Department of Music and Performing Arts, the jewel in the crown of Mandela. I always say to my students how fortunate we are that many people are listening to music, engaging with music every day, but we get to work with it and try to make a living out of it also. So I'm a musicologist by training, and one of the things that I'm very focused on in my own pedagogy and in my own research is the idea of decolonization. And I'm a rebel academic, and I often am pushing back against institutional norms and historical norms in the discipline of musicology. And one of the things I am particularly interested in is this idea of experimentation. And so you will see that the arts and sciences are not that far removed from one another also, and particularly when it comes to teaching with my students, I prefer to what we have in music as a concept called improvisation, to also develop my coursework through the concept of improvisation, but more importantly through the concept of co-creation. And so as a musicologist and as a creative and a composer in music, and wanting to cultivate these attributes and graduate skills within my students also, I often encourage them to shift away from the historical idea that there was and still continues to be this mythical idea that there's a master composer, a man or a woman just sitting at a desk with a bunch of music notation paper in front of them and writing out a full master score. That might have been how it has been unfolding in the historical past, but in the world that we're living in today, that skill set and that attribute won't serve you very much, because we are living in a digital world and we are living in a commercial world. And so last year, 2023, I had the wonderful privilege of working with a group of musicians. Some of them were taken from our own department, undergraduate students. Some of them are alumni, former students, and also members of the community. And we were commissioned by Professor Rose Boswell, the chair for Ocean Cultures and Heritage in our faculty, who was producing a series of documentary films to create a soundtrack for her documentary films, or at least a bank of sound or sonic samples which could be utilized. And you will see from the instrumentation which I have them exhibited with, that it was quite an eclectic mix, and we strove for doing compositions in different sound palettes using the traditional Western classical and jazz idioms, but also contemporary African, Afropolitan and electronic sound idioms. And if it's possible, this always seems to be tricky with PowerPoint and media being embedded in it, but I wonder if I'll be able to just play a brief example. So here, this is a piano solo trying to capture the aspect of depth using the classical sound palette. The idea of being on water, and the documentary film specifically being concerned with ocean cultures and heritage, this idea of being on a boat drifting is what's trying to be captured by the creator of this track. And then another different type of sound palette, but related, is how the jazz artist interpreted the same sort of scene. So we're sitting in a studio and we're watching footage and collectively experimenting and improvising to see what sort of music might mirror this particular scene best. Again, aspects of depth coming through in this improvisation in the jazz idiom. Now, if I had a lot more time, I would show you more of the indigenous African sound palettes, which we also worked with, but because I don't have time, let me move on. You're going to see it will come through in this clip, Prof. So how does this manifest itself in the documentary film? Here's an example of one of the short feature films which was created, and one of the tracks which were recorded during joint experimentation and improvisation.
Namibia has a coastline of...
So I'm going to move to a scene where the music does feature perhaps a bit more of that track that you just heard, the film. It won't allow me to, unfortunately. That's the aspect of technology. It's not as smart as we are yet. I think it's because of the size of the file. It's not going to allow me to do that. But let me move on in the interest of time. Such a pity. Here you see the type of pedagogical practice that I'm now using to cultivate this sort of attribute, the graduate attribute, the skill set in our students, where we are now also using different modes and modalities. I saw Professor Binsbergen speaking about that this morning also. And one of the things I'm very keen on with the students is developing different modes of sonic creation. And so in the documentary film, we're using the acoustic mode. We've got microphones placed up in the studio, recording us improvising live with acoustic instruments. But of course, in the soundscape and world that we're living in, we are also using digital commodities and technologies. And here you will see I'm coaching them and training them along with the help of an assistant to cultivate a skill set which will last them long after they've left the walls of the university. In other words, they'll be able to market themselves by having a portfolio of evidence to go into media houses and production houses and say, this is an example of what I've created. And so we're working for the most part here with software and MIDI material. There you see my student assistant, Leanda, also demonstrating certain aspects. So in closing, to contrast what I've demonstrated with the organic sound palette that we can do acoustically, one of the core things I'm interested in my own research with students is how do you create, why do you create, and what are you creating with? And so trying to address those questions through working with them has given me immense data. And also I've gone around to different universities to ask my colleagues across the country, are you also doing this? And if yes, how could we collaborate? And if not, why not? So here in closing is an example of what one of my students has created using that digital audio workstation software. This is the scene taken from the animated film Tarzan, which is recomposed completely. It there in the interest of time, but you see the type of fantastic work we are doing. So this film and television music module had previously been taught without there ever being any student creating any music themselves. It was completely theoretical. So part of the revitalization of the humanities that we're also embarking on in the music department is to encourage our students to show us what they can do. So on that note, I'm going to close and say thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Glenn. Thank you. Glenn has saved us 3 minutes. I hope we can come back and...
I hope I did good on time.
You did it on time, 3 minutes to save. Yeah, I was about to lift my 3 minutes thing. So thank you, Glenn. And now I'm gonna invite Mr. Msipa to come and address. Oh no, Msipa is not here, it's all Kenny. So, and then he goes, so thank you so much. I've got my, so she's an honors student in the Department of Music and Performing Arts. I think you're too young to be doing masters. A master's student, and I just want to acknowledge his supervisor at the back, Dr. Rudy Bauer, and they're correct to say, I can't be saying this, Glenn, that the music department is the department. I can't be saying that because all departments in the faculty are the important departments. So, and then we're really glad and honored that you could come and join us in the panel of teachers, of your teachers. So welcome and all the best.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. I'm trying to contain myself because I'm shaking so much and there's so many experts here, so thank you for having me. I don't know, when the music was playing, I could identify a specific instrument of which I will talk about, and it's actually steel pans. That was in the audio there as well, so it's quite a nice transition into the topic. So my research is about steel pan methodology, meaning how is the steel pan instrument taught, because it's a distance apart from the common instruments that are taught or used to be taught in the department: saxophones, pianos, trumpets, etc., etc. And there's a nice quotation that is upcoming in the slides, where former HOD Professor Alethea de Villiers says, if I can just skip to that quotation quickly. where she says, introducing steel pan as a main instrument was quite a major move away from the classical conservatoire. I wish to increase our music offerings and make the department accessible to more students. And I'm a living testament to that statement because I've learned steel pan from high school, Lawsonbrand High School, and steel pan, the instrument itself, was not offered as an instrument in universities. And now the NMU, because of SSMT, the competition, and I was a part of that competition, and that's where conversation started of why don't we have these instruments at the department if there's so many schools, so many high schools and matric students are doing the instrument itself. And so I'm a living testament to that. And then moving on, just as a brief context and background of the instrument itself, it was just during and after World War I, where America had bases in Trinidad, and they would fuel the airplanes, etc., and they would drop a bunch of oil drums, and they would go away. And then what the teenage boys in Trinidad and Tobago would do was just to go there and experiment with them. And one of those teenagers was named Eli Manet. And he went there and he did all of these experiments because they would have this festival called the Carnival in Trinidad and Tobago. And the Carnival is like the Cape Town, this Guma Guma. I don't know if you know that in Cape Town. Kapsa. Yes, thank you. So it's sort of a similar setting in Trinidad and Tobago because the French colonizers, they used to do it, and the locals, the enslaved Africans at the time, would mock them and repel and riot against the government at the time. And they would use any material that can make as much noise and annoy the government at the time. So they would use metals, bottles and spoons, they would use glass, they would use biscuit tins and everything. And so how this instrument emerged was when they would beat these biscuit tins and they would change shape. So they would have an indentation, a slant. And when you hit it, the pitch changes. So as it bends, it gets higher in pitch. So they were like, okay, this is interesting. This is in Trinidad and Tobago. And then moving on, the experiment that I talked about was Eli Manet, this student, went to the base and picked up the oil drum, oil barrel, and would beat it, make as much noise, and it would indent. And then they would actually have a group of these oil barrels, and they started an ensemble where there would be bands from local communities that would represent their communities, and they would play, and they would have a healthy way of competing or celebrating, because there would be a lot of riots and it would end up in violence. So that's how the instrument emerged. And moving on forward, the basic primitive layouts looked like this. So it would be just an indent, and it would have a specific pitch, and they would voice it within the ensemble. So that would be the bass, the big ones. The bass kettle will be the inner voices. So if you think of a choir, there's bass, tenor, alto. Like the bass kettle will be the inner voice, and then the soprano will be called the ping pong at the time. Okay, so then moving on. How did this instrument then come to South Africa? It was in the late 60s, 1960s, through Professor Andrew Tracy, who is a ethnomusicologist. He also lectured in Rhodes University. So in the 60s, he had this touring group called Wait a Minute, and he would go all over the world and would play songs, etc., etc. And then in the UK, he was in a bar and they were playing steel drums. So it's like, this is fascinating. So then he went to this guy and they chatted, and he ended up purchasing one. So in purchasing it, he brought it down to South Africa, and he started a band called the Andrew Tracy Steel Band in Makanda. And the students that were in this band, they played with him and they had fun, and then they went on to teach the instrument in respective high schools in Makanda and in Gqeberha as well. So then I am sort of a student of his students that were in this band, and then going forward, it emerged into an academic music instrument. So then going into this comment of Prof. De Villiers asking, why can't we have more of these African descent instruments within the department, so that we can move away from this classical conservatoire? And I'm proud to announce that NMU is one of the only universities to offer marimba and steel pan as a major instrument to study. Because someone like me who did steel pan in school, and what am I doing after matric? You could be so good in matric and you don't know what's going on afterwards, because there's no university to continue your studies within the instrument. So I'm quite fortunate. And this is a picture of Nomoyle Primary School, because I used to teach there in Missionville Care Center. And they didn't have someone to teach steel drums, and they had a bunch of them through the Field Band Foundation long ago. And I went there and I saw all the instruments. I was like, okay, they just need to be tuned quickly, and they were tuned. And now they managed, it was this year, they were so talented and so good, they managed to be on stage at the Baxter Theatre for the first time ever in their lives. So it's such a life-changing instrument. It has so much potential. And now that I finished my BMAS degree, I've enrolled into master's. So going back to the topic, where I am at the moment is studying the teaching methods of steel pan, because yes, we have an instrument now, but there hasn't been anyone who knows how to teach it. At the moment, what's going on is we're using syllabi from piano, all the other instruments, and we're just applying it on steel pan. So we take a piece of saxophone, we just transcribe it in, and we figured it out. So it's such a crucial thing, because to develop a method of studying that's standardized internationally would be such a beneficial thing for future students. And being a student also myself, I wish I had that, but I'm fortunate to have had the teachers that supported me to where I am now. So lastly, the research also will also entail interviewing professors in America and other lectures in the UK. And it's not only a local thing, where it's Eastern Cape or South Africa, it's also international, because it would be nice to see all the commonalities and what they do, how do they do, because they are professors and doctors in steel pan, and they are from Trinidad and Tobago. So what are they doing, and how can we match that in order to follow that practice as well? And that's all I have for my slot. Thank you. Sorry, just one more. I just want to demonstrate and showcase to everyone the instrument that I brought. I just want you to see and hear. So this is the instrument, and it's actually made from an oil barrel. And you see the huge, okay, thank you. You can see the huge dent. So they've beat it with a hammer in a concave manner, and then the notes themselves are convex, and then because of the different sizes, you get different pitch. So then you get, so that's how it sounds. Let me just, so you get, this is D, E flat, E, F. So you can play chromatically, and when you can play chromatically, you can play any music. And you can also comp your chords, meaning play with both arms. So you can play chords and be an accompaniment, and then someone can lead. And then you get different types of, thank you, different types of voices. This is a lead, this is called a melody, just like I showed the ping pong. So the voice of it is to lead. And then you get other sets of instruments that are alto, that's called the double seconds, where you have two drums and you're playing it. The bigger the notes, the lower the pitch. And then you get guitars, and then you get the bass. It is actual oil barrels. And sorry, I'm just getting nervous. So you get 6 barrels, and on each, just one barrel, you get like 2 notes, and they are large in size, so they cover most of the area or the surface. Thank you. And you play it with bigger rubber sticks so that you can get that low resonance. So that's where the instrument, and that's the demonstration. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Ulkeni. Thank you so much, masters in the Department of Music and Performing Arts, Vapor, Faculty of Humanities. Thank you so much. And now I hand over to Dr. Johannes Sibeko. The speakers before you were exemplary in keeping the time. I forgive Subesh and Taran because there were 2, so you just have to keep to your 15 minutes.
I'll be short.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, everyone. I'm Johannes Sibeko from Linguistics and Applied Linguistics. I'll be talking about the Digital Humanities Hub that was launched in 2023. So I will start first with overviewing what Digital Humanities is in very short, and then go back to the Digital Humanities Hub, our current projects and our research outputs, and then my conclusion. So the digital humanities is something that everyone is still trying to think around. What exactly does it mean? But in short and oversimplified, is the humanities, but using digital methods or incorporating digital methods. When Prof. Koenig was talking earlier, he spoke about automating some of the things that we need to do. So if I know how I need to draw a table, I don't need to draw that if something else can draw it for me quickly, so that then I can proceed and complete my PhD in time. That's something that he said earlier. So the digital humanities does that. It is still humanities. You still do all your thinking. Earlier there was a comment about how in humanities we like to talk and talk and talk. You still talk as much as you want, but at least some of the processes that need manual work can then be automated, and then that can cut down some of your time. So we apply the digital humanities in research, learning, and teaching differently. So in research, we try to use our computational tools and to manage, source out, manage, and then analyze large data sets. Specifically, we want to be able to do more work in shorter time. And then, of course, interdisciplinary collaborations. And then in learning and teaching, we want to enhance the educational experience of both the instructors and the students alike. And then also to equip students with digital skills. In my later slides, I will go back to how we try to do that. And then our Nelson Mandela digital humanities approach is to be deliberate. So we don't want to expect people to simply pick up digital humanities because it's the new in thing, but we want to be deliberate in how we implement it. So we want to make sure that we structure it and then we tailor it to a specific direction. Right now, our focus is on African digital humanities and how Africa can contribute to the digital humanities conversations that are taking place globally. So in Southern Africa, the Nelson Mandela University was the first one to launch a digital humanities hub in the year 2023. And then in 2024, in July, the University of South Africa launched their African Digital Humanities Project. And then the Northwest University announced that they'll be launching their Digital Humanities Center in sometime in 2025. So for Nelson Mandela University, these developments highlight our role as a pioneer and leader in African digital humanities. By being the first to establish a dedicated DH hub, we've set the standard for other institutions in Southern Africa, encouraging them to follow suit. This not only affirms our commitment to advancing the digital humanities in the digital age, but also strengthens our position as a key contributor to shaping African digital scholarship. So the emergence of similar initiatives like those at the Northwest University and the University of South Africa opens up opportunities for collaboration, shared research, and network building. So we welcome the new initiatives that are following suit, because they are all focusing on African digital humanities. So for us, having a digital humanities hub provides us with a number of benefits. So for example, the interdisciplinary research and collaboration. So the hub fosters collaboration between traditional humanities disciplines like literature and linguistics and fields such as computer sciences, data analytics, and AI. So this creates opportunities for interdisciplinary research, attracting a diverse range of scholars and expanding the scope of what the humanities can achieve. So as part of the activities in the hub, we planned 6 digital humanities specific events in 2024, and then 3 AI coffee chats in 2024 for skills development of both academics and students, and then enhancing research quality. So we have so far completed 2 DH events, one completely online and one hybrid. The first one was the introduction to data in the humanities, which was very interesting, and some things came out of the discussions. The aim of the seminar was to introduce the concept of data, which is important to understand in many of the fields of humanities. So we start first by discussing what data is, so that when we move to other discussions that focus on the analysis and use of such data, we all have a common understanding of what data is. And then we also hosted a hybrid event, the AI Humanities and the Workplace event. So the workshop was also very successful. The discussions were very exciting, and the turnout was unexpected, as many of the attendees were not registered for the workshop. So the aim of the workshop was to discuss what work in the humanities will look like with AI. So not replacing the person, but assisting the person in the workplace. We worked with our own Jonathan van der Walt, Stili Karalambos, I hope I pronounced that right, who is the co-founder of the Daily Maverick, a newsroom, and Chabalala, who is a project manager of Tangible Africa. The presentations demonstrated how AI is used by the human and does not become a human in the workplace. And then I also selected a few publications, given that this is Research Week, to show some of our outputs as the hub. For example, to highlight a few, Jonathan's book chapter, for instance, addresses the impact of new technologies on art and craft. His work not only aligns the humanities with contemporary societal shifts, such as the ongoing digital transformation, but also demonstrates how traditional disciplines can effectively engage with modern technologies. This approach revitalizes the humanities by integrating contemporary trends and showing their relevance in a digital age. Additionally, his chapter promotes cross-disciplinary thinking by merging art, technology, and cultural studies, bridging the gap between the humanities and STEM fields. While I won't go into detail about Dlamini's chapter, I found the reference to Shakespeare's Hamlet very interesting, to post or not to post. She discussed a lot about that earlier, so I won't go into that one. And then Sibeko and Van Zanen from the South African Center for Digital Language Resources also made some contributions. So the development of resources for Sesotho, including a role-based clarification scheme, detailed in a paper published, thank you, Prof, in the Journal of Language Resources and Evaluation shows how integrating linguistic and computational expertise can advance our understanding and capabilities in language preservation and development. And then in Kazimlo Ngunga's work is another example of revitalizing the humanities through digital humanities methods. Her paper, using digital humanities methods to study the expression of Xhosa identities through language use in YouTube user comments, is a reflection of her transition from applied language studies to digital humanities, highlighting the dynamic ways in which digital tools can be used to explore cultural and linguistic identities. Additionally, I also enjoyed working with her on the paper where we were exploring the attitudes towards romantic betrayal. I think, okay, so I will skip the last slide that I had because Prof already went through what I wanted to introduce, but some of our achievements also included some graduations in the digital humanities and also in artificial intelligence. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sibeko. This has been, as you could see, a demonstration of what we're doing in the faculty. And it leaves us with 15 minutes of engagement. And I will take questions, and if at all possible, I would like to focus on questions that address any of the issues that have been raised by Taran and Subesh, especially Subesh's part. Otherwise, anything, but we'll prioritize those questions. Questions, comments? I see the hand from Marius. Any other question? Can I just ask that I know Marius, you'll be quick. Any other person, if they can just be short, to the point, crisp, Marius?
This is going to be an anticlimax, but I want to know, how do you tune a steel pan?
Do you mean it's an anticlimax? I'm sorry, Subesh.
Thank you for the question. So with playing, it's all about the shape of the slant. So if there's a small change, the whole pitch is gone. So how we tune it then is there's a method of beating it. So let's say you have one note, so it's this shape. And then when you beat it on the edges of it, you raise the note. When you beat it in the center, you lower the note. So that's basically how you tune it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You beat it.
Can I please direct a question to you, Subesh? You know, I'm really interested in the faculty and collaborations between staff and students. And I would like you to just share a little bit about that, especially learning from your students and how that you've integrated in your research culture in the department as well as teaching. Just generally, what are the research projects that you've had with your students, and what have you drawn from their experience to influence the way you're teaching?
Okay, so I can speak specifically in terms of my film teaching. In fact, I had it in my presentation. So as you would have picked up, I specialize in film, and one of my research areas is post-colonial feminist filmmaking. And the post-colonial feminist filmmaking is actually inspired by a concept called the scholar as activist. So basically an engaged scholar that doesn't just sit in the academy and theorize, but actually takes what they put into their writing and research and applies it in contexts where it's most needed. So besides going out into communities and applying what you found through your research, you actually also teach your students how to do that. So that's how I do it. And in fact, the film that we referred to, Lekona's film, is he produced that as part of an honors documentary module. And it's all about self-reflexivity in filmmaking and being a conscious creator of narratives, and narratives that actually offer resistant messages, particularly in terms of issues that are close to your heart. And what we found when doing that is when you give students the space to actually explore their own narratives through the skills that you're teaching, they want to take that further and apply it in society as well. And when we did this film, well, I shouldn't say we, when Lekona did the film and I supervised, and he showed it to people invited to the Pride Week event, we actually had things like, you know, people crying before they asked him a question, because, you know, they're such abstract images that he created. He, you know, he pushed the boundaries of what personal documentary is. He looked at elements of truth versus fiction, or universal truths and accepted truths and personal truths, and the truth of experience through sensory ways of capturing images. And it really spoke to people who've been in situations like himself. So that's how we kind of marry research, teaching and learning, and yeah, just moving outside of the academy as well. The last thing I want to say about that is that's now inspired him to actually do a master's. So he's been accepted into our master's program, and now he's looking at rewriting sitcoms and the queer characters in sitcoms as well. So that's how it all kinds of comes full circle with us.
Thank you so much. Last question from me. One of the challenges that we often engage about in the faculty is that with what we're doing in the faculty, where we are really looking at African lenses in teaching, doing research and what have you, it requires us to unlearn the methodologies around which we've been orientated, or not unlearn and relearn and reorganize those methodologies. And I think this question arises from your input that there's methodologies that are emerging. So I would like maybe 2 or 3 of you, and led by Mr. Olkeni, what methodologies are emerging from what you're doing, and that will assist us in really delving more into the Pan-Africanist project in teaching, mindful of the need for us to be orientated as well around Western methodologies. Because someone said that we're not discarding that, but we want to privilege African ways, not only African ways of knowing, but also African ways of doing things, specifically around methodologies of teaching, of doing research. So what is emerging?
I think the question that I would have is, if you have a marimba instrument and imagine someone wants to study it further, so they learn it and they discover that there isn't, the main thing in music is that there isn't a syllabus. So then, as well as a steel pan. So then what happens is we use the existing Western syllabi, as I said, and they have a portfolio called tuned percussion. So marimba instruments and steel pans are percussion, but they are tuned. But it's mostly still for xylophones, glockenspiels, which are instruments that are not of African descent. So then we use the prescribed methods that are in place, apply them, but also the emerging methodologies are distinct to the instrument itself, because it's like applying, I'm trying to find an example, but I can't. You need the exact instrument for the syllabus. If you don't have the instrument of the syllabus, then it doesn't apply. So we use what works, and then whatever us as the teachers know should be implemented, we advise on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Professor. And perhaps also just to add on to what you said, Sia, I would say that our colleagues like Sia and others in the department also, and those teachers who come from the wonderful schools that you include in these collaborations with the steel pan festivals, are arranging music which is African for this instrument. So they might take a pop song, which a lot of our youth are listening to. It's the latest Amapiano song, and I saw this firsthand, and they arrange the music to be manifested acoustically on the steel pans, and that gives the young people an infusion that this music could be heard differently, but still give them the same feelings. I just thought I'd add that because your comments triggered that in my mind. And added to my own practice, I would say we are Africanizing the creation of composition. I do it, for example, in my practice where I remind students that even though the university wants you to make music in a studio, in a classroom, in a rehearsal venue, in a concert hall, let's go back to where you first started making music, which is I take them outside into the veld. Because you'll find that there's an organic comfort that the young person has, because in their cultural community, music is not made in the studio. It's made in a venue outside for some ritual or celebratory, or perhaps even sometimes like a funeral, a mournful experience. And so students start tapping into different aspects of themselves. And one of the things I'm also passionate about cultivating in our department is the safe space for the way that indigenous music is cultivated, which is through divination, which is through engaging with ancestors, with burning in paper, with channeling music from another realm, and sometimes also allowing them to engage with an altered state of consciousness. And then finally, by not insisting that the music is written down. We're living in the 21st century, and for a large part of our history, valuable music has only been music which has been notated as a score. And I've really been championing that nationally, that we should allow our students to be examined on their musical creation without it needing to be written down. So all music is valuable is the concept that we're advocating for, not only music that is notated. Thanks, Prof.
Thank you. I think just in terms of when it comes for us, just carrying on from where you left off, with what I found is that with, for example, with anthropology and ethnography, right, there's been this return to do research at home and research of self and research of spaces that we know, right? But with that has been this notion of trying to compare yourself to sort of like Western scholarly theorization and ideas of criticalness, right? And I found that like when I first started doing research at home, there was this almost like, how do I critique my home? I'm always like looking for, how are they wrong in relation to Western theory, right? And one of the things that I've had to do with my own research, particularly with research of the internet where there's so much suspicion, is to actually say, let's put the suspicion aside. Let's put the critique aside. Let's take the person at face value. What are they saying? And how does that look? And how does that look in terms of the ways that they live their lives? And I think that that has been really important in the ways in which I theorize about the spaces that are supposed to be suspicion-filled and spaces where we, as we research ourselves, right, how do we take ourselves seriously and not in comparison of the West, but rather take ourselves seriously as whole? And that has how I've been sort of approaching the ways in which I do research.
Thank you so much.
Can I just quickly add on to what Gabby's saying? 1 minute.
It's always like...
I'm in the business of storytelling, visual storytelling specifically. So one of the things I encourage my students to do in order to capture indigenous knowledges and co-create knowledge in an African context is to actually understand people's ways of looking and seeing, and then trying to capture that through the camera. So even though we teach them how to make films in the most dominant mainstream way possible, I ask them to marry that with more local ways of looking and seeing, because what we don't understand is from culture to culture, we have different ways of looking and seeing, and how can you use your camera for that? So, yeah.
And untraining them from traditional ways of looking at things. We've come to the end of the session. I just want us to give this panel a big round of applause for the amazing. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry that I've rushed you. We're going to have this conversation in the faculty, no time constraints. But I just want to remind colleagues that please, you're invited back in this venue. We're having a conversation with the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, with Precious Bikicha, and then we're also doing a pseudo launch of a book that I helped produce. So is it three items there in that session? Those people who've got the program, Peter? Yeah. So those, please, you invited, not so much to listen to me, but the wonderful conversations we're gonna have from the other two speakers. It's important for the faculty. Thank you so much. Enjoy lunch.
music, arts and culture, and in the library connect. Now, to understand where we sit, if you go to Mission Vale at the moment, they're having a part of this project, the Center for the Community School, has what they call the pipeline, where you look at education from the ECD, from early childhood through the primary school into secondary school, and then of course we get the product coming to us at the tertiary level. Now, 30 years ago, if I say that, then, Ongama will say, yeah, when we had the change, 1994 democracy. But the other, and of course there was progress, there was. But the other side of the coin was that by 1996, the International Monetary Fund, with their structural, adjustment programs, they had severely impacted various programming in the communities of this country, and especially the poor working class schools. One of the vehicles was called the Voluntary Severance Package. The IMF imposed this. We were the only country in the world that actually did this, where the more experienced senior teachers left, the profession. They were induced, they were paid out to actually leave. At the secondary school where I taught here in the city, by 1996, they had lost the principal, 2 of the deputy principals, a senior head of department, and that school has never, ever recovered. Maths and science teachers were induced to remain. Some of them were even rehired back afterwards. However, physical education or PT teachers, music, art, library, vocational guidance, and history teachers were told to retool, and they had to teach other subjects. And they got the subject called life orientation, which doesn't help you to get into university. So why am I starting here today around this issue? Because the lessons of history matter. The choices matter. Today we ask the question, what makes us, South African? Do we know where we come from, historically speaking? And now, 30 years later, the Department of Basic Education notes the importance of history again. And they say, yes, we must get history back into the curriculum. And they have made a start in the primary schools with grades 4 to 7. They call it social sort of studies. But we need a new cadre of history teachers from our schools. We need, professors of history. And those ones need to have access to this archive that we are speaking about. Just to use a sports analogy, because that's a part of another life that I had, we expect to get gold medals at the Olympics, right? But we've taken physical education out of schools. We don't have school sport. You go to some fields during the week, they're empty. On a Saturday, those fields are empty. Poor, rural, working class schools. You go to Model C schools, you go to private schools, yeah, you'll see a lot of activity. I'm just raising that. Now there's an English saying that says, cometh the hour, cometh the woman, I'm saying, in the form of your prof here, Pamela Maseko, and her work at the university and also across the Eastern Cape province. This is what we need. And this brings us to the Lovedale Press, which I'm going to be learning from today from our speakers. We know what happened, in Timbuktu, in Mali, in 2012, when people moved in and they wanted to destroy the buildings, and in fact, we lost 2,000 odd manuscripts. Now, Thabo Mbeki went there. He went there in the early 2000s. And because of him, UCT got a project going in 2003, and actually managed to get projects to save a lot of what went wrong, because by 2016, things were very, very bad there. And then they also got Google, by the way, involved in that process to save the manuscripts. Now, I ask myself, how is it that we need to save the Lovedale Press from ourselves as the rulers in this country? Why are we struggling like this? Now, this morning, Babawa spoke about us being intentional. We've got to be intentional. We've lost 30 years already. Let us use our influence. Maybe I must use that word influence and not power, because power has such a loaded word today. But of course, we do have people. They're sitting in positions of authority, and we have to utilize that. The Mandela University Press is looking forward to assisting in the excavation of this wonderful Lovedale Press archive. We are fortunate, of course, that at Rhodes University, in the Corey Library, some of the stuff is sitting there, it's safe. But when I see those other piles of boxes and dust collecting with a 200-year-old archive, it's just so, disheartening. So, as a press, we, of course, are doing, academic work. We are interested in community work, poetry, biographies, etc. And we're also looking at reprints. And this is where possibly, utilizing the new sort of, technologies that we have, we may be able to do a bit of a jump into the future insofar as the digitizing of materials and making them available to people in the country. A last punt, many people are waiting for the theorizing African women's intellectual histories. I understand from Babawa, this will be coming out for the latest early next month. Look out for From the Press, Tested by Fire, by Dr. Doreen Musson on the life and times of the stalwart Neville Alexander. We also have some poetry of Dr. John Samuels with illustrations by Vulela Nyoni, who is actually from humanities. And then we have a book on the Khoisan origins coming out. I want to mention the authors because there's still some peer review happening. And there's also a work called Pan-Africanism from Below that will be coming out. And I'm looking forward to interacting with my colleagues in the Q&A and any questions you have. Thank you very much.
Yeah, wonderful presentation, but the round of applause was not as compelling. Let's do it again. Thank you. And that is the setting the scene presentation, starting from the mecca, if you like, of knowledge, or the archive in the continent, Timbuktu, and reminding us of what happened there with the conflict and the burning of some of the archive, and how I like how you're phrasing our challenge with respect to Lovedale, sir, that how do we as a government not abdicate our responsibility during this time? Without taking much time, I'm going to call up now somebody who has been an entrepreneur in this space, has been in the foundation, the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, playing different roles until the role currently, if I'm not mistaken, of Chief Operating Officer. but has risen through the ranks at the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, and that's none other than Lukhanyo Nir, and is going to be talking about preserving legacy and reimagining futures, the Lovedale Press and its significance in contemporary scholarship. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. Thank you.
Yes, please.
From the office of the former president. Well, up eMzansi sinayo former prof, but let's borrow the US model. From the office of President Mbeki, the foundation of President Mbeki.
It never retires. The office becomes formal. You're quite correct. But
Thank you. Thank you.
Whilst I'm looking for my slides, let me say half the difficulty of working for the foundation, it assumes that I'm as smart as he is, that the things I'm going to say are as smart as the things he says. And I say this up front to moderate all expectations. Is it?
Sithema kanyuke ngentonga.
Then the second thing I wanted to say was to thank Prof for saying that that we're not here today to make scholarly interventions and scientific interventions, because if we were, I wouldn't have been able to say anything meaningful in that regard as well. That's the second thing. The third thing is to greet you. I didn't greet you, so good afternoon. But the fourth thing I wanted to do in introduction was to say, I know there was a very passionate address earlier on about ChatGPT. And I wanted to say that this entire speech was written on ChatGPT. And the reason that's the case is I had handwritten the speech, but I didn't have enough time to type it out. So I went to ChatGPT and I said it should transcribe everything I'd handwritten. And it's done that. So it's now on my computer. So I thank ChatGPT for transcribing my horrible handwriting. And so if there are any mistakes in what I read, it's because of my handwriting, not ChatGPT. And so that's all the preliminaries. The way I intend to do this is to not use my entire 30 minutes, I think. I'll try and leave 10 minutes. I was hearing Precious saying that she's got lots of things to say, so I might give 7 minutes to her in the end. But it's to really, in part, initially show you the work we're doing as a foundation. I understood the brief in the morning that we needed to show and tell. So my plan is to show and tell 2 big projects of the foundation. The one is the one you're seeing on the screen at the moment, and the second is the Lovedale Press. And so let me begin. The Thabo Mbeki Foundation was formed in 2010, not entirely because of President Mbeki. In fact, what he wanted to do upon retirement was to read and write and spend time teaching at universities. Several of his continental leader friends said, no, President, you can't do that. You need to continue the work you are doing around the development of the continent. And so he then, largely because of Mrs. Mbeki and along these other colleagues, agreed for the foundation to be formed. And so the mission of the foundation is both simple and monumental. We exist to catalyze the renaissance, the rebirth of Africa. When we speak of an African renaissance, As a foundation, we speak of a political renaissance, an economic renaissance, a cultural renaissance, and a technological renaissance. We've now started to add technological as well, partly in order to emphasize the idea that many of the things we were doing long before the colonial encounter were technological innovations. They weren't just heritage innovations in the way that they want to put us in these boxes as well. For us as a foundation, Africa's renaissance must be more than rhetorical influence. It must be about reclaiming our rightful place in the world, a place that was stolen from us through the violent and insidious systems of colonialism and apartheid. The systems were not merely about physical occupation or domination, they were at their core a calculated attempt to erase Africans and their contributions to human civilization. They were designed to strip us of our histories, our languages, our cultures, and identities. Amilcar Cabral put it well when he wrote, "History teaches us that in certain circumstances, it is very easy for the foreigner to impose his domination on people. But it also teaches us that whatever may be the material aspects of this domination, it can be maintained by the permanent, organized repression of the cultural life of the people concerned. In fact, to take up arms to dominate a people is above all to take up arms to destroy or at least neutralize, to paralyze its cultural life. For with a strong indigenous cultural life, foreign domination cannot be sure of its perpetuation." And so for me, this certainly was suggesting that Africa's political, economic, technological, and cultural erasure was both deliberate and systematic. Our approach, therefore, to the African Renaissance project is significantly informed by a speech that President Mandela made in Tunis on the 13th of June, 1994, at an Organization of African Unity summit, where he said, "In the distant days of antiquity, a Roman sentenced an African city to death. Carthago delenda est. Carthage must be destroyed. Today, as we wander among its ruins, only our imagination and historical records enable us to appreciate its magnificence. Only our African being makes it possible for us to hear the piteous cries of the victims of the vengeance of the Roman Empire." Mandela then continued to say, "And yet we can say this, that all human civilization rests on foundations such as the ruins of the African city of Carthage. Its architectural remains..." Oh, someone's calling me to a Teams meeting. Yes, switch off my Wi-Fi, sorry. Where were we? "Its architectural remains, like the pyramids of Egypt, the sculptures of the ancient kingdom of Ghana and Mali and Benin, like the temples of Ethiopia, the Zimbabwe ruins, and the rock paintings of the Khalahadi and the Namib Desert, all speak of Africa's contribution to the formation of civilization." Mandela then further says, "In the end, Carthage was destroyed during the interregnum. The children of Africa were carried away as slaves. Our lands became the property of other nations. Our resources a source of enrichment of other peoples, and our kings and queens mere servants of foreign powers. In the end, we were held out as the outstanding example of the beneficiaries of charity because we became the permanent voting of famine and of destructive conflicts and of pestilences of the natural world." I quoted Mandela at length for two reasons. One, I was at Mandela University. I thought I needed a Mandela quote. And the second part, I thought really that Mandela's speech in 1994 really foregrounds the work we're doing as a foundation. And so in many ways, the work of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation is the work of rebuilding Carthage. We seek to rebuild an Africa that is magnificent, not only in its past achievements, but in its future possibilities as well. The great Sheikh Anta Diop once said, "The African historian who evades the problem of Egypt is neither modest, nor objective, nor unruffled. He is ignorant, cowardly, and neurotic." We at the Mbeki Foundation are neither ignorant, cowardly, or neurotic. We embrace the full spectrum of African history, from the libraries of Timbuktu to the Lovedale Press. The Thabo Mbeki Foundation and the then called Thabo Mbeki African Leadership Institute were launched alongside a high-level international conference which took place in October 2010 in Johannesburg. The conference was opened by our patron of both the foundation and Timali, President Mbeki. In his opening remarks, he said, "The fundamental proposition from which we proceed is that the transformation which Africa needs to achieve a renaissance requires that our continent prepares the necessary human capital, the brain workers who should both conceptualize such transformation and participate in its implementation." Imminent in this proposition is the assertion that human capital should indeed be African, and therefore that to achieve our goals, we must rely decisively on African minds. However, I must hasten to add that I'm not hereby suggesting an African intellectual autarky, but seek to emphasize the imperative that we do everything we can to build the critical mass of the human capital we need. With a bit more time, I would have shown you and told you about the foundation about the steps that the foundation is putting in place to aid the rebuilding of Carthage. From the Thabo Mbeki, you started whilst they were still setting up my computer. I can't have 10. You started counting.
I know you're going to call my
Oh, I'm going to change it. Can you 10? I would have told you about the steps we're putting in place to build the foundations of this rebuilding of Carthage. From the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs, which is focused on building this next generation of leaders, to the SADET Road to Democracy project, which is a history writing project of ours. We now have 17 history books that we've written, ranging 14 of them look at the road to liberation between 1952 to 1996. And we've got 3 and a 4th one coming out now that looks at pre-colonial times. The one that's coming out in the next month is looking at, it's a part 2 of a volume on migration. And so that's the one we have at the moment. But instead, I want to briefly tell you about a crucial initiative that embodies our commitment to this cause of rebuilding Carthage, the Thabo Mbeki Presidential Center. The center is intended to be a living library and museum that will narrate the story of Africa's development and liberation through the perspectives of historical and contemporary leaders. We have been spending time collecting the archives of historical and contemporary leaders in politics, in economics, and in culture. We've got the archives of President Mbeki and Mrs. Mbeki. We've got the archives of Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana. We've got the archives of Kenneth Kaunda of Zambia. We've got the beginnings of an archival collection of Amilcar Cabral and other leaders as well. And so the idea for us is to go across the continent collecting archives. Equally, we've just returned from the US, from Howard University, from Michigan State University, Boston University, universities that have got significant archives, largely political archives as well. And so our intention is to return many of those archives back to the country and the continent as a whole. Briefly, this is what we're building. In Johannesburg, we will begin construction on this component in January of next year and complete in 2027. The entire precinct is called the African Renaissance Precinct. It's really about us being able to continue the work of ensuring that we're thinking about the development of the continent, but also actually acting upon it as well. So alongside the Presidential Center, there's a 500-seat auditorium that will be built. There's a dedicated archive building that we're building as well. And lastly, as a way of ensuring financial sustainability, we're building a hotel as well. And so the entire precinct will then be completed, hopefully if all goes well, by 2030. So the one part will be done in 2027. The rest of it, 2030. It's not a distinct dream thing like the NDP, that's some vision. So the central mission of the center is to use the archives of historical and contemporary leaders to provide a forum for Africans to, 1, better understand and treasure the past, 2, enrich the present, and 3, to meet the challenges of the future. A critical component of the center is our cultural restitution project. This cultural restitution project is not only a peripheral concern, but a central pillar in our quest for an African Renaissance. This project that we're working on at the moment aims to protect and advance the restitution agenda across the continent. We seek to promote the African Renaissance Precinct and the Presidential Center as pivotal institutions in the return and safeguarding of cultural property across the continent. This is not merely about restoring the dignity of our peoples, reclaiming our historical narratives, and reaffirming our place in human civilization. Ubaba earlier on spoke about Usara Batman. And for us, the urgency of this returning of material in part begins with the return of her remains. There's an archive we're working very hard to return, to gain access to, that's in the French Parliament. The French understood the importance of returning Batman's remains. The debate that takes place, they were told, was that they knew that if they were prepared to return her body, there'd be no way to stop the return or restituting other items as well. So if you agree to return a body, you can't not agree to return the Benin bronzes. And so this is the kind of debate you're watching across the world at the moment, and they're really battling with what to do in response to it. So what are they saying in response? They say, well, you don't have the money to look after these things. You don't have the infrastructure to look after it, which is why we're then building this, right? So this project for us is not a legacy project. It's not about protecting President Mbeki's legacy. He's not particularly interested in that. The key part here is how do we utilize this project to reach this goal of ours of rebuilding Carthage. So this project serves as a catalyst for a cultural renaissance and unity. It addresses head-on the historical injustices of colonial erasure and dispossession. By bringing back the tangible and intangible cultural heritage that was forcibly removed from our shores, we are not only righting historical wrongs, but also providing our youth with tangible connections to their rich history. The Lovedale Press, therefore, is one of the many building blocks of this reconstruction of Carthage. It is within this context that the Lovedale Press and its profound significance, both historically and contemporarily, is of particular interest to us as a foundation. For over 2 centuries, the Lovedale Press has been more than just a publishing house. It has been, 1, a guardian of indigenous languages, 2, a platform for African voices, 3, a chronicler of our collective histories, and 4, a catalyst for education and literacy. In essence, the Lovedale Press embodies what we strive for in our quest to revitalize the humanities, a deep connection to our roots coupled with a vision for the future. The printing press and publishing house was useful in developing the isiXhosa language as a written language, translating, printing, and publishing the Bible in isiXhosa, and later other indigenous languages. I'm going to trust that Precious is going to deal with the background stuff and skip the background. Dr. Mbile, because I know they're going to show me the time in a second here. But the Lovedale Press became a center for the promotion and development of isiXhosa. The Lovedale Press collection includes manuscripts and published works of many significant Black authors. It should also be acknowledged, though, that Lovedale Press was there for the benefit of its missionary purpose. For example, it is reported that many manuscripts were rejected by Lovedale if they were judged as questioning or put the Christian faith and the church in a bad light or being anti-Christian. So I say this because sometimes there's a desire to overly valorize the Lovedale Press, that it was all good, and it couldn't have been all good because of its roots. But I don't have time for that. For us, by engaging with this archive, we want to open new possibilities for one, Africanizing our curricula, validating indigenous knowledge and knowledge systems, fostering a sense of identity and belonging, for creating new avenues for research and scholarship. The archive should challenge us to rethink our approach to knowledge creation and dissemination. It should ask us to consider how can we integrate these rich resources into teaching and research? How can we use them to create an African-focused curriculum that is both locally relevant and globally connected? The collaboration between the TMF and Nelson Mandela University, alongside other universities in the province, is a step in the right direction. This collaboration recognizes that preserving our legacy is not about ossifying it in the past, but rather about making it relevant to the present and future. We envision a Lovedale Press that, one, embraces digital technologies to reach a wider audience, two, continues to champion indigenous languages in the 21st century, three, serves as a platform for emerging African scholars and writers, and four, facilitates interdisciplinary teaching, research, and collaboration. This reimagined Lovedale Press might serve as a case study for how to approach the revitalization of humanities in the end as well. However, the Lovedale Press has had many challenges, and core to that is that the Lovedale Press survived 170 years of colonialism and apartheid, but for some strange reason has not survived democracy. Sure. And that really needs us to pause and be intentional about thinking about what have we done and who have we become as a people that this has happened on our watch. And so the Lovedale Press has had many challenges. We're grappling with the tension between preservation and innovation. So there's this idea that if you've been to the press, you'll find that these very old machines, there's this idea that those machines can work again and print commercially. So there's this tension with the past and preservation. And equally, people are saying, but we no longer need a printing press. We can just sell these books on Kindle and Amazon. There's a tension that we're grappling with. There's also this imperative to make the Lovedale Press and its knowledge products accessible and relevant. There are discussions about language that must come about as well. How do we want to be translating into English? Do we want to be translating into other languages as well to make it more accessible as well? So those are some of the discussions we're having internally as well. The last big one we have is really a resources one. I'm prepared to come back another day to have this discussion, in particular about the kind and quality of Black capitalists we have. There's something extremely perverse about what the people with deep pockets and very short arms are prepared to spend on. And we've had a lengthy 5-year period trying to raise the money to save the Lovedale Press. And I did not go that far. I've gone far enough. And we've struggled and battled with this. And I think there must be a bigger discussion that we need to have about how do we fund the kinds of things that are intangible but are very important for the development of our country and our continent as well. And so we continue to on this journey to do two things with this money. When the Lovedale Press was sold to its current owners, when the church decided to abandon it, for lack of a better way of phrasing it, there were a group of employees of the press who bought it, who unfortunately, with the best intentions, have run into serious financial debt in trying to keep this press alive. And so the money we're raising at the moment is to be able to settle their debt with their landlord, and then secondly, to raise enough money to be able to provide and offer them an acknowledgement for their efforts. In the strictest ways, you aren't buying, there's nothing to buy. And the reason there's nothing to buy, all the books of the press are out of copyright. So anyone can go reprint them, you can do anything you want with them. But these people understood its value and have been looking after it. So how do we meet them where they are? And that's a big problem we have. And the third thing we're seeking to do, 2 minutes, the last thing we want to do with the funds is to be able to actually fund all these things that we've been talking about. So how do we fund digitizing the work? How do we fund reprinting the work? How do we find new people writing for the Lovedale Press? And I think the kinds of discussions that allow us to have with the Nelson Mandela University Press are ways that we're able to start short-circuiting this and accelerating it. The last thing I wanted to say was that the foundation is extremely proud of this partnership with Nelson Mandela University. We think a project of this nature cannot be done by any single institution. And so for us, when President Mbeki came to us as a foundation, he said, we can't let this thing die. And so for us, it was always about coming together with partners like Nelson Mandela University to collaborate in ensuring that this press becomes that which we know it can be. As I conclude, the rebuilding of our Carthage, this project of the African Renaissance, requires all of us, academics, policymakers, cultural practitioners, and ordinary citizens alike. The revitalization of the press, and indeed the reimagining of the humanities, are all integral parts of the greater whole. And so the last thing I'll say is to quote Anta Diop again, where he says, "The return to Egypt in all domains is a necessary condition to reconcile African civilizations with history in order to build a corpus of modern human sciences, in order to reintegrate African culture. Far from being a delectation over the past, looking toward ancient Egypt is the best way to conceive and build our cultural future. Egypt will play within a renewed African culture the same role as Greek and Latin antiquities within Western culture. I'm certain Anta Diop will be happy with my reappropriating of his quote in this fashion. The return to the Lovedale Press in all domains is a necessary condition to reconcile African civilizations with history, in order to build a corpus of modern human sciences, in order to reintegrate African culture. Far from being a delectation over the past, looking toward the Lovedale Press is the best way to conceive and build our cultural future. The Lovedale Press will play within a renewed African culture the same role as Greek and Latin antiquities within Western culture." Thank you.
Wow, round of applause. What I forgot to do, I'd like to invite you up here, and also you, Mr. Zinn, please. Round of applause again, please, for that. You know how I tell somebody is adept at what they do? I'm left with buttons pressed in me which I never knew existed, because what happened with that presentation is that, one, it starts with the inspirational and the nostalgic, and then the reality of the political economy of this work. The money beans, the money that makes it work. And then I thought you were going to end it there. I'm glad you brought us back to where you started, you know, on the visionary and aspirational. So I think the best thing to say after that is that ikwelo lityala, because you get a sense of where the foundation wants to take us. Now, my silly political analyzing self had a thought develop in me that some presidents in the country spend their time fighting for peace and carving a new political path after their time in office. Others spend it constructing knowledge. Others spend it in peace, critiquing every now and then. It's just their diversity. And I see that this crowd doesn't take any jokes. You're gonna be very careful about what jokes you crack, you know, because some of us are, yeah, anyway, let me not get in there. Then next up, we've got somebody, so we've got two presentations. They are pointing to the value of the archive, how far we have come in terms of neglecting the archive, in terms of the first presentation, and then what is being done at the level of the foundation to try and rebuild that archive. And then we are going to see another perspective, somebody who has showed us what is possible to do with the archive. Now, Precious Bikicha is going to be looking at ephemeral literary productions and their role in the construction of African intellectual histories. She's not coming to talk about what is abstract. Well, there is a little bit of that, obviously, but she's coming to show us something which she has done the work in her master's project, where she actually boldly took the work of one of Omama that I enjoy, Umama Nontsizi Mgwetho, and actually explored, you know, what's possible with her work. Let's welcome Precious Bikicha on stage. Thank you.
Must I just hold the mic? Okay. Molweni. Chair, please be lenient with me. We're gonna need some time. I'm gonna start us off by reading a poem because we cannot talk about Umgwetho without hearing her words. I'll read it in isiXhosa. The English translation is available online for those who don't understand, but please just bear with me. The title of this poem is called Mayibuyi Afrika Au. It was written on the 8th of December, 1923. Kade simemeza naso isijwili sakho ke Afrika. Ntsimi ye Afrika. Wadliwa zintaka ke, wahlakazeka, umi kodwa wena ungazange umke. Amazwi achile kukukhwaza wena, sigqibela mazwe, sikhwazi nikisi. Yona nto ifunwa zintaka, inkuku kusa iziqondele kuhlwa zingayiboni. Simi ngamakapa simemeza wena, simi ngamabhayi simemeza wena, simi ngamarhini simemeza wena. Zikwakho neetasi zononyongywana. Siselukufa sibuyisa wena, sikubamba amehlo sithi awuboni. Umke ke impela ubuyele emva xa sikubuyisa ngalo ishwangusha. Uthi mayibuye, makubuye wena. Izizwe zomhlaba zixhwithana ngawe, ziphuma enode, ziphuma esude, kwasempumalanga nasentshonalanga. iAfrika ihleli ayiyanga ndawo. Khangela engceni wofika isahluma. Khangela imithombo yamanzi isatsitsa. Khangela yonke into imi ngendlela. Wozufe naxebe ungekho ntweni, wakhenga izililo uthi mayibuye, makubuye wena, woshukuma nomzi, zihambe nendaba zime ngeJericho. Khawutsho Afrika, kwakho umlambo mnini apho umntu engazi into athi mayibuye, kuba ndibona nje sineempawu zonke esihamba ngazo zasebudengeni. Simi ngamamonti, sikhonya izililo, simi ngamadike, sikhonya izililo. Sesizwe sintsundu ngaphantsi kwelanga, uSathane adane kutshone nenkaba. Aninaluthando, animanyananga, ningabonxa zonke abangenacala. Nikwangomntanomni uphemba beshiya, niyeka amawenu, nincedisa umlungu. Nikhonya izililo, nithi mayibuye, nophala nisopha, makubuye nina. Akukho nasiko lakumisa umzi, akukho bukhosi, akukho ntwisento. Seninje ngenkumbi zisele kwezinye, nashiywa bubuzwe, nashiywa bubuntu. Nashiywa yimfuyo zonke ezo zinto, senizixolisa ngocima izingqala. Uthi mayibuye, makubuye wena, wonwaya intloko ulila ngabani, nanko nontsikana kada akutyela, zuyeka imali, siqu sempundulo. Fondini wothuthu, lwakude Afrika wazonela ngani, phambi koYehova. Nalo ke neChina lize ngemithombo, nalo ke nekula lize ngama-empty. Ukhonya izililo, makubuye wena, sala ukutyelwa sabonwa ngulophu. Ukhumbule apho wawuvela khona, ufune osiyazi, bahlabe ezintloko. Tarhuni zinduli zase-South Africa, bafa abantu benu, lemkizwe nezizwe. Sikhala ngakhona sithi mayibuye, ivuse inimba yakuma kowayo. Tarhuni zintlambo zase-South Africa, tarhuni mathafa ezwe lakowethu. Nanko senilinywa ziinqwelo zomlilo, ziphala ngecala njengenkunzi emfene. Buyam Afrika, yaqengqeleka na yonke iminyaka umindawonye, hleze zingathotywa kwanemvula, kuwe hleze nezibetho zifise usapho. Camagu ke langa, camagu ke nyanga, nini amagosa asiphetheyo, yinyuseni ingxelo, iye kophezulu nisithethele, nide nicokise. Camagu, awu. I just thought it was really important to start off with a poem from Umgqwetho. I just want to, anizondibona though, if I put this here. This is quite a challenge. What will we do? Can I get some help? I need to. Thank you. Yes, I need to put my laptop here. Hayi ndiyabonakala ngoku, definitely. Can I just get a show of hands of people who don't know uNontsizi Mgqwetho? Okay. So uNontsizi Mgqwetho was the first Xhosa woman poet to publish a substantial body of work. She published about 103 poems that we know of between 1919 and 1929. In 1976, Professor Jeff Opland came across her work in the Chamber of Mines archive, and in 2007, he published this anthology. I didn't use the picture in the anthology because actually this is uNontsizi Mgqwetho. In this picture, with the official staff of Abantu Batho, which was also a Johannesburg newspaper, which was aligned with Congress, what we now know as the ANC. So I did an honors report thesis on her, and I've just completed my master's looking at her work. And so I'm wanting to talk a little bit today about what it looks like to do work on someone who doesn't have any biographical information, right? There's a lack of information about her life. And yeah, just wanting to think about methodology, frameworks, and how to do this work that's important. And also, I think also just like women need to be elevated, right? Because I think the real challenge when we're thinking about archives, when we're thinking about intellectual histories, there is a particular person in mind, right? Men never lose circulation, go out of circulation. We know certain men, even though they are very complex beings, but women for some reason are in the footnotes. Women are mentioned, in the books, but don't stand on their own, in their own right. So I think it's important to also do that work. And so the critical exposure of Umqwetho has come through the attention that has been posed to early newspapers as publication sites that articulate key ideas. The potency of these newspapers make it possible for her to circulate over time. They were powerful at the time, and these newspapers become potent now as they are a valuable source of the voice and thinking and intellectual production of the time. So to date, most of the scholarship on the work of Nontsizi Mqwetho has been located in literary studies. I am not a literary scholar, but I lean on literary scholars to read Mqwetho. Mqwetho's subjectivity is of immediate historical interest, hers and many others whose lives were defined by restrictions. Mqwetho emerges as a poet and importantly as a resonant voice that traversed boundaries, amplifying African perspectives and shaping the intellectual discourse of her time. So Mqwetho's life and work go beyond just poetry, but serve as a lens to explore broader historical themes. But actually, what does this mean for me as a young history student, to be reading poetry and saying that this is not just poetry, but actually we can understand certain things about early 20th South African history, right, through the reading of poetry. I'm really inspired by Alice Walker's In Search of Our Mother's Gardens. I love what she had to say when she said, "But this is not the end of the story. For all young women, our mothers and grandmothers, ourselves, have not perished in the wilderness. And if we ask ourselves why, and search for and find the answer, we will know beyond all efforts to erase it from our minds, just exactly who and what we Black women are." If you do a quick Google search, you'll actually find that there isn't biographical information on Mqwetho, right? But I think this is what Alice Walker is saying. She's saying, our mothers, our grandmothers, and us, we have not perished into the wilderness. And so that's part of the rationale of doing this work is to say, because there's a lack of biographical information does not mean that we cannot, look at Mqwetho's work. And so what is the methodology of doing a thesis? Hi, Che. So what is the methodology and the framework of looking at this, right? Because it is literary work, but there's also a lack of biographical information. And so we cannot just say that there's, there are absences, there are silences, because there's, a body of work, right? So how did I go about looking at Mqwetho's work? In Women in South African History, They Remove Boulders and Cross Rivers, Unomboniso Gasa noted, "Sometimes significance lies not in the absence or presence, silence or speech, but in the actual ways in which we read the historical documents, listen to the meta-narratives, and pay attention to the details of history, including those which do not fit snugly into those long-used, tried, and apparently tested boxes that are our analytical tools. Most importantly, the question is how we read, reconstruct the archives and the text, listen to the narratives, and develop the analytical tools and frameworks we find of greatest analytical power." And so this perspective has guided my approach to reading and interpreting these ephemeral sources, highlighting the need for innovative analytical tools and frameworks to reconstruct fragmented histories. And so Uthulani Nxasana's doctoral dissertation was the first academic thesis to analyze Mqwetho's work extensively. Nxasana analyzed Mqwetho's poetry as a starting point for analyzing the complexities and dynamics of African literary production written in African languages. Nxasana shows how Mqwetho's work exemplifies resistance to cultural domination, offering an indigenous approach to engaging with cultural exchange while preserving African identity. The thesis argues for a more authentic African literary theory, emphasizing the significance of African languages and traditions in scholarly discourse. And so in my honors thesis, I examined the political process of Umqwetho, and actually in the book that's coming out next month, there's a chapter on the political praxis of Umqwetho, so I won't go into that. And so I want to talk about finding Umqwetho in unexpected places and some information that I found. Okay, so a Google search, like I said, for information on Umqwetho reveals a disconcerting absence of concrete biographical details. The mystery surrounding her birthplace, death, and educational background underscores a significant historical gap that awaits exploration. My thesis grapples with the challenge of uncovering Umqwetho's life and confronts the fragmentary nature of the available information. Understanding that fragments, though scarce, can serve as valuable clues. The absence of a comprehensive biography for Umqwetho has implications for the understanding of her role in South African history. This absence is not just about one individual, but it reflects the broader issues in historical documentation, where certain voices, especially those of women, may be obscured or neglected. And so through careful and diligent reading, I stumbled upon a significant death notice in Imvo Zabantsundu. The death notice was written it appeared on the 18th of July, 1916 on page 2. This death notice of Upolina A. Kana unveiled Kana as Umqwetho's sister, but also shed light on their father, Petros Umqwetho, who's named in the announcement alongside their mother, Emma Jane Umqwetho. Umqwetho writes about her mother's death in a poem titled Umphanga Kamam, as she reflects on the impact of her mother's death and legacy. The death notice was written by Emmanuel P. Umqwetho, Umqwetho's brother. And so, initially when you look at this death notice, it doesn't seem, clear that there is a link. But through reading and also recognizing that name, Emma Umqwetho, I was then able to draw the links. So I told Jeff Upland about this, that I was able to, draw the link that Emmanuel Umqwetho was Umqwetho's brother, and then he showed me a Lovedale's admissions register that Emmanuel Umqwetho was actually in class with S.K. Mkai, right? So, you see all these connections, right? But actually, this is the work that we do, is that we work with very little to produce much. Because women, like I said, are in the footnotes, right? Women's life stories and information is found in death notices, and it's not in, this death notice was just a small part of page 2. But actually, this very little information is able to give us some context on who Umqwetho is, but also shows us something about what it means to think about a different analytical tool and a different, framework of reading, working with intuition, talking to people and writing. And so, let me go back to my notes. Thank you. So additionally to this death notice, I found in the newspapers of Umthetheli Wabantu that there was frequent reporting of Umqwetho and her sisters, Mary and Gladys, and their movements and activities. Ilanga laseNatal reported that Mary P. Umqwetho and Miss Ellen Ndabane bakhe bathi xada naseBononi bathi kusaphilwa khona. On the 20th of May, 1922, it is reported that intombi zontathu zikaMqwetho, uNontsizi, imbongikazi yodumo, no Mrs. Mary, no Gladys Umqwetho, left Johannesburg because of their mother's ill health. Ilanga laseNatal also reported that the 3 Umqwetho sisters left Johannesburg for home because of their mother's illness. On the 3rd of June, 1922, the paper reported that Omachizama, Mrs. Umqwetho, bafikile ke apha ngomvulo, 15th of May, ukuvela eGauteng. On the 21st of October 1922, Emmanuel Umqwetho wrote the notice of his mother's death from Whittlesea. On the 5th of July, 1924, Umthetheli Wabantu reported that Emmanuel Mgqwetho from Engojini was in Johannesburg to see his sister, Nontsizi Mgqwetho. Okhe wanexesha elele phansi, esinovuyo ukuthi uyazamana noko ngoku ukubonakala phakathi komzi. And so these detailed reports highlight the prominence of the Mgqwetho family and reflect the intricate social and familial dynamics of the time. The newspaper reporting of movements reveals the family's status and influence. The frequent mention of Mgqwetho and her sisters reveal the importance of their roles within both the immediate community and the broader national conversation. Mgqwetho's poetry, laden with political and social commentary, combined with her family's public presence, exemplifies the interconnectedness of personal and political spheres in the early 20th century. And so all this information, right, about death notices, the reportings of movements of Mgqwetho sisters, and the connection between Mgqwetho and Mqhayi give insight to finding facts in unexpected places and being able to see something that the newspapers do not immediately speak to. Death notices and reports of personal movements in newspapers were relatively common during this period. These notices often serve as a means of informing the community about significant events, reflecting the social fabric and the status of families within the community. The inclusion of these notices provide more than just information. They provide a glimpse into the social dynamics and networks of the time. And so, actually what I do in the thesis then is I look at movement and circulation as a way of thinking about Mgqwetho. So the movement of the person, how she moves from Engojini to Johannesburg, but is constantly moving between those two locations. And then the movement of ideas in newspapers, Mthetheli Wabantu, Abantu Batho, Imvo Zabantsundu, and then also the contemporary kind of take-up of her, right? And so I read her through movement and how movement is important for intellectuals. Intellectuals move around and meet other people, but also there's a broadened worldview that happens. But also because of Mgqwetho's movement and circulation, we're able to know about her. She's not just, uyabonga in the village, but she goes into the newspaper and publishes her ideas and gains a broader and wider audience. And so movement becomes a central topic in my dissertation. Just to give you a sense of like how I organized it. So in the first chapter, I look at Mgqwetho's presence in unexpected places and dive into the reporting of these movements, how she's at a party, how she's invited to speak, and how, there's one article, I think in Umthetheli Wabantu, where it says she was at a funeral and she was sitting at the back of a van with a friend of hers. Just like random things like that actually speak to the fact that she was a prominent person during the time. And then chapter 2 of the dissertation looks at the history and impact of newspapers, and also just like how she moves from Abantu Batho to Umthetheli Wabantu. And then chapter 3 critically looks at her work and reads her poetry in the context of newspapers as opposed to the anthology, right? So looking at how she appears in page 6 of the newspaper, for example, and what is she saying or adding to how the newspaper is curated, right? And then the 4th chapter is looking at contemporary take-up of her work, right? But I think the common thread, the golden thread in the thesis is really about like the movement of ideas of the person and circulation, and how also this reveals something about that time. This is a time of restrictions, right? Lots of laws. This is after the Land Act, after the establishment of the Union of South Africa. And so to have a figure, a young woman moving at the time also tells us about how she was denying the restrictions that were placed on her, and shows us the dynamic nature of Black political life at the time, and how even though, intellectuals were constrained, people still moved despite that. And so really, I want us to think about, how historians are reevaluating the importance of ephemeral literary production in understanding African history. These texts, once considered too transient to be of lasting significance, are now recognized as vital sources for reconstructing the intellectual landscapes of the past. My work on Unotsi Mgqwetho contributes to this reevaluation, offering insights into the role of women in intellectual history and highlighting the importance of preserving these fleeting yet powerful works, including death notices. Through the lens of Mgqwetho's poetry, we can see how ephemeral texts contribute to our understanding of African intellectual traditions. These works, though not intended to endure, have nevertheless shaped our understanding of the past, providing a rich tapestry of ideas, voices, and perspectives that are essential to our intellectual heritage. Makhosazana Xaba says, our written worlds will outlive us. They will travel further than we could ever dream. Our written worlds speak for us and make us visible in societies that would rather pretend we do not exist as producers of knowledge and creative works. And so why am I saying this? We need to think about how we work methodologically with the vernacular archive, right? And so as Ukasa stated, we need to read the archives and the texts, listen to the narratives, and develop the analytical tools and frameworks we find of greatest analytical power. This is how we will revitalize the humanities. Thank you.
Wow. That was amazing. That was amazing. I like that last punchline that says, this is how we revitalize the humanities. Or as if she got into my mind in terms of what I was going to ask. How many of us are excited and enthused about Mama Mgqwetho? Just me? Okay, so we had a lot. How many of us are amazed at what you can do with death notices? Okay, so a lot of us. Now, that's what it means to revitalize. I want to congratulate the people that structured this section, this program. Are you in the room, the people that crafted this part of the program? Are you? This, yeah, it's, well, it has to be my boss because the boss of my bosses. Because you see, it's amazing. One, we got the problem statement from Mr. Zinn, even as he was showing how the university press is going in to carve a path. And then we saw in the, from Mr. Neer, the extent of the problem in terms of where we've been, but also how this work that they are doing is plugging into the Renaissance, the ultimate revitalization, in its grandest scheme. And obviously, we had the money debate. And then lastly, we've just seen how it is to dig to the value of keeping the archive and having it available. And now we're going to call on Prof. Pamela Maseko, who is going to look into the reclamation of African histories and launching of Jonas Nsiko, Hadi Waseluhlangeni, or Hadi Waseluhlangeni, collected writings. Now, the one thing I have to squeeze in before Prof comes in is that for me, she's reached that stage of being the mother of the profession, especially the mother of the archive, because whether it be leadership structures as far as the National Institute for the Humanities and Social Sciences, or the NRF that are funding, or the work of faculties, she's there and she's talking archive, and making it part of the key of our university. Round of applause, please. The mic stand.
Thank you so much. I would like us to have time towards the end for question and answers. So I want to summarize this as much as I can. My contribution is really a continuation of what And it's actually talking to the value of the Lovedale Press. But I also want to give a sense of what we have done, both as individuals, as a university, collective outside of the university, in trying to bring out, unearth, recirculate the work of the early intellectuals, early African intellectuals that has been published from the Lovedale Press. Part of today, small part of it is doing, I've been calling it a pseudo launch. It's not really a launch, pseudo launch of the book called Hadi Waseluhlangene, the collected works of Jonas Nzigo, published from 18, now I don't know my work, published from 1873 to 1916. So it's that work, and really Jeff and I have been enablers. We're not authors. I think we're clear about that. We're not authors of those works. We are enablers of the republication of those works. And Chair, please tell me when I've got 10 minutes so that I can just summarize everything.
Pray for me as I do that to my boss.
Pray very hard. So this is the book. It's on stage. It's part of 10 volumes that have been published from ephemeral sources, 10 volumes, African intellectuals whose work has not been seen anywhere, whose valuable work have not been seen anywhere, and has been published in newspapers mostly. And I'm not including these works that have been published before the UK's 10 Press. So there's Nziko, there's Wahope, there's Mgweto, there's S.E.K. Mkai, and that is not included in those. So that is the Lovedale Press we're talking about. And I'm saying, I think, Lucanio, this is just a drop in the ocean that we've uncovered from Lovedale. And often when the present owners of Lovedale talk about Lovedale, they talk about missionary texts that have been published for schools and that have been subversive to the African project at the time. So we're not talking about that here. So this is Jonas Nzigo. I just thought I should give small context about this. This self-undermining, self-devaluing, and self-doubt and doubt of an African project, for me, I just thought that it's important for us to hear what the colonialists, I don't know what you call them, we call them missionaries, when they came to Africa, how they viewed Africa. And so this person, I can't even see with my glasses here, she says that they are not, she's saying Africa are not intellectually of inferior race. The people in Africa are not intellectual of inferior race. So she says, just to talk about the intellectuality, she says intellectuality, when a truth is propounded, they will listen attentively and patiently, but not answer. And we know that those people know in Kundla. People listen. They will listen to yep, 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 yepping. And all they'll say is, ndiyakuva. And they'll say, kuba. And then a day, 2 days later, they'll come back and hit you back with the most intellectual response to your engagement. And we know that this is what the missionaries encountered in Africa. That's why we have 100-year wars in this region. Because intellectually, African people were superior. And this is written, this is Holden and Shepard. Shepard writes later about Lovedale, which was established for Africans at the time. Of course, it was for missionary education. And she says that the Lovedale Missionary is the only one in which the higher branches of a liberal education have been tried, where Cafe and European youths, that's when they were together, have competed together in the same class. And the native youths have been quite equal to the white pupils. My own son is not remarkable for dullness and has been to school all his life, but he is bound to admit that he cannot outdo those cafe boys, either in the classics or mathematics. So I'm just, this is again, I often say that I'm uncomfortable talking about these things. The race issues are quite uncomfortable talking about, but for the project that we engaging in the academy, it's important for us to say, this is, we have gone through a long period, centuries of de-intellectualization of African ways of knowing. And so we are not invented something that did not exist in Africa. Renaissance is really bringing back that has existed in Africa and inserting it in the academy. So that is what we're doing. So I've already introduced Lovedale. I'm gonna be quick. Have I got 10 minutes? 15 minutes, okay. I'm gonna be quick. So with the introduction of schooling in Lovedale, obviously, Precious had already talked about the introduction of literacy, so writing. So with literacy, obviously, Africans started writing. And missionary education was intended for evangelism, Christian education that sought to groom an African in a specific way. Yet, the early intellectuals, the early African intellectuals, if you note in that Shepherd's writing that I flighted earlier on, the project, I think the missionaries were not aware that the project is going to blow in their face, because then the Africans that they trained became superior intellectually, above the white boys with whom they were together in class. But then later on, they were immediately separated, and they were put in schools where they were trained to be, what do you call the people? Painters, wood makers and stuff like that. So trained to do handwork. I remember at school we were also, we're talking about this with my running partner, that at school we were taught to do needlework and boys were taught to do agriculture. And those of us who ventured to do agriculture as well, because our grandmothers were gardeners at home, we were told that singononga indoda, you know, with those who wish to be men. And so our training at home, our domestic training at home, did not match the gendered missionary education where boys were supposed to do this and girls were supposed to do this. I was making a point that the early intellectuals started to appropriate the pen and use it for different intentions than those of the missionaries. So they became aware of the colonial project and they started to write about African philosophical thinking, about African ways of knowing, about gender issues, the role of women at home. It has always puzzled me that what I learned on gender studies at university was totally different from how I experienced gender at home. So when I came across these texts Onomkwetu, Precious. The reason why this pulled me is because it was, I saw my village. I saw Abashumayeli in this. I saw my grandfather, I saw my grandmother in this. So these people started to write, and they wrote about the Africa we know, the intellectuality of Africa, the experience that we don't get to hear about in the academy. And so when we start talking now about the power of African ways of knowing, you actually, the first thing is that you don't have the words to describe African, because the academy doesn't teach you to write about your grandmother, or Babala are starting, or Prof. Makokwana are starting to find syntax, terminology to write about Africa that we don't get in the academy. So these people have written, they've written hundreds of works. And so they've appropriated to the pen to write about Africa ways of knowing. I'm going to skip. I remember now, Lokanye. Okay. What I wanted to show with the next text, again working with the archive, I just want to show the kind of text we're working with here. And these are just newspapers from which we get these texts. You will be going through, you will find something, because Jeff has got a defined collection of things, and then you'll find something in his collections, but there'll be bits missing before or after. And so what you do, you go to the Cape Town Library, you go to Durban, you go to Pretoria, and if you happen to have resources, you go to Soweto in the UK, or you go to missionary training schools abroad, where these people were trained and where their records are kept. And this is where you put together the pieces and you complete the biographies. We don't have the biography of Nontsezi, for instance, but we're lucky sometimes that we have biographies of those people who have traveled and have gone abroad, and we know the history of preservation of newspapers that is better there, because the project was different from the Africa's project. So these are the kinds of texts we're working with. I just want for you to see the quality and the challenges of what it means to find and make meaning of these things. Some of the works, if people will see some of the items, you call them items or chapters if you have, or contents. So you have a text that is perhaps maybe 80 lines, but we have 5 lines that are totally invisible. So what do? Do you leave out that, or you try and present it and say, this is the complete, almost what we know has been written by Ntsiko, but these lines, these 5 lines are missing from this. So this is a kind of text that we work with. Okay. Skip. The importance of this work, and then I'm going to go and talk about Ntsiko. The importance of these works we work with texts that had been written from about 1837 to about 1940. So it's 100 years. And if one understands the history of South Africa, it's a crucial period in political history of the country, and all, and also globally. The world wars, the pandemics, the epidemics, the 100 years here in the Eastern Cape, Industrial Revolution, and the 1856 cattle killing that forced, actually that encouraged native people to go and work for the white population. after they were left without food, without livestock and so forth. So these are important periods that I thought it's important to notify. I'm not going to talk about the process. I just want to go to the volumes that have been published. As you can see, we've got 10 volumes. I've just highlighted the one that we're showcasing today. These works, we've been saying traditionally, you know, the academy is funny. Traditionally, you bring out the work of someone that has not been published. And then you write yourself as an editor on the outside. And the person who actually wrote the work, you put them inside, and so you don't showcase them. So here, the one of the agreements I made with Jeff Opland that Precious talked about is that we're not authors of these works. The original writers appear on the outside, and we appear on the outside as editors and translators because these works have been translated to English for wider dissemination. The reason for that is that it was not intentional. It was not intentional that they did not publish the works, but it was the system that invisibilized their work. Because if they had been published through Lovedale Press, they would have been subversive to the colonial project. So now it's important that at this point, at this time in history, that they come out again. We get to know about them. We don't get to know about Nonzizi Mgqwetho, or we get to know Jeff Opland and not Nonzizi Mgqwetho, or Pamela Maseko and not Jonas, and so forth. So that's that. So we've got those people, and I'm not going to talk about that. So Ntsiko, how many minutes have I got? Should be 5 or 8. Okay. So Ntsiko, I'm gonna be quick. Ntsiko is inzalelwane yase Makhanda. She was born in Grahamstown in 1850. Died in 1918. So obviously she went to missionary school and then was plucked out. That was the project of the missionaries. You pluck out the native children from their place of familiarity. You put them in seclusion in missionary schools. You train them in missionary ways of doing things. So he was born in Grahamstown, taken out from his home and put in, it was called Cafe Institute. Those people know in Makhanda, it was part of St. Andrews, those people who know Makhanda. So actually, Margaret Poland writes as a preface to the book beautifully about how St. Andrews and the Cafe Institute coexisted. So she went there. And then also, and so it was good education. It was quality education. And then she was also one of the few natives who got taken outside of that institute and taken to the UK in St. Augustine's Missionary Training College in Canterbury, which is where we got that missing piece of his biography. So, except for periods between 1884 and 1894, she writes, what do you say in English? Kakulu, kakulu. It's not a lot. It's not it's kakulu. I don't know what. She writes from the time she's 23 until 2 years before his death. From 23 until 2 years. So if people talk, I know that if there are English literary scholars here and we talk about Shakespeare, we talk about John Donne, we talk about this, I can put him at that level to some extent. But not only that, she doesn't write only literary works, but she writes non-fictional stuff. So she writes except for that period between 1884 and 1894. He writes mostly in Isigidimi. Isigidimi, just so also to put the context, Isigidimi is one of the newspapers that got taken over by early African intellectuals as editors, where they allowed, without censorship, contributions by African scholars. So this is why we're getting these now. And just before I go out, I just then talk a little bit in detail with the 5 minutes left, and I'm gonna finish because I'm the one who said. What is interesting about his work, is gonna be interesting for the president. Ne? So we know that when we talk about Xhosa anthology, or let's say when we talk about one of political figures in South Africa, we talk about W.B. Gqubuzana. And in literary circles, she's known for his anthology, which was a collection of literary works of these people like Ogoba, Wauchope, and what have you. What is interesting about that anthology is that none of Jonas Nziko's works appear. So I've been reading some of Nziko's texts and how critical he is of the liberation movement, including something I'm not going to say here, you must go read them, about something that was targeted at W.B. Gqubuzana. I think we talked about this briefly, and you said, let bygones be bygones. But the sad thing is that with that, Nziko died defrocked because he was highly critical of the church, highly critical of the church. He was defrocked, and we think that he was blind because we sing in his writing, no, towards the end of his life, we sing in his writing that sometimes he writes above the line, and so that is also it's difficult of reading and researching the archive. We're making assumptions. Thinks he died blind, but in obscurity, in Tsolo. So having been born, those people who know Tsolo, so you must go and find out if there's Nziko in Tsolo. But we know that there are Nzikos in Grahamstown. Okay, so now just 2 minutes. I'm just gonna. It's gonna be just. So the important thing about this is that it is not enough that we are studying it is okay for us to study biographies of these people because we get to understand the context in which they wrote. But what is important for the academy is that we need to understand the intellectual histories of what were they saying about the context in which how did they understand it, okay? And why does it matter for us today? And what can we learn from it to make deductions about our past and making sense of where we are now and imagining the future. So that is what we need to do. It's not a nice to have. That big 500 and something pages, it's not okay for it to sit there if we're not beginning to make those deductions. We might as well let it sit in the archive. So, but just maybe 2-3 points I want to make on the epistemic erasure that we're talking about now, coloniality. I've said to people that we quote people in the 1960s, we're talking about the coloniality. But yet Nziko writes in 1883, Gopa writes in 1888 about things that people like Fanon only write about. and we reference Fanon and not, I think the important thing is that the genesis of ideas is important for us, is that we should be, yes, making reference to Fanon, but also acknowledge that there are people who write way before them. So she says, like Precious, I would like to read in closer. She says, Malunga nabafunzi abamhlophe, MP, talking about someone who wrote previously, siyamthethelela abalunyusi uhlanga bayathanda kuba malunyuke elizulwini kona kuba malube nobuhlanga balo nokuba maluqabukele amalungelo alo akunjalo njengokuba sibona. And then talking about linguistics as well, I hope Andiswa is here, but she was outside, not here now. I'm going to, can see that she even writes in English, by the way. So highly multilingual. And then she talks about the SAWA bill. We know the SAWA bill that was a predecessor to 1913. She gives the African perspective on it. We've never had an African perspective of this. We've read about other ways of understanding of the bill, and this is written by Nziko. And I'm going to leave it at that, and just say that it is important for us in reimagining the Lovedale Press and the collaborations with the University Mandela Press, that we really think about, of course, excavating, but what do we do with the work that we've excavated? And how do we continue the legacy of those people who wrote during that time? And this is the work that is done and has been supported by the National Institute for the Humanities, and in the early times, the Mellon Foundation, and of course, the different universities where I've been in the 10-volume history of this collection. Thank you so much.
Sure. This is redemptive work, in the sense that, you see, the thing about epistemic humility, generally we tend to judge each other on the basis of the things that we hold passionately the most. But if we also have an open heart, it's okay, you are able to handle both boldness and vulnerability at the same time. Because when works like these come, they do things to you that help you to say, there's a lot. Okay, now we open the floor, right, Prof? Because until 4 o'clock, we open the floor. For me, this has been so amazing in the sense that it does those things to you that sometimes make you angry, sometimes make you beam with pride, especially in terms of, you know, the histories where we come from. Prof. Makokwana, you want to open it up for us? We'll take a few questions, and then I'll allow the panel to respond and see if we have another time. Thanks.
Thank you so much, colleagues. I think this has just been amazing. To say, like, I wish we had more time to hear some of these slides that we did not get to hear. And congratulations, Prof. Maseko, for the publication. Yeah. And, okay, just before I start, I really think that the methodologies that you bring, Precious, are quite innovative. And in as much as we, in the academy, will say, okay, they are new, but we already know that at a very young age, each and every one of us were always tasked to read the obituaries. That is one of the biggest literacy mechanisms in our own communities that have not been registered as ways of knowing what we know. So I'm really enjoying that, and I'm hoping that you can develop those methodological interventions in accessing the archives through obituaries and imipanga. So just to come to Lucanio, and I think it speaks also to what Prof. Maseko is trying to do and has been committed to do, and also maybe with Alan as well. What is it about this democracy that tends to kill competency and consciousness? What is the gain of this democracy when it kills consciousness and these registers of the time memorial? You know, and I think that if we can, in our imagination, in our trying to imagine a society where all of us are fully human, I think we're gonna have to be critical also of how we, within the academy especially, we just take on things, especially as firsts. We do this as the first, this is my first, this is the, you know, and without any form of investment, you know, to competence and critical consciousness, which is posed by Unziko, as you've clearly shown. And I think we are entering a phase in our democracies, or liberal democracy, I always say this, in its biggest challenge of the 21st century, of imagining something new. And I think this vernacular, these archives, are the first point, especially to build African dignity back together again. I think it is the first point where we can actually say, this is where we should start. Because as we always say, liberal democracy is failing us. It has failed us. So we need alternative thinking. And I think what you are doing, it is the beginning of that. And I take it back to you, Lucanio, that what is it about democracy that has deeply depoliticized us and dehistoricized the African? But you guys are just beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. Q.
Wow, I'm blown away by the work that historians are doing. Jesus. And yeah, I'm amazed. I'm grateful to Prof. Maseko because Prof. Maseko shows that it's not overnight. Things take time. So I'm grateful for that as a watcher, young academic. But since we are talking about the revitalization of the humanities, so my question is for both Precious and Professor Maseko. I wanted to ask, when you're reading the redacted notes and you're seeing it, and you're reading between the lines, as how Precious you were saying that you had to read somewhere else where you found the brother. And even reading amongst the text to develop a kind of analysis in trying to find these people in particular ways and kind of completing the picture. And you're almost even, you're reading the silences or creating a language about the silences that you're finding in the archive. My question now is about, as historians, where do you think in our humanities or in our curriculum you train students to do that? Because what we're talking about are methodological tools, right? They're tools of analysis. But as we're talking about revitalizing the humanities, where in your training or in the curriculum do we teach students to kind of do this particular kind of work?
Thank you. I suspect we can squeeze in one more so that you also have time to respond. At the back, thank you.
Hello, thank you. My name is Matthias, Visual Arts, and also with Aeon. Particularly this question is for the Thabo Mbeki Foundation. I saw your structure. It's quite fascinating. I was fascinated by the structure of the facility, basically. And my question is it influenced by an African indigenous concept because it looks like a granary. And the second question is, because I've been researching on spaces like that, I'm very curious about indigenous concepts in our public spaces, which we really don't have. Was it by the Ajay Associates? Because it's quite famous with building memorials in different parts like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's start with Precious, and then come to Lucanio, and then Prof. Maseko. And now, since there wasn't a direct question, we'll give you some closing remarks, Mr. Zinn. Thank you. We're starting with Precious.
I think it's on. Prof. Makokana, thank you so much, especially about like obituaries and imipanga, because, so one of the things that I always say is that, you know, when you go to a funeral, people throw away obituaries, right? And actually those are historical documents, because those are one of the very few times where families come together and sit and then tell the story of this person. Sukapi, wayefundapi, and to throw it away, to physically throw it away and to not have that is a problem, because years go by and then we're not able to retrace that information. And so I think one of the things that I've been saying to people in my circle is keep those obituaries. They're important. They are historical documents. And I think how we understand historical documents needs to change. But we must sit with our elders and listen as we think about, you know, who we are and where we come from as a people. So yeah, definitely excited to contemplate a bit more about that and what historical documents are, and changing our understanding of what we see as historical. Kawe, a big question. So I did my undergrad in anthropology and economic history, and then did an honors in history and a master's in history. And so I think that transdisciplinary background is important. But you know, I think it's also just like a curiosity, and also rereading the texts. So last year I was a guest lecturer in Prof. Makokana's course, an honors course. And one of the things that I said to the students is, as we read, we need to think about, what is the title? You know, what is the title telling us about this reading? And we need to think before we read a text about, okay, what do I want to hear about this? What is being said? And then to also like read again, you know. So one of the things that one of my lecturers in undergrad used to say, she used to say, first read as a friend, the first reading that you do. So you read to understand what this person is saying. And then the second time that you read, you must read as an enemy, to then critique, right? So now that you've fully understood what the text is saying, to come then with a critical eye. You can't come to a critical eye if you haven't read as a friend to understand, you know? Because if we just read Maibui Africa, like I read earlier on, you'll think she's saying Maibui Africa. She's actually saying, no, Africa has gone nowhere. Makubuye wena. You know? But we can't critique without understanding, which is why I don't like people who say, I don't like this author. What don't you like about the author? You haven't read, right? So I think it is about reading. It is about being patient. But I think it's about an openness and a curiosity and really just wanting to know more. But I don't know, I think Prof can talk about how we train students. Because now I'm new to this, I'm just a baby.
You know, when people ask difficult questions, it's because they know the answers. So I think, let me first say that the archive is one of the strategic thematic areas of the faculty. So it's a faculty-wide initiative. Is it initiative? Yeah. It's that time of the day where my English is there. So therefore, where in the curriculum, it is everywhere. It doesn't belong to history or sociology. It belongs everywhere. It belongs in visual arts, it belongs in music, it belongs everywhere. It's the how that is specific to the discipline that we should be looking at. So, but I think that's an easy question, there's an easy response now, and we need to just think about it carefully. The one, I wanted to respond to biographies. Biographies are so important. The 10th volume in this collection is biographical poems of S.E.K. Mkhai. And most of those biographical poems are obituaries that he writes and contributes to newspapers. So we've collected that. But it was a doctoral thesis, one of my students. But what is very important about that is that we get to learn on how missionaries extended their footprint outside of those people who were trained in missionary schools. We got to understand the role of women in bringing literacy to their homes. Women who were maids in white homes and then were taught to read and write. But these women, the wives of missionaries and the women who worked for them, they just established a bond. They taught them how to read the Bible, how to pray and everything. In turn, African women went home and taught their husbands. So they became preachers. You know, the concept, there are abefundisi nabashumayeli. What is the difference in English? Ministers and preachers, you know. So ministers are those who went to school, and preachers are those who didn't go to school, lay preachers. So the genesis of that is women training their husbands in literacy on how to write. And we get to hear that in the biographies of most women that Mkhai writes about. That is where he shares this. And we don't know about that. We often think that literacy was only the result of missionary education. And we don't talk about this collaboration between missionaries' wives and their maids, and the maids and their husbands. And yeah, difficult ones.
Okay, let's start with the easy one. The easy one is on both, you're quite right. The inspiration for the building are granaries. And the idea for us is to be thinking about where will we store the knowledges of the past and present in order for these future generations come and eat from. Right? This metaphor around the nourishment, that really is a driving force around the building. And so you're quite right. And equally correct on the architect as well. So it's the architect. That bought me 5 seconds to think on the other one. Answers at 2 levels. I think the first level is, I was re-watching that Mandela symposium that Mandela University did a few years ago. And there's a question from the floor that's asked of Joel Nachitenze. And they ask him about, well, 2 parts. The first part of the question was around the arms deal, and the second one was on gear. And Joel says in response, well, he said, I'm not sure that gear was still there in 2003 onwards. And I'll come back to this point. But he says, in 96, the government at the time decides to put itself under a structural adjustment program before the IMF does so. I think the one medium answer is that I think there were just financial reasons why some things just didn't happen in the early years. If just a practical reason. If you read a lot of the literature, the government had been bankrupt before, and when they come into government post-1994, they're grappling with a broke state. I think that's one part. But the reason is that I want to come back to what Joel says. He then talks about how there is on most metrics an increasing in spending on most things. And I haven't looked at the numbers in a while, but I don't see arts and culture in particular keeping up. So I think the answer around finances is okay in one part, but insufficient in the fullness of time. And then I think it ends up talking to what the people, at least the government, values and what it doesn't value. That's one part of the answer. The second part of the answer is I also think, let's use teacher training colleges as an example, right? Anytime I hear someone talking about who must bring them back, I always wonder, when I read the research around that, they were horrible. They were genuinely horrible. They created horrible teachers, and many of them are the ones who are still in the system, particularly in primary schools, right? And so, however, the problem you then come about with is you say, the teacher training colleges were great in providing pedagogy and teacher training, so how to teach in a classroom, but really bad in theoretical and knowledge. So what do they then do? They say, we're closing all of these, and we're taking them into universities, and there's so few of them, and very few of them get longer than a year inside classrooms. The second part of the answer is to say that I think sometimes I'm still talking I'm going to come back to us in the last part. I think the government, sometimes understand the problem, but then the solution they come up with is really not what's required. They see if we leave the teacher training colleges there, we'll keep developing inferior teachers. But to solve that is they take it to the far extreme and they put them in universities and they never go back to the classroom whilst they're training. That's the third part, and is the last thing, is maybe one more thing after this one. I'm so sorry. I know time, sorry. The third one is, I raise it briefly on black capital. So if you look at the people who found or pay for the founding of Stellenbosch University, it's a trust. So let's assume it was white capital, Afrikaner capital, that had been saving money, put the money aside. At a time they agree that a university must be created. They create Stellenbosch University. That same trust at the moment is upset that Afrikaans is no longer at the center. They're funding another institution at the moment. You'll hear that word soon. Yeah. Yes. So the way capital, once you've accumulated capital beyond your own personal needs, how you deploy that capital is largely to respond to many of these societal problems. If you look at the Medici family in Italy, Donatello's work funded by them, Michelangelo funded by them, and others funded by them. I don't see much of that amongst our black capitalist class at the moment. And I think some of the challenges we have is if we say I'm correct, and I might not be correct on the first part on government funding. Let's say I'm correct that there was no money initially. Let's say they didn't have money until the late 2000s. Why have they not been funding at the moment? The ones who've got money have got money. Those BEE trusts have vested. They don't have to, they aren't locked up anymore. They can spend that money. They aren't spending it. They serious questions to ask about the money they have and how they're utilizing the money. The last part, I think, is on us. I think the reason I went in this direction, we like to blame upwards. We like to blame government the most,
And then I'm blaming a lot this black capitalist class. But half of it is the current owners of Lovedale Press are sitting at least with these books who aren't buying them. There are people who have musical concerts regularly who aren't buying things. We aren't going to the concerts. The only kinds of last thought. The only kinds of concerts we go to are the ones that say so and so and many more. It's why the music industry in the country is currently broken. Silent rant briefly, because we want these musicians to produce music, perform this music, and then we say, no, but last week, Unomfundo Kaluva just released an album. She's going next week, she might have a performance, and we'll say it's 350 Rand. But the industry has trained us at the moment to say, for 350 Rand, I'm going to go to a concert in December, there'll be 40 people, and you'll pay 200 Rand. There's something amongst us as well. We'll say there's no value in Unomfundo Kalova and her 44-minute long album, which I think is too short, but that's fine. And we'll say there's no value there, and then we will then want to spend money on this other thing. So I think there are multiple levels of problems here, why we've battled post-democracy. I haven't answered you directly, but I thought these other things will help me.
I would like us to close because we still have the session at, what time is it? 5. It's 5 to 7, but it's going to be an hour only. So please do join us. You will be blown away by that. I think actually that's the highlight of the Humanities Day. So at the moment, enjoy the cocktail hour, and thank you so much. At least for me, the chair will close. Just thank you so much for coming, and we hope to see you later. Chair, you want to close?
Victor Hugo says, an invasion of armies can be resisted, but not an idea whose time has come. Thank you.
that given that the 19th century plan sought consolidation of white race by building its prosperity and management of the natives and their relationship with whites. This is articulated, the SMARTS plan. And so she asked, did South Africa in 1994 develop a framework or something as profound for the majority of the black population to counter the SMARTS plan? The documentary itself talks about land tenancy and talks about the land claims. It's been produced by our colleagues in the history department in collaboration with Professor Richard Levin, who is our honorary professor at the university, attached to the faculty. And they give an account of the experience of these people that they follow mostly in KwaZulu-Natal. What is profound about what they shared with us last week is that although Eastern Cape is a symbol of, not symbol, I don't know what to say in English. At this point, my English is very, very, but a place where there was really big, there were wars, fight around land dispossession and everything. But even with that, he says that the Eastern Cape is the province with lowest number of land claims. If I'm not mistaken, he said there's only 3 from the Eastern Cape and hundreds from KwaZulu-Natal. So I wish for you to, there's not gonna be any speech after this. The people who produced the movie, the documentary are not here to engage with you. I just thought I would give just this brief context and then acknowledge the people who worked on the movie, specifically the institutions that work in the movie. And of course, it's us as the university, Mandela University, University of Johannesburg, the National Research Foundation, the National Institute for the Humanities and Social Sciences, Wits University, and the Association for Rural Development. We appreciate that as an institution, this was launched with us, and that is shown for the second time in the country. And yesterday, it was launched in Turkey, Istanbul. So enjoy. Thank you so much.
ukhulu uma ozala uma. Ukhulu uma ozala uma wazalelwa eplazini likaFlebhana ngo-1932. Eseyintombazanyana wayesebenza endlini yomlungu, eshayela, epheka, ewasha. Wayengixoxela ukuthi uma eyotheza, uma kuqhamuka imoto yomlungu, wayelala phansi ethi ne ngesisu, enzela ukuthi umlungu engamboni. Ekufikeni kwabo, izikhawu ezahlukahlukene, ezinqola nangamahhashi, babulala, bachitha igazi lokhokho bethu. Kuthe kusenjalo, izandla zabo zigxaza igazi, basungula uhulumeni wabo, bashaya imithetho egunyaza ukusephuca kwabo iswe. Kule ngxenye enkulu, izizwe ngezizwe zavunyelwa ukuhlala lubhojozi, zaphenduka izigqila zabelungu. Zisebenza mahhala, zingaholi. Konke lokhu zazikwenza zinqenge indawo yokuhlala, zinqenge inhlabathi yokulima nokufuya. Ngo-1996, uMandela washicilela umthetho owanikeza igunya labantu abahlala emaplazini lokufaka izicelo zokubuya kwezwe. Kuthe kufika inkululeko, izinkulungwane zezizwe zabakhonzi nalabo ababeyizigqila zabelungu emapulazini zabe sezichithiwe, zaxoshwa, zalahlwa emikhukhwini nasezitendeni kulo lonke leli. Yimi umnqobi Ngubane, ngakhuliswa ukhulu, ingakho namuhla ngizabalaza kanye nani ukuze umhlaba ubuye.
Ngiqhubeke njalo ngilime, ngiqhubeke ngifuye. Ngilime ngentanga, ngifuye ngentanga. Ngoba umhlaba uwenu. Manje
Umnyango wezindaba zokubuyiswa komhlaba wathola izicelo ezingama-20 ezinkulungwane ezimbili. Ngeshwa umnyango wezindaba zokubuyiswa komhlaba wehlulekile ukubhekana nazo zonke lezo zicelo. Ingxenye enkulu eyevile eshumini lezinkulungwane azikaphumeleli. Ezinye sezalahleka. Lolu udaba lwabo.
Imfe ma nointshontsha lapha nikhokhobe wa fini ni shy phansi la nibophele la maqaka la manihamba then uyikhudu yakulandela ibophele la
ngibona simngindi.
yes
Ukhwekwana kuthosibulala ngesigodo.
Sisikebhe senu.
Ukhwekwana umfana Clement sihamba lemathuni. Isigodo sishayile. So kwemanzini
yes
so kwana bambe lo yamkhiphe ufuna phansi wakhulisa akukhiphe kona kubeke ngaphandle. Sibhukuda kumnandi lapha emngweni.
yes impilo emnandi bafethu.
Mnandi ngoba sasilima ubambe inkombo inkabi la kuyalinywa udonsa inkabi la kuyalima. Mangabe vele uyashawa ngeswebhu la. Qonde la kuyalinywa emakhaya la ngenkomo.
Mhlawumbe insimi mhlawumbe uzohamba ufuna ukwazela. Inkomo uma ngabe ukuthi yahlaba nje uyoze sikukhuza la ngemuva.
Ithathe ibhekise phezulu. Hawu. Yathathe ibhekise phezulu. Siyakhala iswebhu la kwisandoko.
Athi baba omncane kuyakuphaphamisa ulele. Ile ndozana inyosi nobisi lokushiwe eBhayibhelini. Into le singasho ukuthi sayibona ngoba naniphume ekhaya nolusi ningabuki kuthi nizodlani nizobona inyosi nebisi apho nazi inyosi natapa mase nitapile inyosi nyadla nanka amatulo nani noze nibuye ngasentambama.
KwaNozekela leli yikhaya lobaba uMwelase nomakhelwane babo. Kwakwakhiwe kunemizi eminingi. Namuhla umhlaba wabo sekwaba indawo yaseHilton College. Isikole esedula ukwedlula zonke izikole kulelizwe.
Mabefika abamhlophe bezokwakha isikolo la babengazi khona abantu abahlala. Emva kwesikhashana insukwana bekhona bathuka bezithela phezulu kwakhokho wethu Mbewu. Basithela phezulu kwakhe and then base bexoxa ukuthi hawu kuhlala abantu inkanti la nathi Mbewu indawo yami le nabantu ababo. Base bethi ke baba sakha isikole lapha ngenhla phezulu. Sicela ukuthi kube khona sithola abantu abazosebenza nosakheni isikole. Batholakala-ke abantu basebenza la, abanye ubamkhulu wababiza ngokubazi ukuthi mhlambe bama-in-laws, abakhwenyana noma ama-relatives, beza la bazosebenza. Kusho ukuthi isikole sasingenawo ama-resources amaningi naso ukuthi sakhe ini na. Umzekelo ukuthi umgwaqo osuka le esikolweni uza la wakhiwa inkomo zasemakhaya, boshelwe span of oxen. Isikolo, indawo esakha khona isikolo, was donated by Mr. Henderson. Isikole-ke then sakha-ke lapha, and they had no business. Babengahlanganiseli lutho nendawo. Njengoba ngisho bathuka sebehlangana ubamkhulu wabatshela ukuthi yena ophethe la. Where have you seen a school with such a large and vast hectares and hectares of place? Where have you seen that? Now we look at that as dispossession of land, disguised as building the school. Yeah, you see here, where we stand now here, we're standing at the gate into the Kwanozegela, a former Kwanozegela, which is now become the Game Nature Reserve. People were forced removed from Kwanozegela, so they registered with the Game Nature things, you see, so that they would keep the animals here. They prefer to have animals kept here than to have people staying here. If you want to do some rituals to the graves of our ancestors, you are not allowed if you haven't got, if you have not applied for a permission to go in there. It breaks our heart to see our place here having become an animal game. That they have animals trampling upon the graves of our forefathers. These stones that you see here are the very stones that were used to build that kraal. You see, kraal for the cows. Now it fell down as everything was falling down. So then, some stone rolled down there, and some remained, but there's no actual remainder of the roundish kraal made out of stone. The relocation, when they said relocate closer to school now, where you're working, that gave them an opportunity to extend the boundaries of the school, to incorporate also Kwanozegela. Nozegela now belongs to them. So that was all a ploy. And then the whole area then became Hilton College. So now when we say we want our area, we're not talking about school. School is not ours. We have got nothing to do with the school. All we want is our area here, Kwanozegela. That is the story of Kwanozegela and Hilton College. They took our land just like that.
Izizukulwane zakwaNozegela zamangalela umnyango wokubuyiswa komhlaba. Zaye zayofika enkantolo enkulu yalelizwe, inkantolo yomthethosisekelo.
Athi siyawufuna umhlaba wethu wathathwa bezizwe. Siyawufuna umhlaba wethu wathathwa bezizwe.
Leli yizwe lobaba uMnyandi nomakhelwane babo bachithwa ngo-1995. Izwe labo laphendulwa isiqiwi njengase-Hilton. Abelungu bajwayele ukwakha iziqiwi ngoba uhulumeni uyazivikela iziqiwi ukuze ekugcineni abantu bengawutholi umhlaba.
Athi siyakhala isizwe sikaphunga nomake basiyalila.
Okhonzi Plaza kwakugqila
Lo mhlaba lona okuthiwa thina asigqilazeke kuwo siwusebenzele mahhala. Wawubuye phi lo mhlaba oba thina singabala sizalwa kuwo. Sizalwa kuwo lo mhlaba basificela uyaqeda futhi thina suke kobhati ngani sifuqelwa ngapha. Lapha niyasuka nizokweqa umgwaqo. Ngoba sisuswa lapha azange sisichaswe nangu-R100 umuzi nomuzi. Kwathiwa nje sukani la. Ngizalwe 1958 le ndawo, ubaba 1925. Naye uzalwe le ndawo. Umkhulu wami nguMavalane naye uzalwe le ndawo. Besebenza iplazi nami ngilificile ngisebenzele kwaze kwafika u94. Salahlekelwa ke thina. Heyo. Into yonke engabe sinayo. Mina ngithi siyawucela ukuthi asinike umhlaba. Ngoba umhlaba mina phela isikole sami iplazi. Angicele mina ukulima nakho nje nakho. Naka nje ngabuka ngithi mina ngilimile ukhona nomehluko. Ukuthi ulime umuntu omnyama. Cha, ngiyalima mina. Mangathola umhlaba ovulelekile. Nengane zami ngeke ziye kuyofuna umsebenzi. Ngoba umsebenzi inhlabathi. Imfuyo ukulima kuyimpilo yesizwe.
Hayi, yabona khathi sile phansi la kade sikhona sasuka khona. Besihleli kahle kakhulu. Kule ndawo encane nakhona nginayo-ke ingajanyana yami encane. Ngiyayiphilisa ngayo. Manje sesicindezeleke kakhulu-ke la. Ngoba ukuba nje sisenendawo enkudlwanyana. Ngabe ngiyenza nje ingadi yami ibe enkulu ngoba lokho sense kokulima ngakuthanda vele sukade ngiseyingane. Hayi, iy'nkukhu ngiyayithanda kakhulu iy'nkukhu. Sengikhohlwe ukuyibala indaba yazo. Iy'nkukhu ngiyithanda kakhulu. Yabona nje uma ngabe nje zizalela ngiyakwazi ukuyilungisela lapha amanesi nazo. Futhi kuba nje kuya ngami indawo nginayo. Ngabe ngiyayikhandela ihhoko lazo. Ngoba ikakhulukazi ngithanda lezi ezesizulu. Ngisho abanye abamhlophe abaqhamuka la edolobheni la abangamandela bayeza bezoyifuna la. Bathi inkukhu yesizulu yona esiwunumber 1.
Lezi vande esesizilima. Iuthando ukuthi lento siyayazi. La sihleli khona kumele kube khona esikwenzayo. Ngoba ukudla kudula kangaka nje. Uma ngiphucwa mina umhlaba nemisebenzi ingekho kanje. Kuthiwa thina siphile ngakho. Ngoba umhlaba uyimpilo udla wona. Endawo oqala kade kumuzi owodwa wade wakhela. Kade ushoba. Lona athi uthengile kuye naye wafike nje wasigqilaza. Nowaye ngaphambili naye wafike nje wasigqilaza. Nowaye ngaphambili wafike wasigqilaza. Umbuzo wami uthi kanti inkululeko isilwane sini. Ikhetha abanjani abantu. Ngenxa nje yenyamazane le. Inyamazane thina sisidalwe ikhona indala inyamazane. Sisibuka ke sisejele. Asikhulekile.
Sibuyiseleni izwe lethu nina bezizwe. Sibuyiseleni izwe lokhokho bethu.
Thina la sizalelwe la kulomhlaba nami manje sengina 45 years njengoba sengingaka sengikhehla kwanami so now akukho la ngizoya khona ngikwazi ukumove ngikwazi ukwenza next video nobaba wami wasebenza iminyaka esebenza iplaza kanzima ishaywe ekhahlelwa kusha imlilo nzima ngempela impilo inzima.
Sasiweli mifula. le ndaba hiyo sasiwele mifula.
Hayi angiphili ngendaba yalesi umhlaba loku usukhuluma indaba yalomhlaba la kungenzeki la angazi semingakhi iminyaka dala siyicinga lokhu sifuna bakalanda fezi baloku babambe bayayeka bathi bayesilungisela bayasilungisela akubonakali into abayenzayo ukuthi benzani bathe singena kuphi ema-Pieteritief zonke indawo ema-Emelo ayikho into elungayo iminyaka ngasemingaka sekuze kuhambe nobaba wakho la ekhaya hambe bonke abantu la ekhaya nisahlupheka la eplazini akekho ozasilekelela bathe manje ukuthi ngabe silekelelwa ngubani phela funeka silekelele nguhulumeni ngendawo asinike indawo zethu esayisebenzele siyisebenzela kanzima bangasitholi lutho babakho bangaholi bangatholi lutho bashaywa nje kuphela la ayikho into kade bayisebenzela lana basebenzela nje induku siyayifuna le ndawo shonile manje ilanga nakimi ilanga shonile liyahamba ngoba nini ngihambe le mhlaba ngawutholanga la ngoba nini nginganamhlaba ngoba nini longisoka lonke amalanga ngivuke ekuseni ngigada ibhuni lilwa nami yilo kusasa lengitshela kusasa lengitshela kanti ngoba nini ngiphumule.
From 1993 until namhlanje uJabi Lanman kanye nobaba wakhe uJohan Lanman benze isihluko esikhulu la ekhaya. Kuthe makushona ubhuti wami okuyena wayefake the claim uErnest Nkambule. Uthe mangabe shona ezongcwatshwa khona la ngaphakathi eCharteni ithuna lakhe la ngaphakathi eCharteni umlungu uJohan Lanman wafika nabanye abelungu abaningi bazogqola la ekhaya bephethe ibhamu so bafika la bazokulwa bazovimba umncwabo.
So they are depriving us from our... Hey, don't do that! Hey, white man! Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? I'm visualizing you. I want other political leaders to see this video. Yeah, I want to visualize you. We will bury my grandfather here because our forefathers were buried here. We won't take orders from you. Fuck off too. Go. You know, Mamandu.
Kwaba isihlungu esikhulu thina siyakhala bona basithela ukuthi la akwazi ukungcwaba. So lento le yangiphatha kabuhlungu. Umlungu lona wabuya asifica sihlala la ekhaya sizalwe la. Wazolima umsele omkhulu la iva komuzi. Omkhulu umsele. Ngahamba ngemoto yami ngaya lapha kuye because bengenzela ukuthi ngibe safe ngibe ngaphakathi emotweni. So ngithe mangiyomkhuza lo mlungu ngale ndaba ukuthi emlungu why ulima lo mgodi la why ulima lensimu la phambi komuzi nje kanje phambi kwegate la mina ngizophuma kanjani ngeyami imoto la izinkomo zami zizohamba kanjani angitshela ukuthi mina angisinix wakhe lo mhlaba odinga yena lapha yana ebank so kwahamba amalangana yasha le moto so kwanginikeza inkinga lo kodwa ngakureport emaphoyiseni kwaphuma icase number afika amaphoyisa lawa asuka eNewcastle la checka ngezomlilo ayekhona la amaphoyisa ezinja ayekhona la kodwa nithini namhlanje angazi ukuthi le moto yami yashiswa ubani kwenzakalana last year bengilima lapha ngaphandle wafika wafuna ukuzongishaya ngahamba ngavula icase yakhona izange iye court yaphelela khona lapha emaphoyiseni kodwa na amaphoyisa incwadi anginikeza yona engitshela ukuthi lento lena iya decline so angazi ukuthi idecline kanjani kepha umlungu efuna ukungishaya angeke ke sithi manje ugovernment asesinikeze inkululeko yokuthi nayi freedom balisana umhlaba nikwazi ukuthi nikwazi ukuthola umhlaba wenu for free government asenzele konke asinikeze ilawyer yokuthi uzonceda ngelawyer yakhe yaka legal aid board so thina bese sesithi hayi asisakwazi ukuthi sikhulumele ngomlomo wethu njengoba sisaphila nje sizokwenza lokhu until size sifike ku final.
Uyadela wena usulapho ngaphesheya uyadela wena usulapho ngaphesheya
Sanibona namhlanje
Bekufanele abe khona namhlanje umfoka Nkambulu uPatrick Mlungisi lethi nhlupheke thakho ngoba vele nje la hlala khona Vakastrom kumatima angifuni ukuchamba amanga kumatima nathi basixhosha ngaleli langa masibakashele khona kwakusebusuku vele sikhanza ukuthi nama 4x4 angu 8
We are having a meeting with them. Yeah. We are having a meeting with our staff, who are the farm drivers and the labor tenants of this particular line.
basilandzela size sifike edrobheni yeVakastrom sakhanze emaphoyisa bebafuna bangibopha.
You permission to visit because we're going to the farm, to the farm dwellers.
Mine.
Look.
No, we don't.
Okay,
Yes, we'll need this.
No. I think we need to...
Okay, all of us, we're going to the police office. We're going to open a case against you for trespassing.
There's a big board that says you're not allowed to trespass.
Go ahead.
Kepha abazange baphumelele sabaxoxisa so yikho nje angekho umnakethu umlungisi Nkambule.
Applicants all approached the Land Claims Court in July 2013 with their challenge to the department's failure to process land tenant applications.
Yafike yabezwa inkantolo yasho yathi iyavumelana nesinqumo senkantolo yokubuyiswa komhlaba.
The implementation of the Labour Tenants Act happened rather slowly. The first 5 years from the promulgation in 1996 were set aside for applications to be made by Labour tenants. But what emerged in that court case is that no proper systems had been set up.
Wabe eseqokwa kanjalo uProfessor uRichard Levin ozolekelela umnyango ukuze kusheshe ukubuya kwezwe.
Uma ngizwa nasemaredweni aphuma amaplasi. Kodwa lapha kithi nje kwela kithi edumba ngazi kwakhala nyoni. Aphumayo ngiyathemba ukufona ngamathathu. Wawusekuthoko didiza. Ule ulokhu yakoqala. Thothi didiza siyamthanda thina. Ungqongqosho powerful, lekhuluma futhi. Khona la afike avimbeke khona. Wathi nje yena ulelindi umaster uma iqethe umaster yena kanile amaplaza akhuluma. Kodwa umaster kade aqedela. Khiloko futhi engaze ngakusho sisegoli ngathi.
Ngifuna ukumnika nangu induna yami vele nje ubaba Myanda.
So ke mina wangithi nje ngicela ngathi singenza into eyodwa ukuze sihlale silinge into engaphosi ibe ngcono. Kodwa ke sacela ukuthi sike sethembe kuleli thimba elika special master. Na special master zange simthole kulula.
The first task of the Special Master was to draft an implementation plan, and it talks about the multi-site accelerated claims resolution initiative, where we would apply methods, and these methods really are the introduction of oral histories, building life histories, and looking at the extent of land under claim. In other words, you're using aerial photography as an archival source of information to demonstrate the validity of a claim on a specific piece of land with a specific land size. Show the court, to demonstrate to the court and to the respondents that this is the picture of the historical access. Whether or not you were the landowner in this period of time or not, this is the land which people had access to. And what I've seen when we get down to engagement on these farms with the landowners, they see those maps are serious constructs. They definitely see.
Abaphathi be-Hilton Society banamaplan ngayo ukuthi bakhe ama-B&B nezindlu zokwenza ukuthi abazali uma bevashela iy'ngane bafike bahlale kuzona basebenzise zona. Ngoba abazali bengane baqhama mhlambe le koma-Pretoria noma koma-Cape Town asifuni sihleli la. Baba omncane wayevuka ngo-1 ebusuku hambe obasela ama-boilers lapha ukuthi shisa amanzi abeke porridge breakfast nana. Abasebenza i-laundry besifazane nabanye bathathwa behliswe balethwe la iy'nkabi zidonse isibaya isihliphi thwelwe iy'ngubo zabafana babelungu zizowashwa la emfuleni. So basondela-ke abantu-ke lapha kodwa i-condition yayikhona yile yokuthi manisuswa laniya lapha e-Teapot Village inkomo asafuneki indawo yokulima laphana yikho wonke lo mnotho ade ninawo wenkomo nomhlaba wenu la phelile indaba.
Mina ukuqala kwami ukubuzwa into zonke iy'tori zasemngeni ngaqala phezulu ngiqala ukubona i-special master.
Yes.
Lapho la saqala khona ukukhuluma-ke ukuthi kwenzekani kanjani
Yes.
kanjani nabazali bethu
Yes.
nami ngiqalephi ukusebenza
Yes.
kanjani ilanga saqala khona
Yes.
ukuxoxa uThabisa nje angixoxanga nje naye.
Yes.
Thabisa kumina-ke cha bandla wadlala ngami Thabisa ngoba wengenzisa izinto engingazazi esingavumelananga nazo athi mina kuwukuthi ngikwenze kanti yena uyazi ukuthi la encwadini ubhale into e-wrong angithi uyazi ukuthi angifundile futhi icala liphelile babequla ngayile wathi ngingaya noma ngeke ngaya ngeke ngisalunga liphelile icala liphelela thina akangachaza.
Abantu abafundile bayafuna ukuthi igebe likhona phakathi kokufunda kwakhe nalaba abanye ababona ukuthi abafundile alisebenzise ngendlela ukuthi likucindezele wena akubona ukuthi awufundile. Yabona. Buzo-ke bese uba khona mhlawumbe ukuthi mhlawumbe ngakube ukuthi basuke besetshenziswa yibo laba abaphathi bendawo Hilton Society ukuthi cha mawungabathola labantu babamba ukuthi benze so then-ke wena uzothola ijuphe elingaka. Yabona ngoba yini enye ngathi engakwenza ukuthi udlale ngabantu bakini.
Kube lento eqale eqaleni.
Yes.
Qale kanje fika special master noma kuyena waqondisa.
Yes.
Ngabe mhlawumbe sisiphumelele manje siyaphumelela kuphelile manje.
Ukulahleka kwezicelo akuyona indidano. Abelungu bahlangene nabameli namaphoyisa nezimanje nezisebenzi ezithile zomnyango uphazamisa uhlelo lokubuya komhlaba.
Ngiyangizwe nje ngawe. Last warning. Ngiyangizwe ngawe. Musungisitabise. Uyangistabisa. Ngeke. I'll get rid of you. Okay. Okay.
Mina ngilema from 98 kodwa kwakwathi uma sokumele liphume lo sikhathi lo mama lo wathi unyamazane hayi ulungile uyasinika indawo usinika u200 hectare ngoba la ku49 nje sibanga ke manje lo 200 hectares kuba hamba unyamazane washintsha lo mama wathi hlalani kanje uhambe wahamba lo uklemele abakhomishana akusiye nomuntu wayakhela avele lamlahla lamkhipha ADF ngoba wayeklema amanga nami ngithule nje ngibuka ukuthi ungasuka wena iplaza ngoba kwakukhona isibongo sakho la uklema ungathi uyilowo lamjikjela 8 lathi 8 athiwa ke iyacinywa 8 le claim yakhe ngesingabo babethi bayicishe yami ngathi ngeke mina ngaze ngihlema amanga ngilokhu ngema kulokho yini umaster lokho angena lapha ithi term yakhe iyele kuphelile uma usuyangena la part kwethu phuma yangena kodwa kukho okuhambayo sesithatha ungazi ukuthi umaster akasebenzi esebenza uyachaza ukuthi inkinga ilapha phezulu la kumele kusayinwe khona mengameli akuthanda ukusayina lo mina ngifuna sishare leli asale no 400 hectares mina ngithathe u200 hectares nesizwe lesenhlena
kumele sithole lo mhlaba ukuvikela lamathuna ala ngaphakathi vele sithole lo mhlaba uvikela impahla ezilangaphakathi ukuze sikwazi ukuthola lo mhlaba komele ukuthi siye ecourt sesiwatholile amaphepha ecourt manje suyakwazi ukuhamba ecourt uyochecka ukuthi izinto zakho sezikuphi unelungelo lokuya ecourt uyochecka ifile lakho ukuthi izinto zami sezikuphi manje konke lokho benikwenza nilima nithola amabhontshisi nithola umbila njengoba ukhuluma kuzawuphinde kwenzeke futhi njengoba silwe kanye nawe until sikwazi ukuthi sinqobe lo mhlaba
Sibuyiseleni izwe lethu nina bezizwe. Sibuyiseleni izwe lokhokho bethu.
I think there's a constitutional promise around land reform, which is going to give access to, going to give black people who are historically excluded, disadvantaged, dispossessed. It's going to give them access to land. That is the constitutional promise. Constitutional promise can be realized by actions which are implementing the Labour Tenant Act in terms of this specific category of people and recognizing their rights as the co-creators of wealth. That accumulation could never have happened without a workforce. We must recognize the original inhabitants as owners, because isn't the global land struggle about the majority of people on this earth occupy land without any legal rights to that land? So now we're saying here, we've got a constitution, we've got a group of people we decided to categorize as labor tenants. They even applied, and we're going to recognize that these people co-created this wealth in this country, and they've got rights, and they need to emerge, and their poverty must end.
Indawo zalelwe kuyona ibaluleke ngendlela exakile ngoba singasho sithi nje usuke wakhiwe ngomhlabathi waleyo ndawo, so you are very much attached to leyo ndawo. Normally kufanele ukuthi each generation must find something to emphasize, iqhubeke iyele babe kwenzela kwathina ke simele lapho ke labahluleka khona, so kumele ukuthi kusheshe yikona ke lokhu okungenza ukuthi ngibe nofuqana. Ayikho ifreedom ngaphandle kwelokhu asebengenile emafutheni bo abadla nje kahle. Promised land lifikile manje bakhona mayezweni lenyosi nobisi thina
sifuna ukulima, sifuna ukufuya izinkomo. Bakutshela indaba zawo ma-350 yini umsebenzi we-350. Angazi into esizayithini lento eyenziwa uhulumeni wethu lo. Akasinike lo mhlaba lo uhulumeni. uRamaphosa akashintshe nje impela izinto zakhe, akashintshe. Akasinike lo mhlaba phela akhombisa ukuthi wenzeni yena. Asiyiboni thina into ayenzile yonke leminyaka lemashumi leminyaka adala. Azange ithi nasenzele lutho lamaplazini. Yena uhlezi lemafletini. Akanandaba nathi lamaplazini. Kodwa lokudla kudla lemaplazini ukuthola khona la.
Ukuyiphilisa ukuthi ulime, utshale, uqhubeke uye phambili. Ulima kufuya. Izinkukhu konke into ebalekile yethu thina abantu. Ngoba ngabe ungenankomo, ungenalutho, ungenambuzi, awusiyo umuntu. Ngoba le ndawo zasibeka kuyo umthetho khona ayifuna lokho. Ukuthi nje ungabi nalutho.
Umbuzo wami ke sengigcina. Ngoba egweve nabakithi nje. Mathenga lo mhlaba wabathenga inabakithi. Wathenga okuphezulu yena, utshani. Singakhomba okhokho bakhe lapho ukuthi baphe. Mina ngikhomba abami lapha. Yiko ngithi imali iqinisa likhona. Ngeke kuphume nje iqiniso lo mhlaba uba ngahle hle nje uba sawusebenzela years and years and years mahala. Isiphi lesikwenedi esingaka kithi? Ungigwebe futhi nokuthi ke ngisayi ezithandweni zami yobalungisela. Nokuthi ngiyokhuluma nje nabo. ngikhala ukuthi iqiniso ungazi ukuthi ungathi okhulunywa umuntu omnyama kuzwakala.
Kusifanele ukuqinisa umzabalazo njengoba senzile kwaze kwaqokwa uSpecial Master. Masiqhubeke.
Insindiso yalomhlaba ilele kuthina. Insindiso yalomhlaba isezandleni zethu. Insindiso yalomhlaba ilele kuthina. Insindiso yalomhlaba isezandleni zethu. Siyimithandazo
at this time of the night, after a long day, to go to any questions. Are there any questions? I really can take them, but technically, we wanted the day to end, but if there are any questions, I can take them. But also I know that there are experts here on the subject. If you want, yes, I'm looking at her, but she's not looking at me. And so if there's, I don't know, Janet, you want to start the conversation?
Is there too much? I think what you've said, I mean, we could go, I'm sure there are many people who would like to engage in discussion about it, but I think it's up to you.